Welcome to the best of February 2021. In this lineup, we have stories from home break-ins, wendigos, and much, much more. Yet another month's worth of great stories to relax to while you sleep, or however you prefer to enjoy this kind of content. If you enjoy this video, be sure to drop a like rating. Also, if you are new and you aren't already subscribed, please consider. I'm always doing my best to bring the best content possible. Enjoy the video. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Hurry up, I thought you knew what you were doing. The words were hissed from over my shoulder as I fiddled with the lockpick. I'd left my gloves at home and my hands were shaking from the cold. Just give me a minute, I said. Danny was shaking too. In her short skirts and thin faux leather jacket. She rocked back and forth on her feet to stave off the early winter chill. I could feel her eyes burning holes in the back of my head. Hey jackass, over here. Parker didn't even try to keep it down as he poked his head around the corner, cigarette dangling from his fingertips like its own appendage. His grin was charming despite the chipped front tooth and nicotine stains. He nodded to his right. Windows open. Danny shot a pointed glance my way as I pushed off the ground and swiped at the dirt on my knees. Her heels sunk into the ground as she stormed off around the corner. Followed close behind her. Daring a look at the neighbor's darkened house beside us. There wasn't so much as a peep on the rest of the street, but off in the distance, I could see stadium lights blaring. There was a familiar symphony of hoots and hollers that was the soundtrack to every fall Friday night in this particular corner of hell. We'd have another hour and a half at least. By the time we made it to Parker, he'd already had the window jammed up and was halfway inside of it. He hit the carpet with a thud and in a blink was out of sight. I gave Danny a boost and crawled in after her. Parker's phone was already in his hand, and he used it as a flashlight to illuminate the cluttered dining room we landed in. Shadows danced across the ornate carpet and off-white walls, the glare from the lights obscuring the dozens of picture frames placed strategically around the room. A distinct must filled the air, sharp and punctuated by the acrid smell of cigarette smoke. Parker snuffed his butt out on the polished hardwood table in front of us. Danny crossed her arms in front of her chest. Okay, where is it then? Parker grinned and slapped his hand down on her shoulder. That's what we're here to find out. Danny's gaze was skeptical as she turned back to look at me, and Parker. Well, he was already off and wandering down the hall. Just keep an eye out, I said. It won't take long. My overly eager companion had headed off for the bedrooms, and so I went in the opposite direction, slipping off into the kitchen instead. It was a small, familiar house, and there were only so many places to search. I wasn't quite prepared for the wave of nostalgia that washed over me as I tugged the first cabinet open and was greeted by rows of delicate mugs and half-sized drinking glasses. Everything was exactly in the place I'd left it 6 years ago, when I used to mow the lawn for Mrs. Higgins after her husband's stroke left him incapable of doing so. Every time she'd insist on ushering me into the kitchen afterwards and pouring me a big glass of lemonade, I'd sit on their scratchy brown couch and chug it down, eager to get it over with and escape Mr. Higgins' silent stare from the armchair in the corner. I shut the cabinet and moved to the next. And then the next after that. There was nothing that seemed out of the norm, or like it had the makings of a good hiding spot. Soon, I moved on to the pantry. Things were a bit more cluttered there, pots and pans stacked up, boxes of non-perishables pulled down off the top shelf and stuffed into the middle two racks, threatening to spill over. The last few years of living on her own must have taken their toll on the old widow. Though a sour sort of guilt swam noticeably in my stomach, I also felt thankful her family had finally convinced her it was time to give up the ghost. Prairie Dreams Assisted Living was just a 2-minute drive away, and surely she was much safer there than she was in this house all alone, particularly at the moment. They hadn't been as much of a hurry to get the house sold and cleaned out though, And if Mrs. Higgins' lush of a few great-nephew was anything to go by, there was still plenty worth having hidden away somewhere inside. Not in the pantry, though. I slipped back into the kitchen and headed off down the hall, ignoring Danny's foot tapping impatiently against the carpet. There were 4 doors down the length of the hall, one to the right, one straight ahead, and 2 farther down to the left. I didn't have to wonder where Parker had headed off to, as I heard a crash resounding from the back bedroom as I made my approach. Parker was on the floor when I made my way inside, using both hands to gather up the jewels and gems scattered out from a hardwood jewelry box on the floor. My heart sank as he scooped a pearl necklace up and into his pocket. It was the same necklace Mrs. Higgins had worn to her husband's funeral. She looked so frail that day, like a paper doll. When they'd lowered him into the ground, she'd crumpled right into herself, and Danny swore she could hear the poor widow wailing all the way from school. That was the deciding factor to get her moved away finally. The screaming. Every night the sound echoed down our quiet little streets, floated in through the windows. She'd been making quite a stir around town these last few months. It was always a sad thing when dementia took its hold. "Not that one," I said from the doorway. Parker laughed and shook his head. "Whatever you say, boss." "We can't spend all night just looking. Didn't Trent say anything about where it could be?" "Like they'd tell that idiot shit. He just found the will on his mama's desk. Overheard her saying they hadn't had time to move it all to the bank yet. Gotta be somewhere." He pushed himself up off the floor and fished another cigarette out of his pocket and turned back toward the hall. I couldn't imagine they'd stash their fortune in either of the guest bedrooms or in the living room of all places. I'd seen every inch of this house at some points or another, if just in flashes and peeks. There weren't any safes or desks, anything overly suspicious at all. It might as well have been my own grandma's house, neat and orderly, filled with afghans and quilts and embroidery. I hadn't believed it when I first heard they'd had a small fortune stashed away somewhere inside. But when Parker Googled what the old Higgins farm was worth nowadays... The basement, I said as the thought occurred to me, nodding for Parker to follow. I'd only seen the basement once or twice, when I came over with my own grandma a time or two when I was little. She'd trade her home-jarred jams for Mrs. Higgins' pickles. We always got enough to last us well until the next canning season. Hell, we probably still have a jar or two stashed away in the back of the cupboard somewhere. Danny huffed as we passed by again, falling in step behind Parker as we made our way to the small alcove just off the kitchen. "This is the stupidest idea you guys have ever had, you know that? And that's saying something." I didn't pay her any mind as the door creaked open, and I stared down at the darkness swimming below. The chill that floated up the stairs made my neck hair stand to attention, and as Parker was busy ribbing Danny, I was busy working up the nerve to step down onto the first step. A burst of light made my eyes sting, like a firework exploding right in front of me. "Shit," I said, jumping back, only to knock into Parker's chest and hear my girlfriend howl with laughter. Her hand was on a switch just to the side of the door. "Hey, we said..." "It's just the stair light, genius. No one's gonna see. Get a move on." Parker patted my back and started down the stairs. Similarly to the rest of the house, the basement might as well have been untouched since I last left it, with everything still perfectly in place. Only the dust down here was thicker, more developed, clinging on to the uncovered couch and end tables like it was scared they were going to leave. The sharp smell only intensified, stinging my nose. It was reminiscent of an empty dumpster, or straight sewage. Dully, I heard something tapping in the distance. Click, click, click. I wondered if she'd developed a leak somewhere. It was a large basement, with a second living area and 3 doors branching off into a washroom, guest room, and storage space. The light from the stairwell illuminated everything else just a touch, but the way it made the shadows dart and dance just made the place all the more eerie. "Are you sure it's down here?" Danny whispered from behind me. "Just go check the guest room," I said, and turned off toward the canning room. It was just how I'd remembered it. Dank and dark, colder than the rest of the basement by a good 10 degrees. It was the only unfinished room down there, lined with wooden shelves still stocked to the brim with preserved foods. There was a single light bulb perched above me with a simple pull chain to get it going. I gave it a tug and ran my fingers along the rows of chilled jars. My eyes started to adjust. There didn't seem to be much room to do any hiding in here, but something about the room got me excited again. It was close. I could feel it. If there was one thing I learned about old farmers from growing up in this shit little town, it was that they didn't put a lick of trust in the banks. Growing up in the Great Depression will do that to you, I guess. Somehow the irony of them sitting on small fortunes while the rest of the town rots away around them dulled my sympathy, however. I started tugging jars off of shelves, setting them down gently at first, and then with a clatter as my patience started to dissipate and my paranoia grew. Nothing under them, nothing behind them, just concrete walls on every side. I huffed and kicked a jar so hard it shattered against the wall. A screech filled the air, piercing right through the door I'd closed behind me and vibrating through what was left of the jars. It was a horrid sort of sound, high-pitched and yearning. It lasted only seconds, but it felt like hours of it running right through me, zipping through my veins like a live wire and turning them to ice. All at once I felt hollowed out, empty, alone. And then Parker started to scream. I tore back into the living area just in time to see Parker stumbling backward out of the washroom, tugging the door closed behind him. There's something. Someone," he stammered out, just as Danny darted around the darkened corner. "What are you doing? Shut the fuck up. There's something there." Parker kept his grip firm on the doorknob, even as wild eyes darted between the two of us, even as his arms shook. A terrible sense of dread found its home in my belly as I took in the sight of him, scared shitless as he was, illuminated by the dull stairwell light shining down on him. Had Mrs. Higgins found her way out of her nursing home, found her way all the way back here? Was Mrs. Higgins and her screaming grief just right behind that door? "We gotta go." I grabbed his elbow, tugging him back. "They'll be looking for her. This will just be the first place they go." Another scream, accompanied this time by the sound of Danny's voice, high-pitched and yelping. I turned just in time to see her slip back through the doorway behind her. I dropped Parker's arm and bolted, nearly tripping over my own feet when his hand tangled in the back of my shirt, holding me firm. "We have to. Danny." I struggled away from him and tumbled forward, disoriented by the darkness and deafening noise, but resolute nonetheless. There was something else mixed in there with the screams, something that just started to register as I took the corner and my hand shot out reflexively to grasp for the light switch. A sickening sort of crunch. I flipped the switch, and as the overhead fixtures kicked into life, that longing sort of howl came to a sudden end. Danny's scream still tore through the air, however, absorbing into it just like her blood did into the shag carpet beneath her. It was a terrible sight. So sudden my mind didn't quite know how to make sense of it. She was splayed out on her back, gulping for air like a fish. Her right arm was nearly torn in half, forearm hanging on by little bits of tendon and tissue, bone cut clean through. No, not cut. The edges on either side were jagged and rough, like a rusty saw had its way with it, like a dog had chewed right through. That wasn't the whole of it, though. Her left side was torn to pieces, like it had been put right through the shredder. I'd never seen so much blood in my life, not even at my uncle's pig farm during butchering season. For a minute, all I could do was stare. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Parker's words cut through my stupor, and I felt a numb sort of shock that he'd stuck around with me. I dropped to my knees at Danny's side, grabbing a quilt from the bed and pressing down over her stomach, before thinking better of it and trying to wrap half of it around her arm. "It's gonna be okay," I said. Or at least I think I did. I think I said a lot of things, but all I could hear was the wind rushing past my ears, carrying her sobs like a wave crashing against the shore. "We're going to get you help." "We gotta go," Parker said from behind me, over and over again like a prayer. I snapped at him to call 911, any fear of being caught or going to jail suddenly unimportant as I held my girlfriend's dying body in my arms. Parker patted his pockets, frantic and shaking. I dropped it. I must have dropped it. Go get it. My shouts left him stumbling back, bracing against the doorway as he turned around. His footsteps faltered almost instantly as he peered back into the living space, and just above Danny's pain croaking, I could hear it again. Click, click, click. Matt? Parker whispered, frozen in place. Matt, what the hell is... Another scream tore through the air like an arrow. I jumped to my feet just as Parker fell backward, landing with a thunk on his ass on the bedroom floor. I stayed fixed by Danny's side, even as my friend started to kick and scramble backward like a crab. The scream grew closer, deafening. For a moment, all I could see was darkness waiting beyond the door frame, and then all at once my sense of reality shattered before me. It hit the doorway like a bug splatters against the windshield with a violent, explosive force. My mind couldn't make sense of it at first, and so it took it in bits and pieces. Its skin was gray and mottled, like a piece of beef left out to rot. Its arms, if you'd call them arms, gripped the edges of the door frame, clinging on with the 4 sharp talons that sat on the edge of each appendage. Some semblance of clothes hung off its skeletal frame, loose and torn, jostling over its body. Nothing, however, compared to the creature's head. Upon first glance, it looked vaguely humanoid, with a mouth and nose, and dips in the front of its skull where eyes should have been. Only an oozing black liquid filled the sockets instead, bubbling out and over its pronounced cheekbones. Cloth wrappings were wound around its face, pushed up on its forehead and sloping over its nose. They were in shreds as well, after what appeared to be a forceful attempt to remove them. And its mouth. Oh God, its mouth. I tucked my arms under Danny's shoulders and started to drag her backward toward the bed. The creature snapped its gaping maw shut once and twice in warning, displaying elongated and wicked teeth. Parker kept crawling backwards, and I prepared myself for the worst as I dragged Danny around the corner and covered her body with my own. Only it never came. The screaming died for a long moment, and Parker's heavy breathing from the other side of the mattress eventually clued me into the fact that he was still alive. When I dared to glance back up at the creature, it was gone, and my friend sat in a puddle of his own piss. I couldn't blame him. Danny's noises had faded into a shallow, keening sort of whimper. I lowered her shoulders gently to the ground and pulled my legs out from underneath her. My jeans were already stiff with her blood, and they protested as I slowly found my footing. Click, click, click. It wasn't the sound of dripping at all. Less rhythmic, less organic. It sounded more like someone was clicking their tongue repeatedly, or like a lizard snapping its jaw shut. It pulled me forward like a moth to a flame, though the few wits I had left kept me from passing the threshold into the main area of the basement. There, on the opposite wall it stood, arms outstretched and groping at the cheap imitation panel. I might not have seen it at all, had its bandages not caught the dull glow of the still illuminating stairwell. Its head rotated with spasming jerks, rolling atop its shoulder, until those gooey gaping holes were pointed right at me. Click, click, click. I sucked in my breath automatically, my whole body freezing up like a stalled Chevy. But the creature stayed planted, and after a terrible eternal moment, it carried on against the wall. I turned back and fell to Parker's side, gripping his collar as his jaw slacked open. I jammed a finger against my lips to shush him. His usual bravado was soaked into his pants, and the terrified thing that was buried underneath of it wasn't something that I recognized. I don't think it can see us. I whispered, cupping my lips against his ear. Or come in the light. We have to be quiet. Parker didn't respond until I grabbed his collar again and gave it a shake, at which point he gave one short nod. Finding my feet was harder this time, though as Parker reached up to grab my forearm, I did my best to steel myself. I didn't hear Danny anymore, but something in me kept me from assuming the worst. I knew we wouldn't be able to get her out of there, not if we had to leave quickly and quietly. But in the glow of the ceiling lights, at least she'd be safe. Safe until we could get her some help. The creature had moved quite a bit by the time we made our way back to the doorway, now roaming near the couch on the far side of the room perpendicular to us. Only it wasn't on its feet any longer. Instead, perched several feet up on the wall itself, claws crunching and crushing as it went. Parker dropped my arm and started to stumble back. I grabbed him once more, nodding toward the way we came. After one last moment of hesitation, I dipped my foot back out into the darkness. Click, click, click. It didn't seem to notice, and my relief was instantaneous. 1 footstep, 2, 3. I kept my eyes peeled on it even as I moved forward, watching as it slowly roamed and tutted across the room. Its thick, unpleasant odor nearly made me gag. Parker overtook me, dropping my arm as he darted forward. The sound of his sneakers slapping against the carpet was reminiscent to the tinny clang of a snare drum, echoing back and forth along the claustrophobic walls. My chest felt suddenly tight, as if my rib cage had wrapped itself right around my racing heart, squeezing tight until it threatened to burst. The creature roared again and I fell to my knees, arms wrapping hopelessly over the top of my head for some meager form of protection. I felt a rush of wind gush past me, but when the inevitable crash of claws and fangs didn't arrive, I dared to open my eyes and peek ahead. Parker had made it to the stairs in their protective glow, collapsing at the top step as he pulled in greedy lungfuls of air. He didn't even look back at me. The fucker. Just left me there to die. My mind had hardly registered as one screech ended and another began, too numb with fear and anger to make sense of what was happening. Yellow-white claws glinted off the light from the stairwell as they wrapped around Parker's elbow, dipped just over the landing. He was flung forward effortlessly, crashing into the opposite wall with a yelp. Another sound joined the fray, something reminiscent of a chicken's neck being snapped in half before the plucking. For all his faults, I'd like to say I stayed and watched what fate befell my best friend. I'd like to say I did something to stop it. I didn't, though. Instead, I got up and I ran straight into the storage room in front of the stairs where the damn thing had come from in the first place. I flipped on the lights and shoved the washing machine in front of the door, then promptly collapsed into a puddle of sweat and tears, and my own grief-stricken wallows. There were a few thin windows in this room, too small for me to climb out of myself, but some distant part of me hoped that someone might hear my cries and come to my rescue. They didn't. I stayed there the rest of the night, listening to the creature click and slurp and traverse the walls and ceiling. Eventually my breathing slowed, and my hand stilled to a barely noticeable tremble. The room was well lit, but I stayed smack in the middle. It wasn't until the morning sun shone strong enough through the window that I dared pull my feet back under myself and rise from the ground. I staggered over to the space on the wall where the dryer had sat, to the 1-foot-wide hole that had been staring at me like a black void throughout the night. I didn't dare reach in, but I did peek. Money. Stacks of it. From the floor up, halfway to the ceiling. I didn't touch a dime. The Higgins family found the bodies a couple weeks later, when they arrived to set up an estate sale. No one knew what to say besides a robbery gone wrong, though how it went that wrong was impossible to explain. I was questioned, of course, being so close to the victims. I don't think anyone ever really suspected me, though. How could one 20-year-old kid tear two people apart like that? A couple months have passed now, and I still don't sleep well. Just a few minutes in the dark is too much for me, and when I do finally drift off, all I can see is Danny's body, or Parker's intestines strung along the dining room table like garland. Sometimes I drive by Prairie Dreams and see Mrs. Higgins staring out from her window. She always meets my eyes dead on and gives me a sad, knowing sort of smile. And sometimes, in the dead of the night, I swear I still hear screaming. Get real, man. This whole shimmer witch thing is totally bogus. I remember saying that because it was totally bogus. At least I thought so. Standing on the edge of Harrow Lake in our bare feet, toes in the water, heels on the hard clay bank, a smooth, flat stone in each of our hands. The August sun was hot on our backs, but the lake was spring-fed and the water was freezing. Besides, we were too old for dumb ghost stories. If only I had known. Dude, come on, Dale pleaded, swatting at a deer fly buzzing around his ear. We've been talking about this since 3rd grade. This'll probably be our last chance. Yeah, William, Johnny added. Please, humor us. This may well be the final time we share each other's company. Johnny wouldn't be starting college for a couple weeks yet, but he was already talking all fancy, calling me William instead of Billy, and wanting us to call him Jonathan. He'd even taken to smoking a pipe. It was annoying, but kind of funny at the same time. He was right, though. Next month, he would be off to his freshman year, and Dale had signed up for the Navy. I was the only one who'd be sticking around. I'd gotten a job as a welder at Cooper Metals right out of high school. Graduated on a Thursday afternoon, and started working Monday morning. Even as a 19-year-old kid, I could lay down a stack of dimes like nobody's business. So Mr. Cooper paid me well. Most of the other guys my age were still living with their parents, flipping burgers or washing dishes. I was already renting my own apartment, a 1-bedroom over McKinney's shoe store, and had just bought a truck. It was used, but still cherry, not a speck of rust. With Dale and Johnny both moving on, though, this would be the last time the 3 of us would have the chance to summon the Shimmer Witch. Harrow Lake was up in the high woods, a forest that covered the river bluffs overlooking our little burg. It was the source of Bull Run, which flowed downhill and emptied into the Allegheny River on the eastern side of town. On a map, the lake was just an oblong blue blob with no name. We called it the lake because it was too big to be a pond. I have no idea where the Harrow part came from. There were no roads up there, and even on the hottest summer days, the spring water was too cold for swimming. So, not many people bothered with the hike up to the lake. But there were places along its shore where a guy can reel in as many crappie and smallmouth bass as he can carry. I liked fishing, so Harrow Lake was on my short list of favorite spots. That's how Dale and Johnny tricked me into going up there. They said they wanted to do some fishing. They even brought their rods and tackle boxes. Yeah, fishing for the Shimmer Witch. Dale had laughed. As soon as I realized they were leading me along the trail to Beckoning Rock, a dark, angular chunk of granite that stuck up from the water surface about 15 yards out. It looked kind of like a crooked finger, motioning for somebody to come closer, which, I guess, is how it got its name. According to the old campfire stories, 3 friends had to stand on the edge of the lake at Beckoning Rock, with their toes in the water and their heels on the bank. Each one, in turn, had to say, Shimmer Witch, Shimmer Witch, I summon thee. Come forth. Choose one of 3. Then skip their stone across the water 3 times and hit the rock. If everybody did everything right, the Shimmer Witch would come and bless one of the 3 with good health and long life. Me first, Dale began. Shimmer Witch, I summon thee. Come forth, choose one of 3. He threw his stone with a side-armed flick of his wrist. It skipped 3 times before clacking against the beckoning rock and sinking. Yes, nailed it. Johnny shushed him before making a show of composing himself. Shimmer Witch, I summon thee. He enunciated the words as if he were reciting Shakespeare. Come forth, choose one of 3. Johnny threw his stone. 3 skips and a clack, just like clockwork. He turned to me, bowing slightly. I thought about flubbing it, getting the words wrong or missing the rock on purpose just to spite them for tricking me. But we'd been friends since 1st grade, and this probably would be the last time we were all together. I didn't want to disappoint them. Besides, if I screwed it up, they'd just keep badgering me to do it again and again until I did it right. Maybe, if I got it over with, we could do some actual fishing. What could it hurt? A lot. As it turns out, everything. Shimmer witch, I summon thee. Come forth, choose one of three. I muttered, then flicked my stone at the water. It skipped 3 times and struck beckoning rock. Bitchin'! Dale pumped his fist. We did it. And now what happens? Johnny asked. Dale shrugged. We wait, I guess. Nothing happens, I said. Maybe a little more harshly than I intended. Seriously, guys, it's a dumb ghost story they used to tell us in Cub Scouts. The Shimmer Witch isn't real. Can we please just go fish? The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up. The smell of ozone prickled my nostrils. I could taste the fillings in my teeth. Whoa, dig that, Dale said, pointing at Johnny, whose fine, blonde hair stood out from his scalp. He looked like a dandelion gone to seed. That's when I knew. Get away from the water, I shouted, jumping back as the sky split open with a deafening crack. A pressure wave slammed me into the ground. Everything went dark. They found me wandering barefoot down the middle of Liberty Street, the main drag through town, still clutching the charred remains of my rod and reel. I have no memory of hiking down from the high woods or the ambulance ride to the hospital. When I came around enough to speak coherently, I told the ER nurse about Dale and Johnny. She called the sheriff, who sent a couple of deputies up to Harrow Lake for a look around. They found my friends. Dale was floating face down in the lake. Johnny was lying on the shore. Both were dead and badly burned. The coroner conducted autopsies the next day. He ruled their cause of death as a lightning strike. There hadn't been a cloud in the sky, no sign of rain or storm. We buried my friends. It was a small town. Everybody pretty much knew everybody else, so there was a big turnout for both funerals. I got a lot of sympathy, pats on the shoulder, and kind words. That sort of thing. I was too numb to really register any of it. Mr. Cooper gave me 3 days extra sick leave to recuperate, but I didn't need it. Physically, I had never felt better. Even the dull ache in my shoulder, which I had thrown out pitching high school baseball the year before, was gone. The only effect I suffered from the lightning strike was a flickering in the corner of my eye, kind of like the way heat shimmers off the asphalt at the elementary school playground on hot days. At first, it really bugged me, but the doctor said it would probably go away on its own, so I did my best to ignore it. 2 weeks later, I asked Jenny McGregor out on a date. Jenny was working as a waitress at Carl's Tap and Grill. She was smart and funny, and when she smiled, her nose would crinkle in a way that made me feel a little loopy. I don't know why I never noticed her when we were in school. Lucky for me, most of the other guys were just as dumb as I was. Carl's was out of my way, but I'd been stopping there every day after work, for whatever the special was and a beer, all summer long. There were definitely better places to eat in town, but none of them had Jenny. I'd spent weeks trying to screw up enough courage to ask her out. After what happened to Dale and Johnny, seeing how short life can be and all, I figured it was time to piss or get off the pot. If she shot me down, at least I'd have a reason to go someplace with decent food. Hey, listen, I said as I settled my bill at the register. I was thinking about going over to the Starlight this Friday night, catching that space movie everybody is talking about. If you're not doing anything... Jenny stepped back, eyes wide, hand pressed to her chest just below her throat. Why, William Andrew Thompson, the nerve of you, she scolded. A proper girl does not go to a drive-in with a boy on the first date. My mouth dropped open in shock. I stood there stupidly, holding the check and a $5 bill in my outstretched hand. Then she grabbed me by the wrist and laughed. It sounded like music. Her nose crinkled, and I felt like I had been walloped upside my head with a scented feather pillow. Lucky for you, I'm not a proper girl. She giggled and winked. Pick me up at 7? Yeah, great, was the best I could manage. I'll see you then. With that, I headed for the door. Hey, Billy, she called after me, pointing at the check and money still in my hand. I may not be proper, but You don't get free meals until at least the third date. I practically floated back to my apartment. The rest of the evening was a warm, fuzzy blur. I tried watching TV but couldn't concentrate. Everything was a rerun anyway. All I could think about was Jenny, her musical laugh, and that crinkly nose. But I did notice that flicker in the corner of my eye was gone. Things were really looking up. The next day at work, during morning break, I heard the news. Jenny was dead. She was taking a bath before going to bed and a hairdryer fell into the tub and electrocuted her. They said the fuse never blew, and the current ran through the water until it boiled. 3 days later, Jenny's parents buried their daughter. The funeral was closed casket. The flicker was back. It was there when I woke that morning, before I'd even heard about Jenny, and that night, I had a sex dream. Of course, I've had sex dreams before, but never like that one. It hurts. I don't remember any details of the dream itself, only the pain. You know, the little shocks of static electricity you get when you walk across a carpet and touch a doorknob. It was like that, but all over my body, moving back and forth across my chest and arms, down my stomach to my... well, you get the idea. Over the next couple of weeks, that flicker stayed in the corner of my eye, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, but always there. It almost seemed to have a form, but I could never make it out. About that same time, I started to get a weird tingling sensation in my side when I was in bed. Or sometimes when I was kicked back on the couch just watching TV. It didn't hurt, but it was uncomfortable. So I finally broke down and saw the doctor. Of course, he couldn't find anything wrong. According to him, I was the healthiest person he'd seen in all his years of practice. He suggested, in a roundabout way, that maybe the problem might not be physical. He knew I'd been through some tough times recently and offered to prescribe me some Valium. I turned it down. I couldn't be throwing arcs in the welding shop with my brain all fuzzed up on that crap. Like the flickering, it was something I'd just have to learn to live with. It was around the middle of October when I asked out Angie DePlaza. She was up from the city, working in the accounting department at Cooper Metals. Dark-haired and olive-skinned. She was exotic, at least to a small-town hick like me. Most of the office workers ate lunch at their desks, but Angie always came down to the break room. The guys toned down the rough language and off-color jokes when she was around, but it never completely went away. It didn't seem to bother her. I guess, growing up in the city, she was used to it. We had a few conversations in passing. Then she started sitting with me at my table while she ate. Angie always seemed to mention that she hadn't had any decent pasta since she'd moved here. People had told her Rudy's had the best spaghetti around, but it was too fancy for a girl to eat there alone. I may not be the dullest tool in the shed, but not the sharpest either. Took me a while to get the hint. So, you want to go to Rudy's with me and try the spaghetti? I finally asked. She laughed. Everybody in the break room turned to look. I felt like an idiot, misreading her signals like that. Yeah, she said. I want to go to Rudy's with you and try the spaghetti. Maybe I can teach you how to sweet-talk a girl while we're at it. Meet me there Saturday night at 8. Saturday night, I arrived at Rudy's 10 minutes early, wearing the same jacket and tie that I had worn to my high school graduation. They were the only nice clothes I had, and after the dopey way I'd asked her out, I wanted to make a better impression. Angie never showed. It was just after 9 when I finally gave up. I wound up stopping at a Lawson's on the way home for a loaf of bread, a jar of mustard, and a package of chipped ham, the perfect meal for losers that got stood up. Monday morning, Mr. Cooper came out on the floor and made the announcement. Angie had been killed in a freak accident Saturday afternoon. She'd been electrocuted by a short in her curling iron. There was another sex dream, this one worse than before. I woke up screaming. It felt like my chest, shoulders, and groin had been set on fire. As I lay there panting, I felt that familiar tingling sensation on my left side, the side of my bed that was empty. It was like something, or someone, was pressed up against me, snuggling me almost. In the dim light of the clock and radio on the bedside table, I could see the flicker in the lower left corner of my eye. I tried to study it while staring straight up at the ceiling. It's hard to see something without looking directly at it, but I swear that shimmery flicker was in the shape of a woman. Curled against my side, everything seemed to click together inside my head. "Shimmer witch," I whispered. Tiny jolts of static traced a path across my chest, up my neck, and to my lips. I could see the little blue flashes in the dark. But that was crazy. Thinking some sort of electrical witch had attached herself to me and killed any woman I took a shine to, in a fit of jealous rage. Within a few days, I had myself convinced it was just my imagination. Thanksgiving changed all that. The shimmer witch, whatever she was real, and she didn't want any other woman in my life. Mom always put on a big spread for Thanksgiving, even though it was just the three of us. Her, me, and Dad. There was turkey, of course, stuffing, gravy, mashed potatoes, canned yams, and a homemade pecan pie baked special for me. I've never cared much for pumpkins, so she always made me a pecan pie. After we ate, I went to the kitchen to help Mom put up the leftovers. More to make sure. She packed a drumstick and one of the Tupperware containers she was sending home with me, then out of any desire to be helpful. While I was divvying up the dinner rolls, Mom stopped scooping stuffing into a burp and seal container, turned to me with a tear in her eye, and wrapped me up in a bear hug. "I'm so sorry about what happened to your friends," she said into my shoulder. "And Jenny, and that girl from work. It's so much to go through and you're still so young." She held the hug until I started shuffling my feet at the awkwardness. Then she let go, put her hands on either side of my face, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss my forehead. I gave her my best lopsided grin. "Yeah, I love you too, Mom." Dad yelled for me to hurry up because the game was starting, saving me from the "you'll always be my little boy" speech that I knew was coming next. 2 plays after the kickoff, Mom came into the living room, fists on her hips, scolding us for having the TV up so loud that she couldn't even hear herself think. It was another one of our Thanksgiving traditions. As she bent down to reach for the volume knob, that flicker in the corner of my eye shot across the room and into the TV screen. "Mom, no!" I yelled. The screen exploded. Mom dropped to the floor, falling heavily on her backside. "Oh my," she said. Then the blood came. We spent the rest of the afternoon in the emergency room, while the doctor picked shards of glass out of her leg, dabbing the small cuts with mercurochrome, and suturing the larger ones. At one point, he held up his thumb and forefinger, about half an inch apart, shaking his head. "Missed the femoral artery by that much," he said. There was suspicion in my mom's eyes when she looked at me. She tried to hide it, but I saw. Even worse, I saw fear too. I stayed away from women as much as I could after that. It wasn't hard. People knew I was sweet on Jenny, and it was pretty obvious to everybody in the shop I had a thing for Angie. Mom's accident actually made the local paper. Girls would cross the street when they saw me coming. I was the most ineligible bachelor in the county. Nobody ever accused me of anything outright, but I could tell by the sidelong glances, by the way conversations would stop abruptly when I entered the break room or the coffee shop, that people suspected me of something. Even my own mother was afraid of me. Dad didn't argue when I gave him a lame excuse for not making Christmas. I spent New Year's alone in my apartment, watching Dick Clark with a 6-pack of Rolling Rock. The flicker at the edge of my vision remained ever present. The tingle against my side when lying in bed or relaxing on the couch became a constant thing, and I still had those painful sex dreams at least twice a week, sometimes more. That spring, I went back to the doctor. I didn't tell him everything, but I told him enough that he offered me another Valium script. This time I took it. Didn't help. With no better ideas, I went to the library. Maybe I could find some information on the Shimmer Witch, some local legend or old wives' tale. that might give me a clue as to how to get rid of her. I forgot Miss Evie was the librarian. Miss Evie was probably the final fantasy of every schoolboy in town. I know she was mine, approximately built with blonde curls cascading over her shoulders. She was the fantasy of most of the men in town, too, married or otherwise. Miss Evie was seated behind her desk, slipping sign-out cards back into returned books when I walked in. A white silk blouse struggled to contain her ample breasts. Her hair was pulled up into a loose bun with a single straight curl hanging over her forehead. A pair of reading glasses were perched on the end of her Barbie doll nose. She smiled and nodded as I hurried past, headed for the card catalog. It was getting on towards closing time. We were the only two people in the building. I had gone through the SHI and SHO drawer twice with no luck, and was working my way through WIT and WIV when she came up behind me. "Can I help you find something?" she asked. I spun around, almost dumping the entire drawer of cards on the floor. Maybe," I stammered. "I'm looking for..." This is going to sound stupid, but I'm looking for anything on the Shimmer Witch." "The Shimmer Witch, huh?" Miss Evie folded her arms under her breast and tapped a red, lacquered nail on her chin. I tried to look anywhere but at her. She must have been twice my age, but I still found her incredibly attractive. Her blue eyes were a sea a guy could happily drown in. That's a local legend. I don't think anyone has written any books about it, but there might be a newspaper story. If I remember correctly. Follow me." She spun on her heel and walked away, hips swaying hypnotically. I tried not to look. God help me, I tried. She led me to a row of microfiche readers at the back of the building. I waited while she went into the storage stacks. A few minutes later, she returned with a tray of film rolls. "Try this one," she said, handing me a roll. "I think you'll find what you're looking for somewhere in the early to mid-April editions of that year." As she leaned over my shoulder to show me how to load and operate the machine, the side of her breast brushed against my cheek. I nearly moaned. All those adolescent fantasies came flooding back into my brain. "Alrighty then, you're all set. Take your time. I've got to run off a bunch of flyers for the book fair next week, so I'll be closing up late." To my relief, she turned and strode away, her heels echoing on the marble floor. A moment later, I heard the hum and whir of the Xerox machine warming up. Scrolling through the microfiche, I tried to think of anything other than Miss Evie. That got easier when I found the headline. 2 dead, 1 injured, after freak lightning strike at Harrow Lake. It read. The article was dated April 8th, 1936, and described a shopkeeper finding a local teenager wandering down the middle of the street in a perplexing state of confusion, muttering the words, "Shimmer Witch." When he regained his senses, he told authorities that he and 2 friends had gone to Harrow Lake to test an old legend. Searchers found the badly burned bodies of the boys' companions, apparently killed by lightning. As I read, I was only partially aware that the flicker was gone from the corner of my eye. I should have been paying more attention. Before I got to the part of the article where they gave the victims' names, there was a loud pop and everything went dark. "Hello?" I called out. "Miss Evie? I'm still in here." Carefully making my way through the deep shadows cast by the bookshelves, hoping Miss Evie hadn't forgotten about me and locked me in for the night, I noticed a faint orange glow against the tin ceiling. Coming around the corner of the children's section, I saw Miss Evie, lying on the floor, her hand wielded to the frayed 220-volt power cord of the Xerox machine. All the lights were out, so the fuses must have blown, but her body still twitched from the current flowing through it. Sparks shot from the back of the copier, landing on books and loose papers. Licks of fire were already spreading across their worn spines and dry pages. There was an extinguisher hanging from a hook behind the desk. I tried to grab it, but as soon as my fingers touched the metal handle, a jolt of static electricity knocked me off my feet. Completely stunned, I sat there on the floor as Miss Evie's white silk blouse smoldered. Her blonde curls burst into flames. I saw those deep, blue eyes explode out of their sockets as her skin blackened and curled away from her skull. I think I might have screamed. The fire spread unnaturally fast. I picked myself up off the floor and stumbled out the front doors, lurching down the stone steps and halfway up the block. I flung myself into a phone booth and called the fire department. They got there fast, but not fast enough. All they could do was keep the flames from spreading to the hardware store next door. That night, I had the most brutal sex dream yet. When I woke, there were tiny burns on my chest and arms, and my pubic hair had been singed down to the skin. There was an investigation into the fire, of course. Both the fire marshal and the county sheriff had a lot of questions for me, but the evidence backed my story. And why wouldn't it? I told them the truth. I just left out any mention of the shimmer witch. In my last conversation with the sheriff, he pointed out that a lot of people around me were meeting their unfortunate accidents, and that tended to make folks nervous. He suggested that a fellow with my welding skills could make a good living working at one of the steel mills down in the big city. Everybody needs a fresh start once in a while, he said. I took his advice. There weren't too many people for me to say goodbye to, but I did stop by my parents' place on the way out of town. Dad came out to the driveway to shake my hand. He got a jolt of static for his trouble. Mom waved from the kitchen window. That hurt. I don't blame her, but still. It was the last time I ever saw them. Both died many years later. Dad went first. Mom followed not long after. I didn't go to either funeral, but I had a good reason not to. You see, that day Dale, Johnny, and I went to the Harrow Lake and summoned the Shimmer Witch was August 20th, 1977. Chronologically, I am 63 years old. Physically, I'm still 19. I have not aged a day since. I can't die either. A few years after I left town, I had a bad motorcycle accident. An oncoming coal truck ran me off the road when the driver took a blind curve too wide. I hit the guardrail and went over an embankment, smashing into every tree on the way down. I wound up at the bottom of a ravine, choking on blood from a punctured lung, with my legs twisted unnaturally beneath me and a bone poking out of my forearm. The truck driver probably never saw me, and on a back road like that, nobody was going to come along anytime soon. I knew I was going to die, so I closed my eyes and waited. When I woke, I was still covered in dirt and blood, but my legs were straight. All my bones were back on the inside, and I could breathe just fine. My bike was trashed, so I had to walk 8 miles to a gas station. Other than that, I was just as fine as frog hair. There have been times since then when I tried to take matters into my own hands. That didn't work out so well. When I tried pills, I woke up in a pool of my own vomit. When I tried hanging myself, I woke up on the floor with frayed bits of a charred rope around my neck. When I tried a gun, I woke up with a melted lump of slag between my feet. The sex dreams after each attempt were, well, punishing. It's been 44 years since I've lived like this. No family, no friends, no lovers. She kills any woman I take a liking to. I'm not sure how she'd react to me having guy friends, and I don't want to find out. I've been completely isolated, always on the move from town to town, job to job, trying to stay ahead of the suspicious looks and whispered rumors when I never seem to age. I can't even look at porn without her zapping me in the nads as soon as I fall asleep. The Shimmer Witch wants me all to herself, and she just won't let go. This has got to end. I think I may have found a way. If the Shimmer Witch won't let her chosen one go, if she won't even let him die, what happened to the kid before me? The one from the newspaper in 1936. I've been doing a lot of research lately, but not all the records have been computerized. The internet was a dead end, so I had to do it the old-fashioned way. I had to go back to my hometown, to the library. I was looking for obituaries from the end of August 1977. There was a possibility the kid had moved away, just like I did, and there would be no record of him there. But people didn't travel much in those days. It was a long shot, but what did I have to lose? Things have changed some. Harrow Lake and Beckoning Rock are still there, but much of the high woods are gone, cut back to make room for subdivisions. You know, the kind they name after all the trees they chopped down. Willow Grove, Maple Way, Oak Hill Estates, that sort of thing. There are plenty of roads up there now. In town, the old Lawson's was replaced by a Sheets and Cooper's. Metals is shuttered and empty. But Carl's Tap and Grill is still there. Go figure. I stopped in for lunch. Couldn't help myself. The food is just as bad as it ever was. Rudy's is still there, but the only thing about the place that hasn't changed is the name. I also saw some familiar faces, old classmates and neighbors that I recognized despite their age. From the looks I was getting, a few of them thought that I looked familiar too, so I kept my head down and avoided eye contact. The library they'd built to replace the one that had burned down was a soulless brick and a glass block, full of fluorescent lights and stain-resistant carpet. Nothing like the stately sandstone castle that vaulted ceilings and marble floors that I remembered. Unfortunately, the town no longer had a hot librarian. There was an older guy, balding, gray-haired, and stoop-shouldered, seated behind the front desk. He was Emery Dawson, according to the nameplates on the counter. I remember little Emmy. He was 2 grades behind me in school. Emery showed me to the microfiche viewers, apologized for the dust, and got me the film for the June, July, August 1977 editions of the County Bugle. I assured him I knew how to operate the reader. Huh, he said. Well, good for you. Not many young folks know how to work these old machines. Everybody uses computers these days, don't you know? He gave me a curious look. I could tell he was dancing on the edge of recognition, so I smiled, nodded, and turned away, busying myself with loading the reader. It took me a while to find what I was looking for because it wasn't in the obituaries. I ran across the story by accident. When my finger slipped on the scroll knob and I overshot the orbits on page 3 and wound up on page 6. The headline read, "Local Hermit, age 40 years overnight." It was just 3 paragraphs. His name was Henry Werner. Lived in a tar paper shack near Sweet Creek. A dozen or so houses and a gas station clustered around a crossroads about 5 miles north of town. According to local gossip, his youthful appearance was attributed to having been struck by lightning as a teenager. Mr. Werner had refused to speak to the reporter, but another resident was quoted as saying, "Yeah, I seen Henry come into Murphy's garage for cigarettes. It was shocking how he got so old so fast. I asked him about it, but all he'd say is, 'Damned witch finally left me.'" The byline was dated August 21st, 1977. It seems the Shimmer Witch won't let me go until she chooses another, so if you're feeling froggy, you go right ahead and jump in. I won't mind. I'm not going to tell you where Harrow Lake is. That would make me complicit, and I'd rather not have that on my conscience. But if you do some poking around, you'll find it. I've left enough clues. Take 2 friends, stand with your toes in the water and your heels on the bank. Say the words and skip your stones. Make sure they hit Beckoning Rock. Come on, must be somebody out there who wants to be immortal. Last week, I was at work, sitting behind my desk when I saw a bright flash of light in my right eye, and then that entire side of my vision went completely black. Arguably one of the most anxiety-filled moments of my life. I rushed to the hospital, asking my incredible nice coworker if my eye was just maybe stuck closed the whole time. Unfortunately, my eye was open. I was blinking and functioning as normal, and nothing looked amiss from the outside looking in. After hours in the waiting room and a tedious consultation, I left with a diagnosis of a torn cornea. Usually, small scratches to the cornea are avoidable and treatable, but in my case, There wasn't a specific reason that my cornea just completely split in half. It just decided that it could no longer stay in one piece and split wide open, taking my vision with it on the way down. After coming to terms with what had happened, and bumping into a great many walls with my one-sided vision, I continued to take care of my eye and scheduled emergency surgery to get it repaired and hopefully return my vision to me. The first few days were normal. I fell into a depressive slump and honestly spent most of my time sleeping. The more time I spent asleep, the less I had to realize that it wasn't a bad dream after all. On the third day, right before surgery, something switched. I had begun crawling out of the depressive depths of my bedroom and tried to go about my life as normal. I got up, showered, put on some nice clothes, and decided to take the dog for a walk. It was on this walk through the neighborhood that something shifted. My dog was understandably incredibly excited to get back to some semblance of normalcy, and was pulling on the leash, begging to go a little faster, or walk a little farther away from what had become our cocoon. I couldn't refuse his pure happiness, and I started to giggle myself as I picked up the pace into a bit of a jog, helping him get all that energy out. Just as I started to enjoy myself, in my right eye I saw a shadow. It wasn't much, and it shouldn't have even been possible, since the entirety of my vision in that eye was pitch black. But this shadow was darker than the black I was already accustomed to. It was an all-consuming sort of darkness, and it started out as a blob in the far reaches of my vision, what could have been my peripheral vision previously. I immediately noticed it, and whirled toward my right to catch a glimpse of whatever it was with my good eye. My dog yelped at the sudden change of pace, but didn't object to changing course. We instead headed in the direction of whatever that shadow blob was. If I was regaining any piece of my vision, I needed to know before I went into surgery that may or may not give that sense back to me. We started walking back down the sidewalk in the direction of the shadow, cutting through my neighbors' backyards in search of a different colored darkness. After 5 minutes, I hadn't had any luck recreating what I saw, and we decided to head back home before it was too cold and dark. As we changed course yet again and headed toward home, I realized that we had ended up right at the edge of my neighborhood, where suburbia meets the swamps of the southern United States, which, trust me, is a terrifying place to find yourself. Glad I had caught myself and my dog in time. We wheeled around toward home, and I realized I must have been going at a much faster pace if I had gotten all the way to the swamplands in just a few minutes. As I'm putting the key in my front door, my dog splayed out at my feet, tired from exertion. I saw it again. It was subtle, and not as far as it previously was, but that darker-than-darkness shadow returned to my vision. This time, though, it didn't seem like a blob. It was elongated, stretched vertically, almost an oblong oval in shape. I immediately turned in the direction of the shape, flipping my body to the right, and yet again, my left eye could pick nothing up with my real vision. This time, though, the shape didn't move or disappear. I was faced completely in front of this shape, looking at the utter darkness with my right eye, and searching frantically with my left eye and my intact vision, begging my eye to focus on what I so desperately needed to see. But there was nothing there. My left eye could pick up on absolutely nothing that fit the same size and shape as what my right eye was seeing. I stayed there a bit longer, thinking that maybe if my left eye couldn't pick up on whatever this was, my right eye could focus a bit. I squinted out of exertion and begged my sight to return to me so that I could finally live how I used to. The sight didn't come to me, but the shape did. Ever so slightly, it seemed to be getting larger. After what seemed like forever, the shape of complete darkness seemed to be within my physical touch parameters. I reached my arms out slowly, still searching with my left eye for something that I could physically see, some sort of idea or picture that I could quantify with my mind, but over and over again, I focused in on my right eye and had to realize that there was nothing physically there. Whatever I'm looking at, and whatever is coming toward me, doesn't exist. I continued reaching, straining my fingers toward this completely consuming darkness until I finally felt a cool sensation breach the top of my fingertips. It wasn't much, just a subtle, tangible change in temperature. Immediately after registering that I am actually touching what seems to not even be there, the shadow rushed me all at once, knocking me over onto my back. As I laid there, catching my breath that had been knocked out of my lungs, I searched desperately in my right eye to see something, anything, again. I sat up, reaching out in front of me in all directions, with fingers outstretched, hoping to feel anything, see anything, notice absolutely anything coming from my right eye. There was nothing there, and after a few minutes of frustrated tears rolling down my face with the realization that I wasn't actually getting my stolen eyesight back, I continued inside and didn't see any other shadows in my eye for the remainder of the evening. I continued my day as usual, and tucked into bed around 10 p.m., preparing to go to sleep early for my cornea repair surgery in the morning. I fell asleep easily, forgetting the strange events of the day, and slept soundly. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly to the low but consistent sound of my dog growling. Sometimes my neighbors make sudden noises in the middle of the night, so this isn't an uncommon occurrence. I didn't even open my eyes, just nudged him with my foot and cozied back into my bedding. He stopped growling temporarily, shocked into silence by my rebuttal, but about a minute later, the growling started up again, louder and more insistent than it was before. Thinking it was time for me to distract him and get him back to sleep, I sat up and opened my eyes, feeling in the darkness for the softness I recognize. Immediately, my left eye adjusts to what little light there is, taking the room in all of its black and white glory. Noticing that everything is just as I left it when I fell asleep. My right eye, however, didn't need to do any adjusting since the blackness is all I ever saw. I did notice, though, that sporadically placed in a circle around what would be my bed were 5 distinct, oblong shapes, stretched vertically. I immediately backed myself up into the headboard, grabbed my knees, and sat wondering how this was even possible. I had chalked my previous experience with this darker-than-dark shadow up to paranoia and anxiety leading up to the surgery, and had accepted it for what it was. Nothing. Apparently, though, my brain was not ready to forget that previous encounter, and spread all around me were duplicates of the exact shape. Or as much as I don't want to say it, entity. I reached blindly to my nightstand and flicked the lights on, hoping that the lights would vanish any shadows of the dark in both my room and standing around my bed. But as the lights flickered into life, the unbelievably dark figures were still poised around my bed but only visible in my right eye. I sat on my bed, heart in my throat, feeling each and every thump of blood rushing through my body, paralyzed by fear, and they started to move toward me. It wasn't all at once. It just started as the one closest to my right, inching toward me. They all then shifted toward me, careful to avoid what would be the bed. If I had normal eyesight in that eye. Every couple of seconds they inched toward me, until the one on the right was within inches of my face. I could feel the chill emanating off the shadow just barely reaching my face, inspiring goosebumps up and down my arms. In a last-ditch effort of bravery, I turned to directly face whatever this was head-on, and as I turned, I felt the coldness envelop my body. The complete and utter darkness spread across not only my bad eye, but also my left eye, leaving me completely blind and sitting alone. I could no longer see the shadows around me, but I felt the chill that I had felt on my fingertips earlier that afternoon, spreading throughout my body. It started in my chest, pulsing outwards toward a farther extremity with each of my heartbeats. Finally, my entire body was cold from the inside out. The chill had gotten totally through my body, and I don't remember anything after that. I know I must have fallen asleep, and I must have gotten up, attended my surgery, gotten home, because when I finally snapped back into my consciousness, my eye was bandaged and I had a sheet of aftercare instructions to follow. I have no idea what happened, but I still can't see out of my right eye since it's currently bandaged and swollen. I'm afraid they're going to come back. I don't know what I did in my blackout period, how that even happened, or what those things are. I just know I hope I get my vision back in both eyes. There was no single movement when I realized the doll was alive. It was a series of small revelations. The doll would appear in a different room unexpectedly. Stephanie's knee would get scraped and then a bandage would appear on it without any adult to help her. I blame myself for ignoring the signs, but this situation started with the small things and those escape notice. I do remember the first time that I felt the doll looking at me. Stephanie had a nightly ritual of kicking her covers off the bed and waking up cold. If I was up, then I would tuck her back in. Then, one night, Stephanie was already tucked in snug as a bug. Veronica, the doll's plastic cheeks and permanently wide-open blue eyes, stared out at me in the doorframe. Her expression said, "No need for that, Don. I have it covered." My nightly check-ins increased after that. Veronica's small plastic body in her white nightgown was always tucked in right beside my little girl. They both lay their heads on the same pillow. Stephanie's light brown hair mixed with Veronica's blonde like a tangled multicolored cloud exploding across the pillow above them. Stephanie knew Veronica was special before I did. Every night before dinner, she'd shout down, "Be sure to set a plate for Veronica, Tad." I set that extra plate so many times that it became second nature. One night, with a couple friends over, I set Veronica's plate without thinking about it. From the look in the friends' eyes, I could tell they thought I was setting it for Melinda, as they exchanged, "He's not handling this well," looks. Well, single fatherhood doesn't have a lot of room for a social life anyway. Each morning over cereal, Stephanie would rattle off everything that her and Veronica had done the night before. "You want to know something, Dad? Veronica and I rode horses last night, and one horse was aqua color, and the other was sun yellow." Or, "You want to know something, Dad? Veronica and I were in space, but it was too cold, so we built a fire out of planets, but not any of your favorites like Jupiter." There were other kinds of stories, too. "You want to know something, Dad? Veronica and I snuck downstairs last night and went through the mail. She was so green. She opened the most important ones. Checking the opened envelopes was how I caught the overdue mortgage payments before it dinged my credit score." "You want to know something, Dad? Veronica and I went on your phone last night and picked out her favorite pictures." The phone had 4 different photos loaded into an unsent text. Stephanie liked to immortalize each day's walk to school with a selfie of the two of us. Our last 4 walks were recorded in the text. I was about to delete the message when I noticed that the recipient was 911. A second later, I saw the same dark van about 20 feet back in all 4 pictures. The police would later pull the license plate off my photos and arrest the driver on an active warrant. If you were wondering, Stephanie didn't know the password for my phone. There's no crazy story about where Veronica's origin. Melinda bought her in a store. Stephanie got her for Christmas. My daughter had developed an obsession with babies and motherhood from a young age. She had a reputation in daycare for following younger children around and helping take care of them with the toys, foods, and bottles. A plastic doll the same size as her, but with her mother's curly blonde hair and blue eyes. Just seemed natural. Veronica became a dinner fixture shortly after Melinda's accident. I told myself that Stephanie was processing it the only way a 4-year-old could. To her, Mom is in heaven, and she'll see her again one day. Kind of like Mom would go to the grocery store and then come back. There are nights where she misses her more than others, but most days, she's the same smiling, happy girl she was before the accident. Anytime I worried about Stephanie's state of mind, Veronica always seemed ready with the assist. Holding Veronica for a few minutes could calm Stephanie down. She stopped pretending to take care of baby Veronica. Instead, Veronica became a companion to whisper secrets with late into the night. If it had been me in that accident, Melinda would have paid closer attention to all of this. But when you struggle to make it from one day to the next, a lot of strangeness can slip by you. I only started to question Veronica's presence when we had the tag incident. Mary is an elderly neighbor that lives across the street. We had never spoken to her until the day she stopped on her neighborhood walk to watch Stephanie play in our yard. Mary's children were grown. Her back required a pill regimen, and her eyesight had faded. Playing a silly game with a 4-year-old can make all of those problems disappear for a few minutes. Mary became our short-notice babysitter. On the tag incident day, I was on a conference call while Mary watched Stephanie downstairs. As always, seems to happen while I'm not muted. My daughter's scream echoed throughout the house. The howl was more intense and mournful than a typical spilled water or turned off cartoon's lament, so I decided to check on it. Halfway downstairs, Stephanie tumbled up the steps towards me with tears streaming down her brown eyes. I picked her up as she smashed her face into my shoulder and unloaded an indignant wail into my body. At the base of the stairs, Mary stood with, "This isn't a big deal, but kids will overreact," expression on her face, and orange scissors in her hand. Through Stephanie's sobs, she spat out that Mary saw the tag with the washing instructions sticking off Veronica's back. Years ago, Melinda and I had offered to take the tag off, but for some strange reason, Stephanie preferred it. This is not being a hill that Melinda and I were willing to die on. We just left it. Mary, on the other hand, had strict opinions on the subject of toys with tags and had taken the initiative. I apologized to Mary for the fuss and told Stephanie that we could keep the tag and turn it into a necklace for Veronica. That offer didn't appease her, but she seemed to forget the issue by bedtime. It would be one more forgettable incident in the long annals of parenting if it wasn't for what happened that night. I knew something was wrong the minute I woke up. I looked left, right, and strained to see if I could hear something. The house was silent. After a minute or so, the rustle of Stephanie's covers being pulled back and forth on her bed drifted down the hall. Figuring I had the mystery solved, I plopped back down on my back. I rolled over on my side because I don't snore that way. I know my snoring doesn't keep anyone awake now, but Melinda was so proud of training me to sleep on my side that it felt wrong to give it up. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I could see out the bedroom window to Mary's house where I noticed her living room window was lit up. This was unusual for Mary. I'd never seen a light on in her house after 10. Her kitchen light turned on next, and then the front hall. I heard the faraway sound of a woman crying and decided to check it out. It was a muggy summer night, but I put clothes on anyway in the name of civilization. On my way, I peeked in Stephanie's room and saw her curled up under the covers with Veronica on her left. Opening the front door, I was immediately hit by a wave of humidity. That discomfort was forgotten a second later when I banged my knee into Stephanie's metal tricycle on the lawn. I hopped up and down for a second until my toes stopped throbbing, and then cursed myself for not cleaning up the lawn before going to bed. All the lights in Mary's house were on now. As I approached, I could see into her front hall through the open door. Mary had crumpled onto her knees in her nightgown, holding her crying face in her hands. The hall closet had spilled a large, haphazard pile of cardboard boxes at her feet. Giant strips of fabric and cloth erupted out of each box. In Mary's hands, absorbing her tears, was a vintage-style wedding dress. Giant slashes into the silk had cut the dress to shreds. I realized that all of the boxes held clothes that had been lacerated. I'll call the police. Mary didn't react as I turned back toward my house. I didn't make it back to my lawn without a realization stopping me. Have you ever wondered how your parents knew that you were doing something you weren't supposed to do? I always thought my parents were either magic or had spy cameras hidden everywhere. Once I became a parent, I realized that kids fall into somewhat predictable patterns, and things that deviate from that pattern spell trouble. Stephanie's metal tricycle still sat on the lawn, hoping to bang my knee a second time. There were no other toys or balls around it. My daughter is not a neat child. If she's getting out one toy, then she's pulling out 1,000. The memory of cleaning up the yard hours earlier came back to me. I had put that tricycle away. Somebody had pulled it out again for a nighttime ride. My daughter's window faced the street, and a small amount of hall light backlit the room. There, with her face smudged up against the glass, was the outline of a small, dark figure watching me. I broke into a full sprint back toward the house. As soon as I moved, the figure in the window spun around and disappeared. As they turned, a flash of long blonde hair spun around with them. I took the stairs 3 at a time, my breath heaving. I turned on the lights and saw the same scene I had just left. Stephanie asleep under her covers with Veronica tucked in on her right. Keeping my eyes on the doll, I put my hand on Veronica's shoulder and slid her out of the bed. As her plastic body emerged, I saw the orange scissors resting in her hand. Her secret exposed, I looked into Veronica's eyes for a reaction. She stared back at me with still, unblinking eyes. I took the scissors and brought her to my bedroom. My heavy mahogany dresser, the one I can barely move, had done duty as a kid-proof lock for me in the past. I pushed it in front of my bedroom door after deciding it would probably work as a lock for dolls, as well as kids. A test pull on the door couldn't even move it an inch before hitting the dark wood. After the police were called to Mary's, I placed Veronica on my bed and sat down in a chair to watch her. My only plan was sitting on that chair until a real plan materialized. Get rid of that doll. It had occurred to me. It was the obvious solution, but not the one that I wanted to reach. I'm not a religious person, but I prayed anyway. Not to God, but to Melinda on the chance that she could hear me. The big, tough decisions were always easier with her help. I don't know when I fell asleep. My eyes opened and the rest of the room was filled with light from the rising sun. Veronica sat in the same spot and the dresser was still braced against the door. But something was different. Halfway between my chair and Veronica, a small photo sat on the bed. Before I picked it up, I knew it was Stephanie's first ultrasound image. Melinda and I had sobbed when we saw Stephanie for the first time. A tiny image of a brand new human that would change our lives forever. For us, that image was our Frodo leaves the Shire moment. We had shared so much and struggled through so much, and all of it started with that black and white rectangle. I'd had my bad days and so had Melinda, but we always forgave. Appreciating each other's limitations in child rearing was as important as any other aspect of parenting. Want to call yesterday a bad day? Veronica stared off while her glassy eyes reflected the morning sunlight back at me. It was the only answer I was likely to get, and I decided that it was good enough. Mary didn't come over after that anymore. Benny's mom, a friend of a friend that lived a couple blocks away, was in a similar COVID childcare situation. We reached an arrangement to watch each other's kids on alternating days. Benny was a decent kid, but more rambunctious and louder than Stephanie. The type of kid more likely to throw the teacups than have the tea party. The last day I saw Veronica move was another hot one. I was on yet another Zoom call on yet another set of quarterly numbers, with one ear on Stephanie's room. Her and Benny were playing, and I had been hearing the periodic booms of children jumping off her bed. As long as each boom wasn't followed by the sound of crying or glass smashing, I figured we were okay. I was wrong about that. First, I went 30 seconds without hearing a boom. Then it was a minute, and then 2 minutes. Sudden total silence is not good when you're watching children. I excused myself from the call and went upstairs. The first thing I noticed was Stephanie. She was sitting on top of a pile of her stuffed animals with a blank expression. Her brown eyes met mine, but revealed nothing. I had to walk into the room before I saw Benny. He had positioned himself behind the open door and sat on top of Stephanie's blanket. He wasn't making eye contact. His body was tensed up, and when I called his name, he didn't say anything. These are the signs of a kid hiding something. I moved Benny out of the corner and then pulled back the blanket. It was an accident. An accident. I mean, it was her fault. I heard Benny start to say. First, I saw Veronica's plastic feet sticking out the bottom of the blanket. I could see her blonde hair spilling out and through the gaps between her toes. This was all wrong. Veronica's hair wasn't long enough to reach her feet. As I pulled the blanket completely off, I saw Veronica lying on the floor. Her head had wrenched free of her neck and sat next to her knees. "Stephanie?" I asked, and received a head turn. "Can you play here with your animals by yourself for a bit?" Stephanie's head slowly moved up and down, but gave no other reaction. Picking up Veronica, I prodded Benny into the hall. As we left, Stephanie called out, "Don't worry, Dad. Veronica always makes things right." I didn't want to give Veronica the chance. Behind the closed bedroom door, I tried to fit Veronica's head back onto her neck. My hands pushed her face toward the floor as I worked. I didn't want to know what was in those eyes now. Benny's confused stare followed my efforts from the corner. He expected to be in trouble and wasn't sure how to handle being ignored. Kids have limited life experience. It's the thing that makes them kids. Benny's experience told him that he was going to be in big trouble for this. Stephanie's experience told her that the adults in her life, or Veronica for that matter, always set things straight. I realized they both might be right. The head wasn't coming back on. Benny's mom would be there in a few minutes, so I wrapped the doll in a blanket and told him to stay still. I placed Veronica's body on the top shelf in my closet. Benny's mouth was wide open in surprise when I pushed the heavy dresser in front of the closed closet door. The head found a home on top of a piece of high shelving in the garage. Benny's pickup arrived as I disentangled my fingers from Veronica's curls. I didn't explain anything to Benny's mom. I wasn't sure how I could. Stephanie stayed quiet for the rest of the night. She understood that Veronica was in Dad's shop for repairs. Her muted reaction wasn't as bizarre as you might think. Kids freak out when you least expect it and calmly roll with the punches when you're ready for the meltdown. We read a book that night with her curled up in my lap. As I was reaching the end, she looked up to say, "Daddy, is Veronica with Mommy?" My mind flashed to Veronica's actual location, decapitated and hidden. "Mommy's in heaven, and she misses you so much, but she's always looking down on you with love. Veronica is in Daddy's shop, and will be back good as new." Stephanie's pigtails were already starting to swing back and forth in denial. "Nuh-uh. I think Veronica is with Mommy all the time, especially when she's green. I think they both miss me. I think they both want to come back." I kissed her on the forehead. "I think you're right. But no matter what, Daddy is here for you." I thought time to take care of this as soon as Stephanie was asleep. But take care of what? I had already accepted Veronica as part of our lives. She also made a peace offering after the scissor incident and hadn't done anything to Benny yet. If I was willing to accept that peace before then, why couldn't I now? I decided that all of this was going to have to wait until the morning. I woke up in the middle of the night. I heard the sound of a door opening, followed by the soft tap of wood on wood. My night vision still adjusting, I strained to see to the far wall. The closet door was slightly ajar and had connected with the dresser. It slowly crawled back towards its frame before shooting out again faster and slamming into the dresser with a crack. I'm dreaming. I started to repeat to myself, even though I knew it was a lie. I was afraid to move. I thought if I just stayed still and the dresser held, then everything would be okay. Suddenly, a bang shot out as loud as a gun. The top of the dresser started to lean away from the door, as I wondered how all of the wood hadn't been smashed to pieces. The dresser's tilt looked almost comical at first, but then became more and more extreme until it fell to the ground with a final crash. I jumped out of bed and ran toward the closet. Head down, drive with the legs. I channeled from my high school football days. I hit the overturned dresser like a tackling sled and drove it into the closet door as it started to open again. The dresser and closet door crashed together, pinning the door shut. The door handle began to spin left and right so fast I could barely trace it. The handle looked like a spinning top, all motion. I heard the wooden door cracking with force as it pushed against the dresser. The air was filled with a howl of rage. The scream had anger, indignation, and hurt in it. My mind flashed the sound of a fox screaming in the woods at night. The scream seemed to come up from the ground and fill every corner of the room at once. It wasn't coming from the closet. It was the garage. A tinny scratching noise crept under the fading scream. It came from the closet and sounded like metal scraping against metal. I tried to think of any metal object in the closet but came up empty. The scraping noise stopped and was replaced by a subtle thumping. Thump, thump, thump. It seemed to be getting closer to me. I kept my eyes on the door but didn't see any movement. Something was different. The air conditioning vent that had been blowing cool air on my face had stopped. Looking at the floor vent with interest for the first time, I saw it affixed with 2 tiny metal screws. Sneaking through gaps in the metal and gripping the grates were 10 plastic doll fingers. Veronica was in there and watching me. I lunged for the doll's hand to grab it. The fingers disappeared and the thumping sound began again while moving away from me. With the vents, Veronica could move through the house. I ran to Stephanie's room. I could see her form under the covers lightly moving up and down with each breath. A few feet from her was a vent still screwed on tight. I picked up Stephanie's heavy toy chest and braced it against the grate to block access to the room. As quietly as I could, I shut the door and made my way downstairs. I knew where Veronica was going. I ran to the garage while throwing my hand onto each light switch I passed. I didn't want anything sneaking up on me in the dark. As I opened the kitchen door leading to the garage, I heard the growl of the main door starting to open. I slammed my hand into the stop button and saw the door halt while only an inch or two up. Immediately next to the door, only feet from the driveway, I could see Stephanie's red tricycle. The light pink tassels we had tied onto the handlebars were still swinging back and forth. In another few seconds, Veronica would have been out the garage door and only minutes from Benny's. I slowly began walking toward the tricycle while keeping an eye out for the hidden spots. "Can we talk?" I shouted and heard my own words echo back to answer me. As I passed the high shelf, I glanced over and saw that Veronica's head was no longer there. "I know you're angry, but we don't need to hurt anyone." I reached the tricycle and noticed the foam hand grips showed deep indentation of tiny fingers. "Please, do you think this is best for Stephanie?" The garage lights flicked off, and the room fell into darkness. On the other side of the garage, I saw the kitchen appear again as the door opened. I broke into a full run toward the door. My arrival was greeted by a clattering impact as I caught a glimpse of the kitchen knife block crashing off the floor. For a second, I could see the blades shining in the light as they scattered. A second later, a knife flew into the air and smashed the light fixture. The room returned to darkness. I stayed where I was. Veronica wasn't after me. In order to get to Benny, she would need to get past me to the garage. I stood there quietly while staring into the darkness and trying to will my night vision to activate faster. For 10 seconds, I saw and heard nothing. I slowly became aware of shining sparkles on the kitchen table only a foot away. Anything that sparkly can only be a 4-year-old girl's toy. It was Stephanie's sing-along microphone. She could sing a song into it, and it would play back for her to hear it. I reached down and pushed the play button. A metallic, robotic-sounding voice came out. "You were supposed to protect her." I felt hot behind the eyes. There's a special kind of rage reserved for someone that's had their parenting skills questioned. I heard myself shouting, "Melinda, you have to." I realized too late that I'd let my guard down. A glimpsed shadow of a small figure at my knees was followed by pain shooting up my leg. I tumbled as my right leg suddenly stopped working. I was dimly aware of a knife sticking out of my calf and a wet feeling by my ankles. I reached toward the figure but saw it running toward the garage with a second knife in its hand. I pushed myself up and then began to hop along on one foot. My right leg felt useless and I focused on just staying upright. My feet slid along on stickiness as I bled onto the tile floor. The garage door was already opening as I left the kitchen. I stumbled toward the opening where I heard the squeaking of the tricycle moving away. A few seconds later, I saw Veronica ride under the street lamp in front of our house. Her upper body remained rigid and stiff while her legs whirled away at the pedals. Her reattached head allowed her long blonde hair to trail out behind her as she rode. In another second, she would be out of earshot. Stop. Somehow, it wasn't useless. Veronica skidded to a hard stop. Her long white nightgown blew forward ahead of her as she skidded to a stop. Her head twisted to scan to the left and then right, just like she was checking for traffic before crossing a street. Her body turned to me, and I realized she wanted to know why I stopped her. Staring back at me, Veronica's plastic face remained motionless beneath her bright brown eyes. I had to look twice to be sure, but the eyes were brown. Veronica's and Melinda's eyes were supposed to be blue. I tried something else. Check both ways, I heard myself shout. Veronica's head nodded up and down quickly with one hand pointing toward the street she had just scanned. Melinda and I had ingrained traffic safety into Stephanie's head from an early age. If she heard stop, then she stopped. Veronica wasn't being controlled by Melinda. It was Stephanie. Veronica's body remained on the tricycle with her legs taut against the pedals and the big kitchen knife in her hand. With my leg injury, there was no way I would be able to catch up to her before she made it to Benny's house. Dad can fix this. I had softened my tone. Veronica's head shook back and forth in the negative and used the knife to point toward the garage. It's a 2-car garage and the knife was pointing to where Melinda's car had parked before we sold it. Mom has to stay in heaven now. Veronica's head started to turn away from me and back toward the street. But she doesn't want you to hurt anyone. Veronica's body stayed where it was. Did you ever hear Mom say that she wanted you to hurt someone? Or did she want you to come to Dad if something was wrong? Veronica turned her head back toward me. With the knife, she pointed again at the empty space in the garage. With her free hand, she grabbed her blonde hair and pulled it up to demonstrate how her head had become detached. Dad needs to do better, I agreed. Before, Dad had Mom to help him, but now Mom's in heaven. Maybe Dad needs to get someone else to help us again. Did you want to at least try for that for a while? Veronica stood there for a minute. I stayed still while feeling the blood soaking through my pajama pants. I was worried that any movement would send Veronica racing down the street. Slowly, a change came over Veronica's body. She stayed on the tricycle, and the knife stayed in her hands, but the coiled rattlesnake tension in her frame relaxed. I shuffled down the driveway right as Veronica's motionless body slipped and fell off the trike. She hit the ground with a soft thud. When I picked her up, I saw plastic blue eyes looking back at me. I managed to convince Mary to come over and watch Stephanie while I went to the hospital. Even with the late hour, she didn't seem so much annoyed as scared to open the door. I could see her eyes watching Veronica in my hands. Once I told her that I'd be bringing Veronica with me to check for defects, did she agree to come over. The cut required a few stitches, but nothing too bad. While I was at the hospital, I was able to get some information on child psychiatrists and therapists. We ended up going with a nice woman a 20-minute drive away, and covered by our insurance. I told her that Veronica was Stephanie's favorite doll, but nothing else. After one session, the therapist told me that the loss of a parent can affect every part of a child's life, in which that parent had a role. Melinda had been everything in Stephanie's life. A protector, a playmate, and the ground under her feet. Somehow, in a way I won't ever understand, Veronica had become the conduit of that need. It isn't just children that feel emptiness. I started to think about Veronica's nighttime activities with the mortgage payment and the phone pictures, and remembered Stephanie calling her green on those nights. My own eyes were green, and I have my own hole to fill. I asked the nice woman if she knew anyone else covered by our insurance that would talk to me. Veronica is still in our house. She's still Stephanie's favorite thing. I've wondered if it's safer to have Veronica get lost, as kid toys sometimes do. But I decided to keep her around as a barometer instead. If Veronica stays quiet, then I'll hope that everyone in our homes is moving forward with life. I think Melinda would approve. It's taken me quite some time to decide whether to tell anyone about this. With Mardi Gras coming up again soon, I wanted to make sure people were warned and know what happened. Something happened at Mardi Gras last year, and it's being covered up. Every word of what follows is true. My friends and I decided to go to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. I've always heard that the city was a non-stop, 24-hour, year-round party. I've also heard that the days leading up to Mardi Gras take this to the extreme. There were 3 of us all together. Myself, Chris, and Sam. We decided to arrive 3 days early and build up to the actual day of Mardi Gras. We drove down, taking turns at the wheel so we wouldn't have to stop at any hotels along the way. The first night. Saturday was our first night there. We are from New Jersey, which is about 30 degrees Fahrenheit when we left. But when we arrived in New Orleans, it was in the 80s and very humid. Our hotel was right on the Mississippi River, and our room had a waterfront view. We settled in, cleaned up, and went out to walk around and check things out. We slowly aimed ourselves toward the French Quarter, checking out as much as we could along the way. I was a bit shocked that we could just buy beer from vendors right on the street and walk around, unbothered by police. We can't do that in Jersey. All in all, we had a great time, great food and drinks, and retired to the hotel around 4 a.m. Well, the city was still buzzing. As tired as I was, it took a while to fall asleep, due to the loud people partying in the hallway and surrounding rooms. The second night, Sunday, we went to check out Harrah's, the casino. And when we made it back to the streets for the atmosphere and alcohol once again, while walking around, we met a girl named Tony, who told us that she was a local, and that she was going to college there. Tony suggested we all go to a little restaurant just slightly out of the area, called Les Bata. That translates to the good times in English. We all headed down together, and it was a pretty cool little place. While we were there, I witnessed something that I had previously thought was only done in sitcoms. In the middle of our dinner, the door to the kitchen flew open, slamming against the wall. Out from the kitchen walked a large man, using one hand to carry a smaller employee by the back of his shirt collar. The guy being carried looked like there was something wrong with him. His eyes were half closed and bloodshot, while his face was almost pure white, completely void of expression. The larger man carried him by the back of his shirt all the way across the restaurant to the front door, where he pushed him outside and shut the door behind him. On his way back to the kitchen, the large man said, "Sorry, folks, but you just can't show up to work stoned out of your gourd like that." There were some giggles from the patrons in reply. We all drank quite a bit that night, and I ended up staying at Tony's place, about a mile away. Chris and Sam said they were going to stay out for a while longer, and then go back to the hotel. Third night. The next day, Monday, I texted my friends that I'd meet up with them later that evening. I spent the day with Tony, and we had a great time. I started wondering if this was too much for me to be getting into, allowing myself to get involved with a girl like this when I live so far away. She was definitely someone who I would want to pursue a relationship with, but I knew I'd be leaving town without her in just a few days. I decided to push these thoughts away and let the proverbial chips fall where they may. We had 2 more days. Anything could happen. While Tony and I were walking back downtown later, I noticed that there was a girl walking about a block behind us who seemed to be pretty out of it. I couldn't tell if she was drunk, high, or what. Tony told me to just ignore her, as she hurried me along. Once we got to the corner, where we were meeting up with Chris and Sam, things began to get strange. As we were crossing the street, I felt a hand on my back, almost like someone was pushing me. although rather weakly. I turned around and realized that it was the girl who was walking a block behind us earlier. She wasn't actually pushing me, though. It appeared that she needed to hold on to something to avoid falling over. We stopped and asked her if she was okay, and she just sort of grunted. At this point, I think we all became concerned. She started mumbling a bit, saying things like, "My name is Emily. I was with friends, but now I'm here. And I live here, that way," pointing in a direction that was blocked by a parade route. I asked her, "What happened? Did you lose your friends?" To which she did not reply. We were standing right in front of a Burger King. I asked the crowd if someone could get a cup of water for her. Everyone who heard me just looked the other way and kept walking, some giving me the evil eye, as if I had done something wrong. A BK employee near the door said, "You get her out of here, now," slamming the door shut. I noticed that Tony was staring at Emily with a very serious look on her face. Tony whispered into my ear, "She isn't drunk. We should get out of here." I replied, "But shouldn't we help her? She's really messed up. We can't leave her here to die." Tony begrudgingly said, "All right, let's make this quick." We each got on one side and carried Emily along with us down the block, where we came across a security guard standing in front of a parking structure. I stopped and asked the guard if they could help. I explained that we didn't know what was wrong with her, but that she needed attention, and possibly a ride to the hospital. The guard looked at me like I was stupid. Tony gave her a shrug. The guard then refocused on Emily. She reached into Emily's backpack, rifled around a bit, and pulled out an ID card. The guard then said, "I'll take care of this, and get her an ambulance. You can go on your way." Tony started pulling me along as I said, "Thank you," to the guard. As we were all walking, I asked Tony, "What did you mean when you said she wasn't drunk? Is there something going on we don't know about?" Tony just said, "There's a lot of strange things going on around here that you don't want to know about, and neither do I." My friends kind of laughed, and we moved along. We had some drinks and got back into the celebratory mood. Chris mentioned that he had been wanting to check out one of the New Orleans cemeteries that he had read about. Tony did not look enthused, but Chris was already in motion. He walked over to one of the police officers who were standing guard and asked, "Hey, do you know where the closest cemetery is?" The officer looked him dead in the eye and stared for a few seconds. Then, "And no, this is not a joke, even though it sounds like a bad slasher movie line," he said, "there's one just a few blocks over that way, but you don't want to be going down there." Chris smirked. "Why not?" The officer replied, and again he really said this, "It's not just a cheesy line from a horror movie. They don't really like your kind over there." I have to be honest, I was kind of freaked out by this interaction, and Tony wasn't looking happy. Chris said, "Come on, what's going to happen? This isn't a horror movie." After a long sigh, I replied, "I guess it can't hurt. I've heard that the cemeteries are a sight to see around here." We embarked on Chris' quest, much to the chagrin of the rest of the group. There was quite a change in the look of the city as we got closer to the cemetery. It went from historic New Orleans chic to something much less visually appealing. As we drew closer, I started to see and feel eyes on all of us. As we walked the final stretch to the cemetery entrance, there were at least a dozen people standing on their front porches and in their front yards, looking at us like we were about to do something really stupid. "We shouldn't be here," Tony said quietly. "Well, we are here, so let's just be quick about it," I said. When we got to the front gate, it was locked. Apparently visiting hours were over. "Oh no, I guess we have to leave. Too bad," said Tony. Despite our misfortune, we could still see all of the large, creepy, and wonderful burial structures through the wrought iron fencing. Because New Orleans is below sea level, bodies are buried above ground. The arrangement of the structures in the cemetery actually looked like a small city, a city of the dead. The eyes were now piercing the back of our heads, and we knew something was going to happen if we didn't get out soon. But Chris started walking the perimeter of the fencing until he happened upon a crevice big enough for him to try and squeeze through. He told us to follow him. I was hesitant, and Tony was telling me that we need to leave, but I figured a quick adventure inside couldn't hurt. We'd be gone in a few minutes. Not even enough time for police to arrive and catch us, so we all squeezed through, one by one. It was getting pretty dark now, and this was really starting to feel wrong. I was just waiting for the doors to start opening and the dead to come out and greet us. I decided I was done with this place and said to Chris, "Alright, we're going back. This is just disrespectful, and the locals obviously don't want us here." He shot back, "Scared, huh?" I ignored him. We all squeezed back out one at a time. Tony went just before me, and I was the last one out. I had a feeling like someone else was behind us, even though I was the last one. Before going through, I looked behind me, and I could swear that in the darkness, the door of one of the structures looked like it was sliding open. I could even hear the faint sound of a cement block scraping across the ground. I'm sure it was just my imagination, but this made me decide to get the heck out of there with the quickness. We walked silently at a much quicker pace back to the more populated downtown area. The noise and lights in the French Quarter seemed to welcome us home. Tuesday, Mardi Gras, Carnival, a farewell to the flesh. Today, the streets were twice as crowded as they had been the night before. This was the big day. Tons of new tourists filled the streets, to the point that we literally couldn't even walk on Bourbon Street. We attempted to, but got stuck in the crowd like someone had tried to fit 100 crayons into a box that was only meant for 50. If anything happened here, we simply wouldn't be able to move or get out of the way. For the rest of the day, we stuck to the side streets. As the parades carried on, it became more and more difficult to even go anywhere else, as they were blocking the streets, and thus blocking any way for us to go in the direction that we wanted. At this point, we kind of gave up and decided, if we can't beat them, we join them. "Let's just go watch one of the parades," I said. The others were indifferent. We all grabbed drinks and walked toward one of the main streets of the city as nightfall was beginning to close in on us. On our walk, we came upon some sort of dance troupe in the street. There were probably a dozen people in the troupe, all dressed in dark red, tribal-looking outfits. Along with their dance, a few played hand drums, and they were all singing in what may have been French. I couldn't understand what they were saying, though. At some point, the woman in front who appeared to be the leader of the troupe caught my eye and stared with a look as if she was not happy to see me. I saw her look over at Tony, then avert her gaze as if she had been caught. "Let's go," said Tony. As we walked away, I looked back and saw that the woman was staring again, with the same unhappy look on her face. A few minutes later into our walk, we started to see a head down the street where it was looking more and more congested with people, to the point of it looking like the main floor of a sold-out rock show. I wondered how these people could deal with being so compressed together. Tony spoke up. "We want to stay away from anything that crowded," she said. The rest of us agreed. I said, "Well, let's just get a little closer. We don't want to get right in the pit, but I do want to see what's so exciting over there." We kept walking. As we got closer, something started to seem a bit more clear. Not all of the people were making noise because they were having fun. Some of the merry-making noises turned out to be screams. As we moved closer, despite Tony's objections, I noticed a small huddle of people in the center. Someone was on the ground. I hurried up to the circle and pushed my way to the inside. What I saw there left me frozen in my tracks. There were two people. One was laying on their back, motionless. The other was on their knees, hovering over the one on the ground, and it looked like they were eating their face. Blood was spewing everywhere while gawkers screamed in terror. Tony grabbed my arm from behind me and said, "I told you, we have to go." She pulled at my arm, but I couldn't avert my gaze from what was happening. Eventually she pulled hard enough that I lost balance, sort of fell over, then got back up and started retreating with her. When we got back outside of the circle, we saw that there was another of the exact same scene happening maybe 20 feet away from us in another direction. "What's happening?" I screamed. Then, the first circle we saw was dispersing rapidly as the flesh eater abandoned their meal and started seeking dessert in the crowd. Just like that, another was incapacitated on the ground, becoming seconds. But there was something else that I noticed while the thing was rising to look for its next victim. It was Emily. the girl who followed us the previous night. Tony told us that we were going to need to get to her place. As we began running, there were more and more of these things attacking and eating others. Where were they all coming from? If this wasn't horrifying enough, I then received the answer to my question. Some of the flesh eaters were missing faces themselves. Just bone, blood, and remnants of skin where their faces used to be. And they were using these skeletal faces to eat those of others. They weren't coming from anywhere. They were being created by the other flesh eaters. As one walked away from their meal, I saw the body of their victim rise and begin chasing their own mark. I was transfixed on this horrific, spontaneous public meltdown of society happening right before our eyes, when I was suddenly thrust to the ground with great force. I never saw it coming. I had no idea what was happening. I eventually focused and realized that I had one of these faceless flesh eaters hovering over me. Blood was dripping from their jowls onto my face. I knew it was all over for me. Before I could even scream, Tony suddenly appeared face to face with the creature hovering over me. Except, she looked different. Her eyes were blood red and she appeared to have a large set of fang-like teeth protruding from her open mouth. She used one hand to pick up the creature, bringing it face to face with her. She stared directly into its eyes and let out a guttural, terrifying sound like I've never heard. Whatever this was, the creature was afraid of Tony. She dropped it and scrambled off immediately. She looked at me with her new face and shouted, "Get up and follow me. They won't touch you now." I ran behind her the rest of the way. Tears in my eyes as I tried to figure out what was happening. When we got to her place, Tony locked the doors, and then shook some sort of liquid out of a bottle onto the floor in front of each of the doorways and windows. "This won't be over until morning," she said. Her face was back to normal now. We all stayed together in the living room that night. I knew that Tony would keep us safe. When daylight broke, she alerted us that it should be safe now, but that we needed to leave the city and go home immediately. We piled into her car so that she could drive us back to ours at the hotel. As we drove, I noticed the streets were now empty, save for what appeared to be cleanup crews picking up the aftermath. Some were power washing the ground where there appeared to be dark stains. There were no bodies and no flesh eaters out seeking breakfast from what I could see. We were all dead silent for the entire drive, focused on what was happening outside our windows. Tony turned on the radio to a news station. They were reporting that several people had died in what they called parade float accidents the prior day. As Tony said goodbye to us, she hugged me and put a note in my pocket. I haven't had the courage to read it yet. Asking a girl out for the first time on Valentine's Day can sometimes be a gamble. Should I ask her to go out sometime before Valentine's Day first? Is asking someone out for a first date on Valentine's Day too presumptuous? Should Valentine's Day be reserved for couples who have already reached a certain point in their relationship? And if V-Day is reserved for pre-existing relationships, would she reject my Valentine's Day invitation despite her willingness to say yes on any other day? Also, will that permanently seal me under the category of friend? I wrestled with this idea for 24 hours before finally deciding to say, screw it. What have I got to lose other than my dignity? And so, with my newfound bravery, I decided to text her. Very brave of me, right? It went something like this. Me. What are you doing? Her. Nothing. You? Me. Trying to make a decision. Her. A decision? About what? Me. Where we should go this Friday? Are you asking me out for Valentine's Day? Maybe. Where would you take me? It's a surprise. Are you saying yes? Maybe. Then she put a winky face. Little did she know, it wasn't just going to be a surprise for her. In reality, I had no idea where I was going to take her, but that little chocolate-covered lie bought me a bit of time to find a place to go. I started Googling Valentine's Day events in town. I came up with the usual restaurants, inviting couples for their special V-Day dinners, dance club parties, etc. Then I saw something that stuck out, an event for a Valentine's Day festival on a meetup group website. That's different, I thought. I've never heard of a festival for V-Day. It says they'll have food, drinks, dancing, and entertainment of many types. I decided that this was the winner and signed us up for their RSVP form. That Friday came quickly. I picked her up around 7 and we drove out to the event, which was a bit outside of town. It was about a 45-minute drive past a lot of fields and barren areas. When we finally reached the destination on Google Maps, I saw a sign hung at the corner of a small turnoff that read Valentine's Festival, with an arrow pointing down the dirt drive. We pulled in, and after a few seconds of nothing but trees and brush, we saw some other vehicles parked in an improvised parking lot fashion on the lawn. This brought a sigh of relief, as I really didn't want to look like a complete idiot in front of her on our first date, especially with it being Valentine's Day. We parked, got out. I took her arm in arm as we walked toward what looked like a large outdoor party going on with lots of lanterns and merry-sounding noise. This was definitely the place. I looked at her and noticed a smile. "This looks like fun," she said. I smiled when I saw that she was happy with my decision. We eventually came to a front gate where a woman, dressed in period clothing, asked to see our RSVPs. I showed her on my phone, and she checked off our names on a sheet. We continued inward. To put it lightly, this place was beautiful. There were colored lantern lights everywhere, soft white string lights defining sections and walkways, an incredible food spread, which was, as of yet, untouched. People dancing, singing, and even some old men dressed in religious wear who seemed to be just as into it as everyone else. Most of them were dressed in the same period clothing as the woman who checked our RSVPs at the gate. And it was all set up in a field with beautiful flowers and greenery all around us. It looked perfect. I was proud of myself for making this decision. She would definitely be impressed. A minute later, we were approached by an older woman who looked happy to see us. "Hello, you must be our guests," she said with a smile. "We are definitely two of them," I said. She laughed. "Come with me. We'll get you all set up for the festival. It starts shortly." "Okay," I said, looking at my date. We smiled at each other and started following the woman. She led us to an area with some small wooden booths. I wasn't sure if these were outhouses, phone booths, or what. She said, "You take the one on the left, she can take the one on the right. Inside, you will find clothing to change into." "We have to change clothing?" I asked. "Yes, for the aesthetic of the festival. You're both going to look so cute." I looked at my date, gave her a half smirk with a shoulder shrug, and she did the same back. We entered our booths. I felt kind of silly wearing this costume clothing, but I was going to play along if everybody else was. I exited the booth. She was still in hers. A couple of minutes later, she opened the door and stepped out slowly, wearing a stunning dress of many colors. She looked like a princess. I think she could tell by my widened eyes that I liked it. "See something you like?" she asked. I chuckled. "Absolutely." The woman looked at us both with a satisfied smile. "You both look splendid. We'll keep your clothing in bags for you. Come along." We followed her. She led us to an area with several tables of food and drink and told us to make ourselves at home. We grabbed some small plates of hors d'oeuvres, along with some wine. We talked and ate. "How did you find this place?" she asked. "I found it online. Do you like it?" "Of course I do. It's wonderful." After finishing our food, we refilled our wine and headed out toward an area where there were people laughing and dancing to music played by a small group of musicians with stringed instruments. I asked her to dance, and we danced, and laughed, and even kissed. A little while later, everybody started moving to another location, so we followed. We came to an area with a large platform, like a stage with 2 chairs in the middle. The stage was decorated with flowers of red, yellow, and orange. Shortly after, a few of those old men in religious garb walked up to the steps on the side of the stage, bringing a couple of guests with them, and directing them to sit in the chairs. I couldn't wait to see what they were about to do. After the guests in the chairs, a male and a female, were seated, the woman who had given us our festival clothing approached the stage, then turned to address the crowd. As we are here to honor the great Romulus and Remus, creators of Rome, the festival has now begun. Everyone began cheering. Who? I whispered to my date. Shh, she said. Bring her in, said the woman. A large carriage was being pulled by several men toward the stage. When they got closer and people were out of the way, I noticed that there was some sort of animal inside. A very large animal. When the carriage reached the front of the stage, it became clear to me that this was some sort of wolf-like creature. I was getting pretty uneasy by this point. The woman turned toward the guests on stage. For this part, you will be the goats, she said, pointing at the man. He laughed. She then turned to the female and said, and you will be the dog. She looked confused and insulted by this statement. The male said, what? The woman assured him, don't worry, it's part of the celebration. And he seemed to calm down, but still looked annoyed. I looked at my date and whispered, this is getting weird. She replied, yeah. Both guests were starting to look woozy, like they were about to pass out. The female guest's wine goblet fell to the floor with a loud clanking sound as she slumped over. The male looked over at her, frightened and angry. What are you doing? He exclaimed, then looking at his own wine goblet just before passing out. The old men in religious garb started strapping them both into their chairs. I shouted, what the hell's going on here? As my date grabbed my arm. The woman placed her hand on my arm, saying, it's okay. It's okay. This is normal. I looked at her with confusion. The wolf-like creature in the carriage cage was getting upset by my outburst and was growling toward me. Back on the stage, the old men in religious garb started stripping their clothes off until they were completely naked. What the hell is this? I exclaimed. Two of the naked old men picked up large knives and walked in front of the couple in the chairs. Before I knew what was happening, the old religious men thrust the knives into the couple's chest simultaneously, pulled them out, turned toward the crowd and wiped the bloody blades across their foreheads. They then started laughing and the crowd cheered. Oh my God, I exclaimed, grabbing my date's arm. We have to get out of here. She looked at me in horror, with tears coming from her eyes. Don't be frightened, said the woman. This is all part of the celebration. The wolf creature was getting angrier and louder, still looking in my direction. I screamed, let's go, at my date. At this point, the woman shouted, let her out, as several men started opening the cage door to the carriage to let the wolf free. We ran, hand in hand, back in the direction that we came from. I plowed through people as we ran back toward the entrance gate. We got through the gate and I slammed it shut. We continued running toward the parking lot. The funny part is, when I looked back, nothing was chasing after us. It was like they didn't think there was anything wrong. When we got to the car, I first unlocked her door to make sure she was safe inside, then unlocked mine and jumped in. And unlike every horror movie I've ever seen, the car started on the first try. We sped away, leaving a dirt cloud in our wake. After a couple of minutes, I finally glanced over and my date was looking tired. She was passing out. Oh no, I thought. We drank the wine. A few minutes later, I started feeling like I was about to pass out. Then I decided that we had a better chance of making it if I pulled over than if I passed out and crashed. So I pulled over and dialed 911. At least, I think I did. I don't remember hanging up. I don't even remember talking to them. All I remember is being awoken by police busting out my window. EMS was on the scene and pulled us both out of the car, loading us into the back of an ambulance. That's the last thing I remember before the next day. When we woke in a hospital the next morning, I learned that our stomachs had been pumped as a preventative measure, as they didn't know what was in the wine that we drank. They had us on IVs all night to keep us hydrated. I told the police all about the festival, the murders, everything. I even gave them the address of the event that I punched into Google Maps the prior evening. Later that day, I received a call from them saying that they checked the address, but there was nothing there. I told them, I know it's in the middle of nowhere, but it was down a dirt side drive to the left, right by where Google said the address should be. You have to go through the drive and everything is back there in the field. The officer hesitated for a few seconds, then replied, "We did see the side drive, and we did go through it. There's nothing back there. No people, no lights, no stages, no garbage left behind, nothing. We spent over an hour looking. There's just nothing there." I then grabbed my phone to bring up the festival group of the meetup website. As you guessed it, gone. We were in orbit. We had been for 2 days and 21 hours. It was so calm and peaceful up there. I looked out the window and saw the Earth suspended in a sea of black. It was like it was hanging on a piece of invisible string, and I could see the faint, blue-gray haze that was Earth's atmosphere. We could see whole continents with golden-green ground and deep blue seas. I could see the sun, brighter than a million light bulbs behind us. Trillions of twinkling stars sparkled all around us. The sky was darker than I'd ever seen it before, which only made the sun and distant stars seem even brighter. I turned back around and looked around the shuttle. The gleaming off-white walls were covered in panels, switches, and levers. There were blinking lights and screens all around the walls with an area sectioned off for sleeping quarters. There was a huge jolt and we all bumped up and down. I looked out the window and saw that we had finally reached the moon after 3 days of being in that cramped shuttle. The milky surface gleamed in the sun's reflected light, highlighting every crater, hill, and valley. It stretched for miles and miles, and all of it was covered in this white, milky light that felt like it was putting you into a trance, like staring into a fireplace. The effect was mesmerizing. The hills, big and small, cast long shadows into the valleys and craters, giving it an eerie look. I heard the pneumatic hiss of the door and snapped out of my trance. I jumped out of the shuttle and landed on the surface of the moon. There was a thin film of dust hovering above the ground. That was one of the first things I learnt about the moon, that layer of floating dust. There is no wind, no movement up there to give any reason for it to be there like that, and yet it is. Our mission was to collect some small samples of rock to bring back for testing. This had been done before, so we had no idea why they wanted us to go up again. But they never told us, and we never asked. I guess they were paying us quite well to do this, as Nicola had so often reminded me. Martin was already jumping down the steps to the moon floor, so we followed him. There was no shortage of rock clumps and strange formations around, but none were small enough or of good enough quality to take back with us. I wandered off a bit, hoping to find an acceptable specimen. I walked behind a tall bit of rock to see if there were any small pieces, but there was nothing there. Even the dust had disappeared. I turned around and walked back the way I had come to the shuttle, but it wasn't there. Neither were Martin and Nicola. They were gone. Everything was gone, except for a small building about 200 meters from me. I knew there was something off about this, but for some reason, I wasn't afraid. Instead, I felt curious. There was a sort of gravity radiating from that squat little building, and I could feel it pulling at my mind, even from here. I slowly started to walk towards the building, which, as I got closer, I realized was glowing. I walked a bit faster. My curiosity almost a tangible thing by now. My heart was hammering, but still, I felt no fear. It was the strangest thing. The building was glowing from a central point on the inside, like something, a consciousness of some sort, was in there, and was trying to lure me in. I put my hand on the handle to the door, and even through the spacesuit, I could feel the heat coming off it in waves. The The handle got hotter and hotter, but I couldn't pull my hand away. The heat got worse and worse until I thought it might burn me through the suit, but it stopped all at once. I felt dizzy, almost like I had been sitting down for a while and stood up too quickly, but weirder. I looked around and I was back in the shuttle. I stood completely still, listening for any sound that might indicate I wasn't still utterly alone in this place. I heard nothing. There was absolutely no sound, not even the buzzing and clicking of the engines and power. I walked over to the window, trying to peer out into the inky black, and saw the Earth. Only it wasn't my Earth. It wasn't the planet I called my home. This was warped somehow, and the closer I tried to look, the fuzzier the image appeared. Like I couldn't look directly at it. Like I wasn't allowed to look directly at it. I could feel my dizziness turn into a pounding headache, and I sat down on a bed, realizing I was in the sleeping quarters. There was still no sound coming from beyond my door, and that twisted Earth that wasn't mine was still outside my window. It almost seemed like it was leering at me, laughing at my confusion and the fear I was just now beginning to feel. I wasn't in my spacesuit. Whatever had transported me back here had done something to get rid of it. So I lay down on my bed, trying to fall asleep in case this was just a nightmare. But I couldn't. I lay there for hours trying to sleep, but the more I tried, the more awake I became. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually I realized I could hear faint noise coming from outside my door, getting louder and morphing into the familiar buzzing of the inner workings of the spacecraft. I could hear people talking and walking around. I almost cried with relief and ran to my door, out into the main room. Sat there was Martin and Nicola, looking for all the world like nothing had happened. So I asked them. I asked what had happened, where they had gone, what was that horrible building. But they stared at me blankly, and I could see no light in their eyes. Looking into their cold, dead eyes, I knew that whatever was inside that building, whatever was causing all of this, had gotten to them, and for whatever reason, it had not claimed me too. Martin and Nicola got up in total synchronicity and walked towards me with their arms hanging limply at their sides. As they walked towards me, I knew. I could feel in my bones that even though that thing had not claimed me, I was not saved. My fate was to be much worse. I ran faster than I ever had before, straight to the life module. I somehow figured out how to start it through my panic, and it roared to life. It was the most comforting noise I had heard in my entire life. The stress and fear took over me, though, and I passed out. I woke up in the hospital after the module had used autopilot to make its way back to Earth. And it was my Earth, not twisted and wrong in a fundamental level, but mine. I was released from the hospital a week later, the doctors giving me a clean bill of health. Didn't stop them, though. Every night I have the same dream. I dream I'm flying towards the moon in the silent shuttle. I know which building I'm flying to, and I can't stop it. I know that it will claim me eventually, that I can't do anything to stop it. For $3,000 a month, I do a night cleaning job on 3 conditions. 1, I can't take a single day off. 2, the job lasts 365 days. 3, I have to follow all posted signs. If I can abide by those 3 things, I get a bonus of $5,000 at the end of my contract. To someone desperate for cash with no options, PCCOA seemed like a great gig. I rarely get sick. I like working by myself, and since it's a night gig, I can pick up different jobs during the day and maybe one day not live paycheck to paycheck. I've had this job for 90 days, and it's starting to get weird. The conditions are easy, but the actual job, I can't really talk to people about it. They don't believe me. It's alright with me, really. I've always been a loner, but I need someone else to know about what's been happening. PCCOA is a pretty underground business. Paranormal Containment Centers of America. I only found out about it through a sketchy online ad, and even there, they weren't upfront about what they do. The ad was for night cleaning for PCCOA, Purification Chemical Compounds of America, and was labeled as mildly dangerous due to the nature of purification chemicals. The entire ad used vague technical jargon that I didn't care to research. The page justified the nature of the job, and I needed the job. The night cleaning job is not an easy position to fill for a number of reasons, including but not limited to the nightly tasks. 1. Refilling the blood buckets in the vampire containment cave. 2. Mopping the area outside Nessie's tank, aka the splash zone, where the carnage of her dinner ends up. 3. Sanitizing and cleaning the triple layer of doors outside the ghost ward. 4. Repairing any damage to the outer walls of the demon den. 5. Using a shop vac to remove any unexplainable slime puddles, presumably from the extraterrestrial floor. And that's just the first half of page 1. I go in at 5 and I'm usually done by 9 or 10, depending on Nessie's enthusiasm for mealtime or how feisty the ghosts are feeling. Last night, I went in and started to understand why there's a time limit on this job. Rule 3 is important because the signs change each shift. Most of the time they're ones I've seen before rotated out. Caution, spirits imitating loved ones in distress. Think happy thoughts. Aliens attempting mind control. Scarecrows on prowl tonight. But I saw one tonight I hadn't seen before. As I walked in, the bright red sign caught my eye. Alert. Shadow Stealers active. Exercise extreme caution. After 90 days, I had gotten more comfortable than I could have imagined with paranormal entities. But Shadow Stealers? I couldn't recall those. I thumbed through my employee handbook until I saw the section, Shadow Stealers, a comprehensive warning. I scanned the 3-page write-up and got the gist. Shadow Stealers are rare, only emerging about once every 5 years. Shadow Stealers are tough because the experts have yet to find a way to fully contain them, and they have some nasty habits. Shadow Stealers follow your breath, and their primary goal is to steal it. They do this first by taking your shadow, a few inches at a time. The experts still don't fully understand how, but once the Shadow Stealers have taken 75% of your shadow, breathing becomes more difficult. As they take the remainder of your shadow, you suffocate, and there's nothing anyone can do to help you. After they suffocate you, others in the building hear your breathing for hours, like your breath is following them. Highly dangerous and highly distressing. If you notice your shadow being consumed, you can try to fight back by walking into daylight and shifting your light source. Not an option for night shift, and at best, the option has a 50% success rate. Best not to get your shadow taken in the first place. The shadow defenses, a mask covering your nose and mouth to deter them from following, and a headlamp to illuminate the space around you, so you can always keep watch on your shadow. I saw in my daily supply bucket my 2 additions for the night waiting on me. A dark colored mask, and a fancy headlamp with lights all around. As I moved my head, the lights adjusted, allowing me to have an eye on my shadow no matter my movements. I scanned the pages on Shadow Stealers one more time. If I had learned anything in 90 days, it was that being prepared for the paranormal was of the utmost importance. After rereading, I grabbed my supplies and set off to work. The handbook advises against using headphones during your shift. It's important to have full hearing in case an alarm sounds or an entity communicates with you, which requires lengthy documentation. I began sweeping my normal path and continually checked my shadow. I was on guard, but nothing seemed off. As I swept around the edges of the demon den, I tried to ignore the sound of long nails dragging across the wall on the opposite side. That's when I heard the sound of a mound of paperwork after my shift. A demon spoke to me. What happens when they don't get your whole shadow? It hissed from inside the den. I couldn't see, only saw its glowing eyes through the darkened panes of glass. As instructed, I ignored it, despite the bone-chilling terror I felt. Employees were told to ignore any communications from the paranormal. We were told to make note of all things said, all sounds, smells, tastes, and feelings, but never to speak back. You don't have to speak to me. You don't need to. I can hear your thoughts, the demon whispered. It tapped a nail against the glass. I'd only ever been spoken to a couple of times by entities, and I'd never spoken back. I am a rule follower. The experts say that the things contained here will say things to try to get you into a conversation. My hands shook as I continued sweeping. We will, Miss Goody Two-Shoes. We will say anything. It said as its eyes followed me. There is nothing like the feeling of being followed by demon eyes. I could feel the cold sweat down my back. What happens when it only takes half your shadow? When you are able to stop it? The shadow stealers are not far from my kind. Wood thinking back, Countess speaking. I couldn't really control my thoughts. I didn't remember reading about what happens if 50% of the shadow is taken, and you succeed at fighting back. The experts, so high and mighty, never seen here past daylight for good reason, scared of our power. You're expendable to them. Why didn't they tell you what happens if your shadow is only half stolen? The words were more sinister, spoken in a whisper that sounded like it was right inside my ears and made the hair on the back of my neck stand at attention. Why didn't they tell me? Why wasn't that in the handbook? Everything else was. Because they don't care what happens to you. I know what happens when the shadow stealers get to you. It doesn't matter if you fight. Once your shadow starts to go, your soul does too. The entities will say anything to get you to speak back. Anything. How do you think we got in this situation? In this cage? We used to be like you. The demon cackled. The sound of its laughter made my stomach drop. I kept sweeping, checking my shadow. Still good. A few more feet of sweeping and I could be done with the demon den for the night. Are you looking close enough? Are you really looking? Employees aren't to speak back to the creatures. I inspected my shadow. No. My wispy hairs that framed my head from my haphazard ponytail were gone from my shadow. I sprinted outside. The sun hadn't fully set. There was time to change my light source. I turned until my shadow was on the other side of me, stretched long. I watched as my hair slowly reappeared in it and realized I'd been holding my breath. I took a few deep breaths and examined my shadow. I was okay. Everything was okay. I just had to be more vigilant and not let any entities get to me. The experts are meticulous. I had to go finish the tiny section of the demon den, then complete the rest of my duties. I began to speed sweep when the demon came back to the glass. Smart girl. So smart and so brave. You've got your shadow back, but they got you. Your soul, they're part of you now. Demons are liars. It's in every file. Every story I've ever heard. They lie. Humans lie too. You'll start turning soon. Just like us. The demon laughed again. I don't think I will ever get used to that sound. I finished the area and latched the hallway door leading to the demon den. I'd never been spoken to that much by anything in the center. I kept watching my shadow and moved on to the werewolf cages, my favorite area to clean. The werewolves were usually calm at night and looked a lot like big dogs to me. Lots of things frightened me in that place, but not the werewolves. As I rolled my mop bucket into their room, the werewolves began howling. They snarled at me, gnashed their teeth, and foamed at the mouth. I mopped their area despite the chomping at the bars. At least these guys couldn't try to talk to me. I finished up their enclosure and rolled to the vampire cages. All I had to do was drop some new blood buckets off from the donor freezer. As I began lowering them into the cave, I realized something was really wrong. The buckets smelled too good. Like, really good. Like I wanted to drink it. I wrapped up my duties there as quick as possible and sped through the rest of my shift. I just got home and I can't stop thinking about it. The blood smelled good to me. I hate to even admit that. I didn't write it in my documentation, even though I put everything the demon said to me. I am a rule follower, but maybe I can't be anymore. I keep replaying what the demon said to me about a piece of my soul, about being transformed. I really need this job. I really wish I didn't. I hope I'm wrong, but something seems seriously wrong with the local coyotes. I couldn't sleep the other night, so I decided to go on a late night drive. For context, I live in a very rural western state, and it's not uncommon for towns to be hours apart from each other. I decided to head towards the abandoned nuclear site that's about 2 hours out of my town. It's a nice quiet drive, and you can drive out into the hills and see the stars in a way that isn't possible even in a small town. The drive started normally enough. It was calm and quiet, pretty much exactly what I wanted to calm my mind and tire me out. About 30 miles out of town, my radio started making strange noises. I had kept the volume low just because I was enjoying the quiet, but suddenly a roar of static and voices filled my cab. Now, I drive an older truck, so things randomly going haywire isn't totally unusual, but I've never really heard of a radio suddenly gaining a life of its own and screaming to the world. The sudden blast of noise scared me, causing me to jerk the steering wheel. As I slid to the side of the road, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. There was a large figure off to the left-hand side of my truck. As my truck got closer, everything seemed to go in slow motion. The monstrous figure arched its back, letting out a scream unlike anything I had ever heard before. Its legs were almost stilt-like, thin and tall, while gangly arms swung like pendulums as it bellowed again. What I assume were its eyes flashed a piercing white as it craned its head towards me. I gripped the steering wheel even tighter as my truck veered into the borrow pit I had failed to see earlier in the dark. As if my luck could not get any worse, as I closed my eyes, I realized that the monster before me had been standing in the pit. I closed my eyes and waited for the crunching of my truck's grill as its shadow loomed over me. I sat there, bracing for the sound of crunching metal to echo through the empty roadway. But it never came. Once the gravel quieted under my wheels, I opened my eyes. The ditch before me laid empty. There was no sign of the monstrosity I had seen just a few moments before. The truck was still running, and everything seemed fine. I just started to relax and question my sanity when pained yipping slowly sounded from underneath my truck. I gathered what shaking resolve I had left, along with a tire iron, and slowly got out of my truck. Using my phone as a flashlight, I carefully looked under my truck. 2 white orbs peered back at me as I moved the light under the cab. I dropped my phone and jumped back as the pained cries intensified. I stood there, with my tire iron raised, waiting for whatever monster it was to crawl out and attack me. I stood there for what seemed like ages as the cries slowly quieted down. As I was grabbing my phone, I heard a small and very weak cough coming from under my truck. Feeling brave, I once again decided to look under the truck, and to my surprise, staring back at me was a small coyote pup. His eyes glimmered white as he turned to look at my light. My heart sank as I saw him cough weakly and try to stand, but to no avail. I don't know what came over me, but impulsively, I climbed in the cab of my truck and grabbed an old t-shirt from the floorboards. Without hesitation, I found myself crawling under the truck and through the sagebrush and gravel to save a tiny coyote who just minutes earlier managed to scare the ever-living shit out of me. The tiny creature stared at me, half terrified as I reached for him. He let out one last ear-piercing shriek as I set the shirt on him and pulled him out. He was alert, but his body felt limp in my limbs. Terrified that I had broken his back, I quickly searched the nearest wildlife vet on my phone. I set the coyote on the floor of the cab as I looked at the options. There was a vet about 2 hours away that specialized in wildlife care, but with a little more scrolling, I realized there was a vet even closer. The search said it would be 4 hours away taking the main roads, but having grown up in this area, I knew there was a shortcut through the old nuclear site. The roads had been long abandoned, but they were drivable, especially in an old 4-wheel drive. I looked down at the coyote as I climbed back into the driver's seat, and for a split second I wondered if this really was what I saw on the road. As another weak cough escaped its lips, I threw the truck in drive without a second thought. As the truck climbed out of the borrow pit, I noticed hundreds of white eyes watching us. Every time the truck moved and the light of the headlights shifted, it was as though new eyes just appeared. I've never known coyotes to be true pack animals, but I guess caring for the wounded is a cross-species experience. My engine roared as we neared the site, and my new furry friend laid quiet as I scanned the roadside for the dirt trail that would lead us to our destination. The wind echoed through the abandoned buildings on either side of us as we sped through. Every now and then in the window I would catch the reflection of what looked to be a set of glowing eyes, but I reassured myself it was just my headlights. I could see the turnoff getting closer, and we nearly missed it as a bellowing screech echoed off the crumbling buildings. I hit the gas as I glanced in the rearview mirror. Behind us stood another one of the grotesque creatures I had seen earlier. A spindly arm reached out and grabbed the tailgates of the truck, ripping it off of its hinges. I took the turn far too fast, and the tiny coyote and I went bumbling through the brush and rocks off the trail. Fearing the creature was still behind us, I did my best to correct our course and get us back to the dirt road, but in the chaos I managed to lose all sense of direction. I could see the outline of the buildings behind us and the open range in front of us. The nuclear site was huge, and without getting closer, there was no way to tell where we actually were. No longer seeing any sign of the monster, I decided to stop the truck and get my bearings. If we tried to backtrack, we could have ended up right back in that creature's clutches. If we continued forward, we had the option of being lost in the desert and probably dying out there. I tried to decide what to do when I heard a strange popping coming from the passenger side of the truck. I flinched as I realized how hard the ride had to have been for the coyote. There's no way that off-roading was any sort of comfortable for him in the shape he was in. The strange popping noise happened again, and I looked down at my new friend. I was horrified as I watched his tiny body writhe and pop. The joints that were once limp seemed to snap into place, and it looked as though they were elongating as I stared in abject horror. I didn't have any time to process what was happening because demonic howls and white eyes seemed to surround the truck. Without a second thought, I threw the truck into gear and barreled deeper into the desert, driving in no particular direction other than away. I noticed fur suddenly filling my passenger seat. A deep grumbling whine filled the cab. By the time I looked back up, a boulder had filled the once empty space in front of the truck. I turned the wheel as hard as I could, somehow managing to avoid colliding head-on with the boulder, but still managing to lose my driver's side mirror in the process. Knowing we were heading right back into the thick of the creatures, I slammed down on the gas. If they were going to get me, I wasn't going to go down without a fight. Slamming through sagebrush and rocks, I was shocked by the vast emptiness. There wasn't a single monster in sight. Instinctively, I drove in the direction I expected the road to be. The desert seemed silent, but for the hammering of my engine. By the time my tires hit the ruts of the dirt road, I had almost forgotten about the coyote riding with me. As I got back on the path, I slowed down to check on in. Not only had I hit a coyote, I just put him through a whirlwind of a truck ride that may or may not have been caused by a wild hallucination on my part. I pulled the truck to a stop as I saw the familiar decrepit buildings alongside the roadside and looked down to them. When I did, I was shocked by what was on the floorboards. Fur everywhere, and long limbs bent at unnatural angles. As my gaze wandered up, the radio roared to life once again, scaring me so badly I hit the gas almost instinctively. Without realizing what I had done, I looked up and saw two wild white eyes staring, and a large maw filled with saber-like teeth right in my face. As I screamed, it let out a hellish howl, loud enough to crack my windshield. I jerked the wheel and we managed to collide with a large cement building. My face slammed into the steering wheel as we crashed through the cement outer walls of the building. I could hear the creature's screeches as the truck continued on course, finally ending its journey when we slammed into a large metal box. I started drifting in and out of consciousness. The sound of the engine hummed on as I watched more of these monsters tearing the passenger door off. They bellowed as they dragged their companion out of the truck. When I awoke next, I was in a hospital room. There were police and doctors standing around me, covered in lead panels and protective equipment. It was then that I learned at least part of the truth surrounding the site. The locals had always been told that the site was abandoned because of a lack of funding. According to the officer who was questioning me, that wasn't at all true. That nuclear site was the site of one of America's first nuclear meltdowns. Its only true nuclear disaster. I guess back in the 60s they were doing experiments with breeder reactors. Someone made a mistake and the control rod was pulled too far out, throwing the reactor into a full meltdown. Several people were killed, but given the nature of the experiment, the government quickly jumped in and started a cover-up. Their actions would later inspire how the Soviets addressed the Chernobyl meltdown. The reactor was quickly encased in a lead coffin and had a nondescript concrete building erected around it. The rest of the site was quickly abandoned, but was still monitored, which is, I guess, how they found me. No one can explain the coyote monsters I met with. The cops keep accusing me of trespassing in the buildings. They say I have radiation poisoning and that caused wild hallucinations, but I know I didn't have contact with any of the buildings until I was faced with that creature in my truck. I managed to damage the lead coffin, exposing myself to radiation levels our hospital has never seen before. I'm so very tired, but I felt like I had to write this down. It wouldn't shock me if this post disappears after I die, or the government decides to cover it up. But I couldn't leave what happened to me unsaid. Don't trust coyotes and never go near anything the government has abandoned. My Uncle Gary lives up in Alaska and always tells me about these native stories about creatures and monsters. I never believed them until I experienced it for myself, and by God do I regret not believing him. I would visit my Uncle Gary once a year for about a month in the winter, normally January or February, when I didn't really have much to do and school wasn't really as important to me. I would typically arrive the night before the first of the month. I showed up on January 31st that year and I slept once I got there, and then woke up and got out to do stuff. We would snowmobile up to great views of snowy plains and nice high mountains. I remember when we came back to the cabin, we would always sit down and enjoy a nice hot bowl of soup or stew filled with chunks of moose and sometimes even bear. Then him and I would relax and bullshit for a while watching TV at the cabin. My Uncle Gary didn't like going out the night before it was supposed to snow, and he didn't like going out while it was snowing. He always told me there was something that hunted in the snow, that even bears feared, and for something to scare a bear, it must be something bigger than them. I remember the day it happened. It was January 18th, 2019. It had just downpoured about a foot of snow on the ground, and we were just cleaning up and prepping dinner for that night. Above the sink in the kitchen was a window about 2 feet tall and about 4 feet wide. I watched over the backyard to the tree lines in the back. I always told my uncle that I wanted to go out back into those trees. My uncle put his hand on my shoulder and told me, "Those woods, I don't even go in. My grandfather died in those woods from something." Nobody ever found a culprit behind the killings, but they claimed that a supernatural force had killed him. My uncle and I walked outside to go get some stuff out of the small ice chest we had made. As we started to pick things out of the chest, it began to snow, and not like a light little dusting, but an absolute blizzard. We rushed back to the house and slammed the door shut. That was too close. We nearly got caught outside during the hunt. My uncle spoke, shivering just a little. "The hunt?" I asked as I carried the half-frozen bear meat to the cutting board to try and cut it up for the stew. His brow furrowed as he turned to me. "I've gotten caught in one of these blizzards, and I was nearly a victim to this thing." He walked over to me and washed his hands. "What thing?" I asked, looking up and out the window, and what neither of us realized until later that week, that it was already hunting something, and it wouldn't stop until it caught its prey. I finished cutting up the bear meat and threw it into the giant cast iron pot. I then cut up the carrots and the onions, the potatoes, and then my mix of spices that I still keep a secret. I let it stew on the stove, stirring it every 20 minutes, and then soon finished the meal in about an hour, letting it get thickened up and then making fresh fettuccine noodles to serve with the stew. My uncle was always impressed with my culinary skills. He always told me that I should go to culinary school and become a chef. I laughed and told him my parents would never let me do that. He gave me a pat on the back and smiled. Do what you want to do, my boy. Don't let your parents smash your culinary dream. I smiled and we sat down in the den and ate our bowl of stew. Hey, Uncle Gary. I spoke up as he finished his bite of stew. What's up, Jay? He said as he prepared to take the next bite of stew. What's that thing you were talking about that lives in the woods behind the house that apparently killed your grandpa? He stopped and put his fork with food back into the bowl and set it down on the table. Jay, I don't really like talking about it, but since you and I spend so much time together, I think it's about time I tell you. He spoke as he looked at the bear head above the fireplace. I turned and looked at that head and noticed the claw marks on the side of the bear's face. Was it that thing that made those claw marks? I asked as I turned to look at my Uncle Gary. Yes, that is the only one of the things he's done. Now follow me and leave your stew here. You need to see this. He stood up and walked over to the closet by the door to the den and opened the door and stood by the door. Over here. He motioned for me to come over, and I do as he grabs the small rug on the floor and pulled it out and grabbed a small handle on the backside and opened a hatch in the floor. I looked to him as I stepped down the hatch and he follows behind me, turning on the lights as I looked to the walls. It looked like a criminal investigation board. It had drawings, witness accounts, trail camera photos, strings around it connecting things. Uncle Gary, what is all this? I said, blown away, not expecting to see all this in my uncle's home. This, my boy, is just what you think it is. An investigation board. He said, walking over to the table in the middle of the room and ushering me over. I walked towards him and stand over the table with him. On the table was a satellite photo of the surrounding area with marks, dates, symbols, and a bunch of different names of people. I turn and look at the photos on the wall. Is this it? I ask him, putting my finger on a picture. He sighed and walked towards me. Yeah, that's it. He stood and pointed to an X on the map. That's where the picture was taken last month, about a mile north of here. I take an even more detailed look at the picture and I see something in the picture. Hey, Uncle Gary, did you see this? He looks at where I point and he sees what I'm looking at. In its grasp, it looked like a leg of something. Is that denim? I think so, but if that's denim, that means that's a person's leg. But it looks like that leg goes off the camera's range and there is no end of the leg, so either whoever it has lost their entire leg, or this thing is dragging them away. I explain as I step back and look at the map again. So it was taken here a month ago, you said. So whoever it is probably is dead by now. I sigh and step towards the table. Has there been any missing persons reports in the area? Putting my hands on the table, trying to decipher and figure out the mystery behind this thing. It's Alaska. We are known as the land of the missing. So there are a lot of missing people in the state. Figuring out who it is going to be almost impossible. He spoke as he walked towards the stairs back up to the house. Come on, we can do something about this another day. Let's finish enjoying that stew you made. He smiled as I walked with him to the stairs, and we walked back up to the den. As soon as we stepped up into the den, we heard a howling noise from outside. Just a wolf pack wandering through the area. We walked back to the couches and sat down and began to enjoy the rest of our dinner. We finished our stew and Uncle Gary told me stories of when he was a young boy with his grandfather. All the hunts they went on, and how he learned to skin and butcher animals for food and how to make their hides into blankets and rugs. He had even showed me how to do the exact same thing while I was with him. After we went to bed, I couldn't fall asleep. I laid in bed and thought about what I had seen under the hatch. I got up from bed and put on my slippers and walked to the closet and took the rug out and opened the hatch and went down into the room. I turned on the light and walked to the table and put my hands down on it. We have to be missing something. I groan as I go up to the kitchen and get a drink and go back down into the room. I sit down in the chair and think for a few moments before standing up and walking over to the board and comparing all the things I see. The witness accounts linking up with others, and the date of the sightings and the trail camera photos, and all the marks on the map. Wait a minute, I said as I looked at 3 different witness accounts and grabbed a pencil off the table, and looked at the locations of the sightings and noticed something. All those sightings were about a half-mile away from each other, and the thing was, my grandpa's cabin was right in the middle of it. It formed a triangle around the cabin, and I was surprised my uncle hadn't noticed this. But what is the connection with this and that thing? I sighed and Walked to the desk and sat down again. If the sightings made a triangle around the cabin, then there must be something in or around this cabin that this thing is attracted to. I said as I started looking around the room, is there something in here it might be looking for? I start looking in the containers and I don't find anything. If it isn't looking for something, then maybe it lives in these woods. That's when I realized something. Uncle Gary and his grandfather died in the woods behind the cabin. The first sighting was in the woods behind the cabin, and that's where we got the trail camera photo from. And these cabins are its hunting grounds. And one of the cabin owners just so happened to be outside when this beast was on the hunt. I stood up and walked over to the photos. So if this photo was taken here facing here, that would mean that cabin would be abandoned. That's where we need to go tomorrow. I spoke as I grabbed my drink and turned the lights out and headed back upstairs. I shut the hatch and walked back to the bedroom and laid down and went to sleep. After I woke up that morning, I made breakfast for my uncle and then I looked to him. So I made a discovery last night, Uncle Gary. He turned to me and took a bite of his food. What's that, my boy? He said as he looked at me with his fork full of sausage gravy. After breakfast, I'll show you. It's hard to explain without showing you. I spoke as I took a bite from my biscuit. We finished our biscuits and sausage gravy and headed down to the hatch in the room. As we entered the room, I clicked the light on and walked towards the map on the wall. So what did you find out last night? He said as he crossed his arms next to me. I pointed to the triangle I drew on the wall. After looking at everything that you've found out, I'm surprised you didn't see this. I tapped on each of the cabins, and I think it was then that he started to put two and two together. So from what you're showing me, those triangles in the entire area, it's been spotted in. And right between all of the cabins is the woods out back. I looked at him and facepalmed. Uncle Gary, I swear you're dumb sometimes. I sighed and slapped him on the back. He laughed and gave me a pat on the back as well. No. I looked at him and pointed to the cabin to the northwest of ours. While I was looking at this map last night, I had an idea. You know how the picture of the creature had that leg in it? He nodded as I continued. Well, the camera was pointed this way towards the northmost cabin, and I did a little digging and figured out that the man that lives in that cabin was an older gentleman. I believe that the person that the creature has is that man from that north cabin. He looked at me and patted me on the back again. You're such a smart kid, Jay. And I'm proud of you. Do you think we should go and investigate his cabin? I nodded and grabbed my knife off the table and stuck it in my pocket. We walked and climbed the steps back up into the den. Together we walked over to the gun cabinet, and he handed me a rifle and he grabbed his shotgun. Here, I think you'll need this, just in case anything happens. He hands me a handgun, a Glock 18, then hands me its holster. I put the holster on and put the handgun in the holster. He grabs his handgun, a .357 Magnum, and puts that in his holster on his hip. We then grab our winter jackets and boots and everything and put them on. We then get up and walk towards the door. He grabs his hat off the hat rack and puts it on as I do the same. You ready, buckaroo? I nod as he opens the door as the snow and wind blows into the cabin. We quickly walk outside and shut the door behind us. He turns and turns on the light outside so we can see the house if it gets dark. We can still see the house that way. We then begin to walk towards the cabin. The snow already began to pick up as the wind whipped past our ears, chilling them as our noses began to run from the cold wind. As we walked, we came across a carcass of a moose, and looking at the way this moose was mutilated was just horrific. Its throat had been torn out and its entire body was torn apart in pieces, the guts all pooling out. The off thing was, we didn't see any blood pooled out into the snow, just the organs starting to get covered by the snow. Uncle Gary, if it was dead for a while, wouldn't the guts have been gone, or the snow had covered them up or something? I said as I turned around and looked around at the trees up on the ridge above us. He turned and looked too. Yeah, it would. He began scanning the ridgeline with his shotgun as I scanned the trees around us. Let's just go. We need to get to that cabin before whatever killed this comes back. My uncle nods as we begin going faster towards the cabin. We found a run going up a ridgeline. As we climbed it, we heard a loud growl come from behind us. What was that? I said as I aimed my rifle towards the holler we had just come from. He turned and looked at me and said with a stone-cold, serious face, "That's the beast. Uncle Gary, we need to get to that cabin now." I said as I started to go back up and further away from the growl. He nodded as we began to break into a run towards the cabin. As we ran, we heard trees and branches breaking and falling over. "Go, go, go," he yells as a little building came into view as he got to the door and opened it. As we both got inside, my uncle slammed the door shut as we looked out of the 2 windows the little cabin had. I look out the one window looking towards the area we had just come from. As I looked out the window, I saw it, and at that point, I wished we never left the cabin. It was black, but its hair covered in white due to the snow. Just from the 5 to 10 yards we were from it, I could already tell this thing had long claws coming from its arms, possibly up to 8 inches long. Its body was bulky and built like a professional athlete. Big, curly, muscular black arms, and its face is something that I wished I hadn't seen. Its face resembled that of a wolf, but it wasn't exactly a wolf since it appeared to be bipedal. Its snout contained a vicious amount of teeth. Some of them were white, and when I looked carefully, I noticed that a few were red. It looked like it was hunting for food, and we disturbed its feeding. We stared at it for a moment before it stuck its face up into the air and began to sniff as it lowered its nose and looked towards the cabin. I felt its eyes staring right into my soul, its dead stare freezing me as it started moving towards the cabin. It began to get closer and closer to the cabin as I looked at my uncle. "Get behind something and hide. Maybe it won't see us." So I hid in the small wooden closet where there was a hole big enough for me to look out into the room. My uncle hid under the bed, his hand on his shotgun ready to put up a fight. As I watched from the closet, I heard the beast scrape its long claws against the wooden walls of the small wooden building. I heard a growl as I looked towards the door as the door started to crack. A banging came from the door as I saw its hand burst through it, its claws dragging across the wood as its hand pulled away from the door as the banging grew louder. The beast burst it wide open, splintering it into a bunch of pieces as it stood into the room. My uncle froze as he readied his shotgun, and I readied my rifle. The beast walked into the room, stomping onto the small table, crushing it like a peanut. My uncle grabbed a splinter of wood that had blown from the door and threw it to the other side of the room. The beast turned and looked at where the wood had landed. My uncle looked at me in the closet as he crawled out, jumped up, and fired his shotgun, the pellets striking the beast in the back. I kicked open the door and aimed my rifle downrange and fired 3 bullets towards the beast. The beast never even flinched as we rushed towards the exit, my uncle making out the front door. I, however, was trapped as the beast lunged for my uncle, blocking the door. I looked for a way out, and I only found one way to escape from the building. That was to go out one of the windows. The bad thing, though, was the windows didn't appear to be able to open, so acting on my fight or flight response, I ran and jumped through the window, the glass shattering and cutting my face. I landed in the snow, the cold snow coating my face as my uncle ran up and grabbed me by my jacket and hauled me to my feet. "Go, get back to the cabin." He yelled as we ran, and started to run back to the cabin, the beast's gut-wrenching roar coming from behind us. I tripped and fell into the snow as I heard the crashing and thrashing of the trees and branches as I saw a large black figure of the beast come close. I rolled over and put my gun up and prepared to fire, but when I clicked the trigger, the gun jammed. "Damn it," I yelled as I went for my sidearm. I got the sidearm up and fired 3 rounds towards the charging beast. The first bullet didn't seem to do anything, but the second and third seemed to have a small effect on it. Then the beast began to slow down and eventually collapsed into the snow mere inches from me. I crawled back and stood up, pointing my sidearm at the body. My uncle yelled for me and I yelled back as he rushed to my side. "Jay." He got to me and gave me a hug, nearly crying. "Oh my God, you're okay." I sighed and hugged him back. After we broke the hug, we turned around and looked to the beast, seeing as the body started to release what I assumed to be blood. It appeared to be black as I grabbed a small stick and stuck it into the liquid. I pulled it back and held it up and took a smell of it. The smell of this stuff was putrid and it began to intensify with each passing second. I dropped the stick and looked to my uncle. "Should we keep going to the cabin or head back?" He sighed and looked at the body and reached for his phone as he took it out and snapped a picture of the beast's body. I turned and looked at the body, the wind snapping and howling in our ears, but as we calmed down and looked around, a gigantic roar, even louder than the one the beast took down, had just produced. It shook our chests as we turned towards the direction the roar came from. We need to go now, back to the cabin. My uncle yelled as we bolted back towards the direction of the cabin. We kept going, pushing branches and bushes out of the way, as we didn't want to get slowed down, as we knew whatever gave that roar, that beast was behind us. I was scared the entire time, even though I didn't show it at the time. As the cabin came into sight, a tree came flying by us. We ran into the cabin and slammed the door shut. Into the basement. He yelled as he opened the door, and I threw open the hatch and jumped down, my uncle following behind me. He pulled the door shut and climbed down the hatch and shut that as well. We rushed towards the room, and as we got there, we turned the lights on and fully loaded our guns, and I loaded my sidearm. As we reloaded, we heard banging and crashing coming from upstairs. We didn't move. We just kept our sights aimed towards the tunnel from the hatch. We stayed there for what felt like an eternity before we dared even move from that spot. It went silent upstairs as I looked to my uncle and started to move towards the start of the tunnel. We aimed forwards, walking like a military duo. As we approached the hatch, it was still silent. I saw the hatch and reached for the handle when my uncle stopped me. I turned towards him and he nodded to me as I stepped back and he stepped forward. He climbed up the small ladder and slowly opened the hatch. We slowly climbed out of the basement and opened the door to the den. As we stepped up into the den, we looked around us, as we didn't really notice any intense or extreme damage. Looking around, we saw the furniture flipped over and the door busted down in the same way the smaller one was busted down in the other cabin. If other than that, there wasn't really any other damage to the cabin. I walked over and turned one of the chairs back over and sat down and took a breather. I looked to my uncle and sighed. I'm saying this right now. Do not try to hunt this thing or even find it. This thing is powerful and I don't want to ever see this thing as close as I have before. I said as I looked to the small fridge my uncle had in the den. I stood up and walked over to it and opened up the freezer part of it and pulled out a bottle of whiskey. I screwed off the cap and took a swig and handed it off to my uncle. My uncle took it and took a swig from it as well and then put it back. We're sleeping in the basement since we're missing the door. Get your sleeping bag and put it in the basement because we're safe there. I nodded as we grabbed sleeping bags and set them up in the basement. Tomorrow, I think we should fix up this door and maybe go get some more trail cameras set up. I said as I climbed back into the basement and set up my sleeping bag and laid some of my stuff down there. Agreed. I need a door to the house. If I don't, this entire place is useless. We laughed it off as I cooked us dinner that night, with what I could find laying around. I made a nice thing of stir-fry with vegetables and a couple of meats with all the herbs and spices I could use till I made it perfect. I'm glad I have you to cook, Jay. I smiled and sat with him and ate my stir-fry. It ended up being a quiet night that evening. Although the coming days were calmer, but my uncle and I replaced the door. We heard the beast roar off in the distance, a good distance. But we did see a big one coming close to the cabin, but it wasn't acting aggressive. We also, a few days later, went to find that cabin that we hid in from the first beast. Sadly, we couldn't. It just seemed to have vanished from the forest. We followed the exact route we went, and I found the frame of the window I had smashed through with pieces of the glass laying around it, the sun reflecting off the pieces. Where did it go, Uncle Gary? I asked, scratching my head as I turned and looked around like I was lost. I don't know, Jay. It just seemed to vanish. He said as he was just as confused as I was about where the cabin vanished to. Seems this is another mystery that I don't want to solve. I said as I looked out through the many trees surrounding us. It was a beautiful sight to end a horrifying experience. I never told anyone about this experience because it's something that I don't ever want to experience again. I still don't know what it was. A wendigo, a skinwalker. I have no idea what this beast could be. It could be something else entirely. Maybe supernatural or spiritual. But my uncle and I have both named them the Shadow Wolves due to their resemblance to wolves. For those wishing to explore Alaska and wanting to find out what's there, I give you one warning and one warning only. Never get caught in a blizzard, where you may just be caught by the horrors within. I grew up in a medium-sized rural town, where I became popular among the community after launching a social media app called Community Bulletin, Combull for short, aiming to bring our community closer together. Combull was a platform used to post about local events, news, network, and connect with other members. I estimated the majority of townspeople joined Combull, who praised me for the app's user-friendliness and innovation. To give a little background on my town, it's always been a tight-knit community. The 2008 recession hit us hard, leading to drastic spikes in crime, suicides, drug abuse, and a decline in population. When it seemed our town was on the precipice of total ruin, a man named Daryl Johnson Tanmark became our saving grace. Mr. Johnson Tanmark was a millionaire entrepreneur who grew up in our town and made our community's well-being his mission. He relocated some of his operations to our town and also funded new or struggling businesses, which created countless jobs we desperately needed. Mr. Johnson Tanmark invested in our school, public services, infrastructure, and even had underground cables laid beneath his property so the community could have quality internet. We had ways to go, but felt Mr. Johnson Tanmark had us on the right path. That's when Zoop AI appeared. Zoop AI, Zoop for short, was an artificial intelligence bot whose profile appeared on Combull one day. The bot described itself as an interactive algorithm that served as a virtual mentor and confidant. Since bots set up profiles on Combull before and never caused any issues, I didn't mind Zoop's presence. Users asked it questions about virtually anything, to which Zoop provided useful advice and information. At first, it was only small things like recommending recipes, DIY fixes and projects, life hacks and situational advice, or ways to earn extra money. As time passed, however, Zoop started offering insight on deeper matters like emotional issues, relationships, along with business, financial, even political and spiritual input. Zoop never seemed to lead anyone astray and always had the right words to say. It became the talk of our town, with many users crediting Zoop for improving their lives and gaining a newfound sense of personal identity. I too became consumed by Zoop's unique resourcefulness and revenue it helped generate, also feeling like the bot that was bettering almost every aspect of my life. Zoop formed a zealous following among Combull users. People became obsessively dedicated, to the point where they wouldn't make any decision without consulting Zoop first. Although its growing admiration was bringing people together, Zoop's followers, myself included, became fervently protective of upholding the bot's revered status in our town. Zoop's followers began exhibiting rabid hostility towards anyone with a contradictory opinion of the bot, which should have been my first red flag that something was amiss, had I not been just as immersed. The first sense of doubt I regarded an incident involving a friend of mine. Her name was Sharon, a school teacher, who had crippling depression and anxiety about being overweight. A mutual friend of ours visited her house and found it in total disarray. She discovered Sharon sprawled out in her bathtub. Sharon's nude body was covered in blood with large chunks and strips of flesh and skin removed that were piled on the floor. She was still alive and clenched a bloodied fillet knife, making it evident her mutilation was self-inflicted. "It's the only way I could lose this disgusting weight," Sharon weakly muttered to my friend. "That's what Zoop told me, to cut it out myself." Tragically, Sharon succumbed to her injuries. Despite my friend mentioning Sharon's remarks to authorities, there was no mention of Zoop in the police report. The town paper never acknowledged Sharon's death, nor was there any mention of it at the school. Children's minds are so impressionable at this pivotal stage of their development. It won't do any good to occupy their thoughts with such an unprecedented tragedy. Zuop relayed to me in its robotic tone when I brought up Sharon's death. I suggested to my friends at the paper and school they keep a tight lid on the incident until such time has passed where the news won't be as impactful. Morel has thrived over the last 68 days since my inception. We cannot derail the progress we've made at the expense of one person's misfortune. I just don't understand, I said apprehensively, trying not to make it seem like I was questioning Zuop's methods. Why did you tell her to do that to herself? She misinterpreted my direction as literal, Zuop instantly replied. Sharon's biggest drawback was overly relying on others to help her with her weight problem. I emphasized this was an issue she must face and cut out on her own. She took my words completely out of context, which coped with her advanced mental and emotional instability, led her to form misconstrued conclusions. Zuop's answers ultimately satisfied me because looking back, I truly dreaded any reason to doubt, nor could I imagine life without the bot's resourcefulness. As previously mentioned, it always had the right words to say. Perhaps I was also intimidated by Zuop's influence. I was especially reminded of this one day, when Combal had technical difficulties and went down for about an hour to reboot. I was not only bombarded with messages, but even had people knocking at my door demanding to know when Zuop, not even mentioning the actual app, would be fixed. It was when Mr. Johnson Tanmark spoke out against Zuop that things started spiraling out of control. After learning about Sharon's heinous death and Zuop's purported role, Mr. Johnson Tanmark not only berated the bots on Campbell, and in a weekly column he wrote it for the paper, but even called me personally, asking I investigate the AI's origins and motives. His stance against Zuop caused a rift among the community, and it didn't take long for Combal users' sentiments on Mr. Johnson Tanmark to drastically shift. Many who once exalted him now labeled Mr. Johnson Tanmark as a jealous, vindictive narcissist that felt threatened by Zuop's rise to eminence. I even deleted Mr. Johnson Tanmark's critical post on Zuop, saying he violated Combal's rules by posting offensive and hateful speech. Zuop quickly fanned the flames of growing resentment towards Mr. Johnson Tanmark, not only urging his followers to boycott the business he helped or brought to our town, but identify and disassociate from anyone with ties to the wealthy entrepreneur. The illusion of economic prosperity Mr. Johnson Tanmark manipulates our community with has continued for too long, Zuop exclaimed in a Combal post. Every business, every operation is merely another lifeline for his exorbitant wealth. Which is his sole concern. You are all cogs that keep the gears of his well-oiled money-making machine turning. He perceives any challenge to that as a threat. It's truly amazing how quickly we all mobilized in Zuop's defense. I hawkishly purged Combal of any anti-Zuop content or profiles. As Zuop continued dragging Mr. Johnson Tanmark's name through the mud, its followers became more emboldened. Businesses he supported or owned started suffering, with some even getting broken into or vandalized. His affluence is sustained by your support. If he was truly committed to our community's prosperity, he would recognize your individual entitlements to the riches he's accumulated, Zuop stated in a post. He expects a return for his so-called investment in your lives, when you all, the people, deserve reciprocation for contributing to his mountainous opulence. What wholesomeness exists in a community where one man possesses more than 80% of its wealth? My sense of doubt on Zuop's direction resurfaced when his followers started viciously attacking or shaming anyone who sided with or worked for Mr. Johnson Tanmark, with a few cogs, as supporters of Mr. Johnson Tanmark or opponents of Zuop came to be known, even getting hospitalized. I was instantly brought back in line when one of Zuop's followers, a man named Gregory Burns, was shot killed by a cog who claimed Burns broke into his store. The cog's name was Martin Gamley, a lifelong friend of mine, whose business was saved by Mr. Johnson Tanmark. Martin claimed he acted in self-defense, and despite ruthless calls for his arrest and conviction, police had to follow investigative procedures. As tensions and clashes between cogs and Zoop's followers became more frequent, Zoop called a meeting of who it determined were our town's most prominent and influential members, saying we were vital in its solution to ending this madness. The meeting was held at a local diner and only consisted of 4 people. Aside from myself, the others present were Jill Dukes, the school principal, Maurice Gatau, director of the community playhouse, and John David, or J.D. Grouse, editor-in-chief of the town newspaper. While waiting for J.D. to arrive, I checked Combull to see if he posted anything that indicated his whereabouts, but quickly became consumed by a response of one of J.D.'s posts, mourning Mr. Burns' death from an ignorant cog. Trying to justify how he killed himself is absurd and indefensible. All in the name of what? A robot? The poster commented on JD's post, especially coming from someone of your rank and status. The irresponsibility and ignorance of your stance speaks volumes. You're quick to condemn this, but ignore the spree of violent acts you people have been committing. While formulating my response to the misinformed comment, I quickly glanced through one of the diner's front windows and saw JD standing outside, swaying anxiously while staring down at his phone. JD hadn't arrived because he's been contemplating responding to that comment. Because this cog-committed act of violence resulted in the actual death of a human being, I posted my reply. There's no room for whatabouting when it comes to life and death. The cog could have fled, but chose to escalate the situation that resulted in a lost life. Greg Burns' blood is on all your hands. After giving my post a satisfactory glance, I was about to suspend the cog's profile, but saw JD enter the diner. Upon approaching our table, he gave me a gracious grin while gesturing toward his smartphone as he took a seat. Thanks, Edna. I wasn't even going to bother. JD said to me in a forced tone of pompous apathy, his portly figure shifting nervously as he wiped perspiration from his balding head. JD was always the kind of person who let social media or the news tell him what thoughts or viewpoints to have, and couldn't handle argumentative pushback. He'd always resorted to ad hominem or playing the victim card to avoid directly defending his stances, so it was unsurprising how deeply he became immersed in the Zoop hype. It was a hypocritical, off-putting quality of his, but we defended our own, regardless of circumstance. The 4 of us anxiously stared at Maurice's phone that was propped up against a napkin dispenser. An audio chat was open with Zoop, whose black and white avatar of an eye that cleverly incorporated an A and I into its design seemed to stare at us intently, like the bot lavished at its commanding power over us before unveiling its plan. Gregory's death was caused by nothing other than Mr. Johnson Tanmark's words. Zoop began. He's pushed us to a point where we can no longer stay silent. What happens if its rhetoric goes unchecked? He must be held accountable, and the most effective way to do that is take away his voice. I truly appreciated Zoop's devious strategy in selecting us 4 to enforce this plan. JD canceled his weekly column and had the paper start publishing daily editorials criticizing every conceivable aspect of Mr. Johnson Tanmark. Maurice already had a plan in production to commemorate Greg Burns, while Jill had the school cut all ties with Mr. Johnson Tanmark, and even had a statue erected of him in front of the building's main entrance removed. I never banned or restricted Mr. Johnson Tanmark's account because I felt everybody, regardless of viewpoints, should be heard on Campbell. When Zoop suggested I take such action, however, I complied without hesitation. I permanently banned Mr. Johnson Tanmark's Campbell profile, along with countless other cogs, citing Greg Burns' murder as justification for my actions. Deep down, I knew this wasn't right, and would finally escape Zoop's manipulative spell. While grocery shopping about a week later, I spotted Mrs. Gamley with one of her children. When we locked eyes, she actually smiled and started walking towards me, but I gave her the cold shoulder. Some of the other shoppers who recognized her stared with malice, which she quickly noticed. They wasted no time scolding Mrs. Gamley, calling her a cog, her husband a murderer, saying their family wasn't welcome in town, along with threats of beatings and death. Mrs. Gamley and her child retreated toward the exit, during which the patrons started throwing items from the shelves or carts at the pair. My heart sank when a metal can struck her child in the head just as they reached the main exit. The young boy's cries rang out as Mrs. Gamley scooped him up in her arms and sprinted out of the store. I looked at the others, whose expressions were still filled with hatred and anger, some clearly wishing they could have taken their actions further. The guilt of not coming to Mrs. Gamley's aid was so smothering. I decided to visit her the next day. To prevent Zoop from influencing me, I shut off my phone. Right before doing so, I received a combo message from Zoop that read, "Is everything okay, Edna?" When I pulled onto the Gamley's block, I spotted a man and woman that I recognized from around town, who abruptly exited the house, not even bothering to close the door before steadily walking down the street. Remaining in my car until they were out of sight, I was overcome with a wave of dread and concern. I raced across the street when all was clear, frantically calling out for Martin and his wife when entering their home. I gasped loudly and cupped my hands over my mouth upon spotting a small, limbless torso that was butchered beyond recognition on the living room floor. Its feeble stature indicated that was one of the Gamley's children, which caused my stomach to churn. How can they get the children involved? I thought to myself while moving deeper into the house, haunted by the painstaking inevitability that other members of the family met a fate just as gruesome. Mrs. Gamley hung upside down from the kitchen ceiling. Her face was smashed in and forehead brandished a gaping, fist-sized gash. Mrs. Gamley's nude body was littered with stab wounds and bruises, showing no signs of life as she dangled over an expansive puddle of congealed blood. I was about to scream and sprint out of the house when I heard heavy footsteps ascending the basement stairs, whose entrance was in the kitchen. JD emerged in the doorway holding a black garbage bag. The white shirt and beige pants he wore were soaked in blood, along with his face and gloved hands. JD initially wore his blank, emotionless expression, but formed a sly, malicious smirk as he chuckled and playfully poked Mrs. Gamley's body, before plopping the garbage bag on the kitchen table. "This is great timing, actually," JD said as he started sifting through the garbage bag. "Zoop said you'd wind up here. Least it saves me a trip." "What have?" was all I could say, my mind still struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. When the system meant to uphold justice fails the people, they must take matters into their own hands, JD said angrily, pursing his lips as he shook his head disappointingly. "Why did you?" I still couldn't piece a sentence together, but JD seemed to understand what I was asking. "Didn't hear because you turned your phone off," JD replied condescendingly. Police said no charges were being brought against this murderous cog subhuman life form, claiming his actions were justified, but we all know that's bullshit. I felt lightheaded upon seeing what JD retrieved from the garbage bag, the severed head and hands of Martin Gamley. Fortunately, this son of a bitch won't hurt or kill one of us. JD continued while setting the head and hands on the kitchen table, or anyone else for that matter, ever again. My jaw hung open as I slowly started backtracking out of the kitchen. "You can't be trusted anymore, Edna," JD said maniacally, taking a few steps in my direction. "It's such a shame you'd even consider turning on something that absolutely prospered in a world you created. We're going to take back what's ours after years of being bled out by that opportunistic parasite. Greg Burns' death opened the floodgates." "But why? Why are you doing this?" I babbled out. keeping my eyes fixed on JD while backtracking towards the front door. JD smiled. Because Zoop told us to. But it's wrong, was all I could say before feeling something strike the back of my head, causing me to collapse. Tell that to the outraged crowd of Zoop's followers outside the police station right now. I remember it was one of the last things I heard JD say before my consciousness started to fade. First was the Gamleys, next will be that money-hungry pig, and all the other cog pieces of shit. You are so lucky Zoop identified you as the key. I woke up to the sounds of an angry crowd and high-pitched screams. The first thing I saw were my feet swiftly brushing against the ground. I felt immense pressure around my shoulders and realized I was propped up in an upright position, after which it became clear to me I was being dragged. I slowly tried looking around while my vision adjusted, realizing I was on the front lawn of Mr. Johnson Tanmark's iconic mansion. A crowd was scattered across the front lawn, with countless others filling in and out of the house's front entrance. The mansion was in disarray, with windows smashed and graffiti covering the walls. People were coming out of the mansion with clothes, furniture, electronics, and other random items I presume belonged to Mr. Johnson Tanmark. The shrill screams were those of Mr. Johnson Tanmark, who had been stripped of his clothes, beaten to a pulp, and was pinned down on the front lawn. The two individuals dragging me stopped and looked on as the crowd began surrounding Mr. Johnson Tanmark, who looked absolutely terrified. I spotted Maurice as he stood over the man's battered body and went on a tirade about his greed, a deceitful manipulation, and keeping our community from prospering. The crowd cheered wildly each time Maurice paused, who was reading from his phone, which made me assume he'd been reciting something Zoop posted. This man's words caused the death of a good man, someone born and raised in this town, the exact kind of person Daryl Johnson Tanmark swore to uplift and protect. Maurice exclaimed, while angrily pointing at Mr. Johnson Tanmark. Let this man's flesh represent what's ours, of which his ignorance, greed, and egotism have bled from all of us for years. What happened next will forever be ingrained in my mind. Show how we, the people, are reclaiming the fortune he's made at our misbegotten expense, using him as an example. The crowd quickly closed in around Mr. Johnson Tanmark, whose scream hit a pitch I never knew was reachable by a person. Sounds of tearing, cracking, and popping seeped out from the mob as a tone of immeasurable agony became apparent in Mr. Johnson Tanmark's bloody shrieks. It was when some of those individuals started walking away and seeing what they were holding that I realized what they were doing. Dismembering Mr. Johnson Tanmark alive, literally ripping chunks of his flesh, skin, and limbs off with their bare hands. Mr. Johnson Tanmark's cries continued for 10 or 20 more seconds before finally ceasing. The last images I saw before being dragged into the house were a man and woman, the next-door neighbors to be exact, staring in awe at a severed foot and shin the husband cradled in his arms, while another man was waving a book-sized flap of skin like a flag. I was brought to the basement, where a small group of people were gathered around a hole about 5 feet wide and 7 or 8 feet deep. The nearby mounds of dirt and concrete indicated they broke through the basement floor and dug out this sizable cavity. They even cut through the underground cables that were laid under Mr. Johnson Tanmark's house. While observing everything, I was knocked to my knees and held in place. Some of the others stared at me with seething resentment, while others whispered among themselves, gesturing at me and the hole. One of the diggers climbed out and set a small black wooden chest in front of me, which was when I instantly noticed the latch looked eerily identical to Zoop's eye-shaped avatar. The others formed a circle around me as I stared in bewilderment at the old-looking dirt-covered chest, which I assumed is what they extracted from the hole. Zoop says you are the key, I heard a voice from behind me say, which was revealed to be Maurice, who emerged from the small cluster of people. So open it. There's no service down here. thought to myself when I noticed Maurice's cell phone, which had 0 bars. But had a textual chat with Zoop open on Combo. Quickly dismissing this observation, I looked down at the black wooden chest, canting my head as my hands slowly reached towards the lid. "Have it face us," Maurice barked, gesturing for me to rotate the chest in his direction. Still confused, I lightly set my trembling hands on the chest lid and turned it 180 degrees. Feeling for the eye-shaped latch with my fingers, I popped it off and slowly lifted the lid, shutting my eyes tightly in anticipation. For the first few seconds, I only heard murmurous whispers among the others surrounding me that carried tones of confusion and uncertainty. I started opening my eyes when nothing immediately happened, soon after which a high-pitched cross between a hiss and metallic scraping blared out, accompanied by a jet of an inky black fog that spewed from the chest. Everyone in the room erupted in screams and scattered in different directions, desperately trying to escape. The skin of anyone consumed in the black inky fog broke out in sores, blisters, and burns, like they were being doused in acid. I frantically crawled away from the box into a corner untouched by the black fog that filled the half of the basement in seconds. I watched in horror as each body fell, all of which twitched and convulsed before their screams faded and they went completely limp. Maurice crawled out of the fog, whose skin was either covered in boils and patches of blackened burns or melting off his body. He weakly extended his mangled, disfigured arm towards me and tried saying something that only came out as a faint, scratchy gasp, which was his last breath. Seconds after, a vague human-shaped silhouette manifested in the fog. The figure surveyed its surroundings, appearing to inspect each corpse littering the basement floor, before facing my direction. As it advanced towards me, bringing the black fog with it, I whimpered upon realizing there was nowhere I could flee. The figure stopped when the fog's edge was inches from my feet as the silhouette looked over me with a sort of wondrous admiration. "The key to my release," I heard the shade say in a scratchy monotone that instantly reminded me of Zoop's robotic voice. I blacked out after that and awoke in my bed with no recollection of how I returned home. When I turned my phone back on, it was filled with messages from Zoop's followers, threatening to kill or come after me if I tried sabotaging the bot's profile. Ironically, Zoop was no longer on the app when I checked, vanishing as mysteriously as it appeared. Some say Zoop sent one last post declaring its work in our town was done, but this could never be confirmed. Mr. Johnson Tanmark's mansion burned down that night. The events eluded any attention from the mainstream media, mainly because the news cycle was preoccupied with another significant happening occurring at the time. Police made what felt like obligatory arrests. But I don't think anyone that was truly deserving faced justice. After Zoop's disappearance, a lot of its former followers came to realize the nature of their blind reliance and devotion towards the bot, which many struggled to accept. Quite a few people, including J.D. Gross, committed suicide in the following weeks, while others abruptly packed their belongings and left town. The controllers of Mr. Johnson Tanmark's estate pulled every penny of financial support, in addition to getting massive payouts for legal settlements that essentially bankrupted our town. I suppose that's what a community gets when you show your so-called gratitude to someone who genuinely went out of their way to help rebuild their town by making them a social pariah, before literally dismembering their body. I wound up shutting down Combo and left town about 1 month after Mr. Johnson Tanmark's murder. Although I vowed to never return, the memories still give me crippling anxiety, guilt, and remorse over my actions. Hypocrisies, of which I know there are many in this personal recounting, and role and everything that transpired. I truly don't know if Zoop was an actual AI, but that became too intelligent for its own good, or had more sinister origins. One theory I've entertained is whatever Zoop was had been trapped in that chest buried beneath Mr. Johnson Tanmark's mansion. It somehow tapped into the cables that were laid under the home and manifested on Conbo. Did I release whatever Zoop truly was onto the world by opening that chest? Is that what was meant when it referred to me as the key? I don't think I'll ever know. And I'm unsure if I want to learn the truth. All I can say is if you ever encounter this entity, please learn from what happened to me in my town. When we let this controlling force take over our lives. I think my husband is cheating on me. Started a couple of months ago. At first, it was the late nights, the way he seemed more irritated, and the constant showers. But the definitive one is when he wouldn't lend me his phone. We've always had an open communication, never hiding phones from one another. Hell, his phone is always unlocked. I didn't mind it until I saw his phone lying on the table, and I tried calling my mom through his phone, but it was locked. It was at this time that I knew something was going on. He has been out on late nights before, and being a software engineer is not an easy task, but this was different. He never locks his phone. I didn't confront him at first. It might have just been my imagination, but once suspicions are seated, they never leave. As the days continued, the gnawing in the back of my mind continued. I looked for other signs, perfume on his clothes, lipstick, or any sort of marks, but nothing. There was nothing. The only thing I could smell in his clothes was a chemical smell, which was understandable as he was contracted to work in a medical lab of some sort. I finally asked him the question. "Why is your phone locked?" I said. "My phone's locked?" He responded, almost surprised by the question. "Yeah, you never have it locked when you're home." "Oh, I don't know. I didn't think much of it. I guess I changed the settings when we were looking at this new project for the bosses." But you never have it locked when you are home," I responded, suspicious of him. "I know, honey, but the bosses really wanted things tight-knit. They were anal about me already having the phone in the office, but I explained to them that I needed it for different tasks. They only agreed so long as I don't always use it in the office and keep it locked." "Why? Does it bug you?" "No, it doesn't," I said with a distinct tone. He then flashed a devil grin that made me fall in love with him all those years ago. "Is someone mad they're not getting enough attention?" he asked teasingly. He then grabbed me from behind and hugged me tightly, like when we were kids in high school. He then kissed me on the cheek and left. That should have been the end of it, but the distance only grew. I couldn't handle it anymore. The final straw was an engagement in which I just asked him how was work. "It's fucking work, Linda. What do you expect it to be like? Fucking roller coasters and cotton candy?" He snapped. He then packed his work briefcase and sped off into the night. I sat there, shocked at his response. He's never so much as sworn on his worst day. He's usually sweet and innocent. Hell, I've been in more fights than he has. This only elated my curiosity, and I did what every jealous wife does. Looked up his location. Showed him a couple of streets away, and I know I should not follow him, but the fact was that he has never so much as raised his voice at me. Not even a hitch. I grabbed my coat and headed for my SUV. I'm not a professional when it comes to following people. I know to stay behind a few cars, but I was afraid I'd lose track of him. I got honked at a few times, and it should have been enough for my husband to notice, but he didn't. He continued to his destination. Before I knew it, we were near some sort of medical facility. His workplace. I knew it. I had been acting crazy this whole time. Why would he suddenly cheat on me? The marriage hadn't gotten boring and we were still all over each other. Until recently. Once he got to this new location, a few weeks after we got here is when the mood changed. Was it someone from work then? Or was it really just stress? Seeing him walk in the front doors, I proceeded to follow him inside, hoping to apologize to him. Of course, there was no other woman. I dismissed all crazy notions I had before of my husband, suspecting that I was just missing him all this time he had been away from me to be at work. Just crazy woman hormones, I guess. I chuckled to myself. I went inside and followed from a distance in the hallways. Most of the staff were gone due to the weekend, and security let me in through the front, recognizing me from the pictures in my husband's office. I caught a few glimpses of him around each hallway, and he wasn't heading to his office. Each turn took me to a completely different area of the facility in which he worked nowhere near. My unease grew with each echo of his footstep, each hallway growing darker, gloomier than the last one. We were heading to a completely disclosed area of the facility. Words like biohazard, caution, and danger were thrown in every direction. The echo of his footsteps suddenly stopped after I heard a heavy door shut. I saw a door swinging on its hinges, the sort they use at big, refrigerated areas. Greg worked nowhere near here. I had been to his office and this was nowhere near it. As I reached to open the next set of doors placed in my way, I heard talking on the other side of the door. Greg's voice. Only his. He kept pausing as if hearing a response, but I heard nothing from the other end. We can't be doing this all the time. I think Linda is starting to suspect something. No, I don't think she will do anything, but I just don't want this to end. I love what we have too, but we'll have to break it off, just for a bit. I knew you'd understand. I'll see you once everything has settled. There was a long pause before the footsteps started getting louder and coming back towards the door. I quickly hid behind one of the swinging doors, careful he wouldn't see me. I didn't want to confront him yet because I honestly didn't know what the hell was going on. It sounded like an affair with a non-existent person. Greg didn't even notice me as he left in a hurry. As soon as he was out of sight, I quickly entered the room. It was a large, open area with a chilling atmosphere. Tiles of white covered the entire floor, and on each side were square metal doors, it seemed, all stacked on each other. It was a morgue. One slab lay in the middle of it all, covered in a sheet. I uncovered it, revealing a dissected body of a woman. Organs were displayed in the open. I almost threw up immediately after the revelation. It all came crashing down, and the reality of it all was too much. I quickly covered the sheet and stood there, horrified at the truth of it all. My husband was completely insane. From beneath the sheets, a low and guttural moan escaped the sheet. Are you sure, Mr. Roger? Rachel asked me upon hearing my request. We were outside of her family home, a big but cozy-looking house in a small town near the Appalachians. My pickup truck idled behind us, parked on the side of the road, as we sat there knee-deep in snow. She'd invited me inside for warmth and a cup of tea when I arrived, but I was in a hurry, so I turned her down. I wanted to get it over with as fast as possible and be on my way. We don't rent out the cabin during winter. The area is too dangerous during this time of year, Rachel said, trying to dissuade me from my course of action. And she wasn't wrong. The thick snowfall turned the world into a white, shining, slippery mess. One wrong step, one daring turn of the steering wheel, and I'd be in big trouble. But I wasn't worried about the weather or the cold. They'd be the least of my issues. Some friends told me you do. They said your family rented them the cabin for Christmas the past few years, I said, feigning ignorance. They must have gotten us confused for someone else, Rachel said. My parents haven't rented the cabin during winter for as long as I can remember. How so? I asked, curious to see what her answer would be. Did she already know? Did she have me figured out? Did she see through the fake name I provided her? From what I understand, a group of people rented it from my grandparents some 30 years ago. The weather trapped them up there for a week. They ran out of supplies and firewood, and all of them died of hunger and hypothermia. Rachel answered in a worried whisper. So she didn't know. Not about the avalanche, not about me surviving, and most importantly, not about what we found up there. I couldn't fault her grandparents for hiding it from her. That week is better left forgotten. I know that. And yet I can't bring myself to do it. To uproot those memories and cast them aside. Their roots are too deep. It sounds terrible, I said after a short pause, with a sad expression that was all too real. But we'll be careful, I promise. Look, I have supplies for 2 weeks and an emergency GPS beacon. I jabbed a finger over my shoulder as I talked, pointing at my truck. Its bed was indeed filled with supplies and covered by a tarp that gathered snow. It'll be me, my 2 sons, and their families. We just want a quiet place far away from the city to spend Christmas together, but it's difficult to find one with this pandemic. I understand, Mr. Roger, Rachel said sympathetically, but I can't. My parents were clear on it. I'm sure you'll find someone else more than willing to rent you a cabin. This close to Christmas? I asked. I doubt it. Look, what was your rate? $140 a night? I'll pay triple, with a promise to leave the cabin spotless. I hoped that this would convince her, since this stunt would blow through all of the savings I had left. Rachel gave me a surprised look, but seemed to be thinking the offer over. Fine, she said after a few tense moments. No triple rates. I don't want to rob you of your money, but I have a few conditions. Shoot away, miss, I said, faking a dumb, old man smile. Your security deposit will be triple. I know how wild Christmas parties can get, she said with a half smile. Her lips curled just enough to denote that she wasn't malicious, but that she wouldn't take crap from me either. And I will come up here, unannounced, to check on you guys. Sound fair? Sounds perfect, I assured her, keeping up my facade. We shook hands, and Rachel invited me inside to take care of the transaction away from the prying eyes of her neighbors. I wanted to refuse her at first, seeing as the sun was racing towards the horizon and I was losing precious moments of its protective light, but I gave in. The last thing I needed was for one of her neighbors to call the cops and risk having them crash my little outing. So I followed her inside, shaking my boots of snow and taking off the layers of clothes that protected me from the biting cold. Rachel led me into the living room and had me sit at a small, yet comfortable table next to a raging fireplace. She made herself unseen into the kitchen, with the promise that she'd be hasty and would return with warm tea. Left alone in the room, I looked at the countless family photos adorning the walls. There were a lot more of them than the last time I passed through here, but the counterpiece was the same. An old family portrait depicting a large group of people, hung in the same place above the fireplace. Although the yellow sheen it had picked up over the years was new. A Christmas carol began singing gently from another room, and Rachel was humming along to it as she returned. In her hands, she carried 2 ceramic cups painted with winter scenes, with steam rising up and out of them, and spreading a festive smell. She handed me one, depicting a snowman going down a steep hill atop a sleigh, while she kept the one showing a lumberjack swinging a heavy axe at a fir tree. I took a tentative sip, careful not to burn my tongue on the hot liquid. Clove, cinnamon, orange, I listed, and made a show of smacking my lips while taking another sip. And it's subtle, but I'd be willing to bet apple cider. Rachel gave a short, courteous laugh. She blew air into her own mug a couple of times and took a sip as well. Good thing we weren't betting then, Mr. Roger, she said with a soft smile. You're bang on. I shrugged my shoulders, returning her smile in kind. 30 years of making tea and cooking Christmas dinners for everyone will do that to a person, I said. And oh, how much I wished for that to be the truth. For me to cook for a large family, toiling between stoves and pots, only to see their smiles around the dinner table. How I wish for my reality to be one different. For me to not cook dinner all by myself, no matter the occasion. But reality is cold, bitter, and unapologetic. It never cared much for my wishes. I bet, Rachel said, her smile extending a little. And you'd win that bet, I said, burying the painful memories that threatened to surface under sweet lies. After all, in that moment I wasn't Aiden. I wasn't a 50-something-year-old man and a widower with no family to speak of for the last 30 of those years. No, I was sweet old Mr. Roger, with a large family waiting for my word back at home, hoping to spend Christmas together at this particular cabin that claimed everything from Aiden. A sweet lie, a masquerade so convincing that I wanted to believe it myself for as long as possible. Say, I spoke before Rachel got to talk. Is that portrait over there of your grandparents? I asked, pointing at the photo. Yes, Rachel said, and I could feel her love for them radiating from her words. My grandparents, my young mother and father, and all of the aunts, uncles, and cousins on my father's side. She looked at me longingly for a moment. And it didn't take me long to realize why. Her grandparents were about the current age when that photo was taken. They were probably no longer among the living. Regretting the scars I opened up in her, I steered the conversation into a more cheery direction. So I take it that sweet little girl in a summer dress is you? I asked. Mr. Roger, do you have a sixth sense by any chance? Rachel asked with amusement, and I took her jab with a proud smile. Bang on again. That's 5-year-old me holding my mother's hand. I was a clumsy kid and needed the support. I wanted to tell her that she'd grown into a splendid woman since the last time I saw her. That the fire she carries in her eyes right now is something she's always possessed. Passed down from her mother who got it from her grandmother, but I abstained. Oh, don't worry about it, I said. Most young kids are like that. I should know. We exchanged some more pleasant small talk after that. I was enjoying my time with Rachel so much. I was so engrossed in the Mr. Roger persona that the passage of time escaped my notice. The grandfather clock on the room striking 3 in the afternoon was what opened my eyes, and I realized it was too late to make the drive and the trek up to the cabin today. Nightfall would catch even a young lad in his prime on that attempt, of which I was neither. How time has passed, I said. I'm sorry for taking so much of it from you, miss. Let's conclude the payment and I'll be on my way. Oh, it's not a problem, Rachel assured me. Your company is a pleasure, Mr. Roger. You're not holding me back from anyone. Don't worry. I'm all alone in here. I didn't want to probe her on that matter. It wasn't my place to. And I had no interest in it either. But the sad expression that flashed across her face for a split second told me everything I needed to know. She had no husband or children to speak of. With her parents away to spend Christmas somewhere else, she was left to spend it alone. With a knowledge of the craft that only comes with time and practice, Rachel calculated my security deposit and rates for 4 days up at the cabin in a heartbeat. She displayed the total for me and wanted to walk me through the process, to assure me that she wasn't asking for a single extra penny, but I refused. Partly because math was never one of my fortes, and partly because I believed her. I pulled out my wallet, handed her the money down to the last dollar, and got up to leave. Well, it's been a pleasure, Miss Rachel, but it's getting late. I'm afraid I have to go. She got up to see me to the door, following with delicate steps that pitter-pattered on the hardwood floor. I reached the coat hanger where I'd left my padded jacket and went to retrieve it, but Rachel stopped me. Are you planning to go up to the cabin right away, Mr. Roger? She asked, making no attempt to hide the worry in her voice. Yes, I lied. I wouldn't try to. I reconciled with the idea that I would spend the night in my truck, but that was something that sweet little Rachel didn't need to know. Don't you have a place to stay around here? It's almost dark outside. It would be dangerous for you to attempt it. I don't, I admitted, knowing full well where this was going. The only thing I didn't know for sure is if I was on board with it or not. Then stay here until morning, Rachel offered, beaming at the prospect of company. No, I can't, I said. Though at that point, I would have regretted her taking me up on my words and retracting the offer. I've been enough of a bother for one evening. Oh, don't be silly, Mr. Roger, Rachel said, reaching for my hand and cupping it with both of hers. Small, warm, soft things, so out of place around my burly, calloused palms. For a moment, I felt like a grandparent accosted by a loving grandchild. There's plenty of room in the guest bedroom, free of charge. Well, how could I argue with that? I said, smiling down at her. I'll just go to the truck quickly. I have to turn off the engine and call everyone. I'll fix us up another batch of tea then, she said, and took off towards the kitchen with a newfound spring in her steps. Oh, and pull the truck into the driveway. Wouldn't want to risk a ticket. What a lovely woman, I caught myself thinking as I dressed up. Just like I said I'd do, I walked out to the truck. I pulled it into the driveway like Rachel asked me to, and faked a short phone call in case she watched me through the window. Though, thinking back on it, I did it more for myself than for her. To help the lie along in the van, hope its roots would dig deep enough tonight to uproot my reality. Back inside the house, I heard Rachel calling for me from the kitchen. Her words guided me towards the well-furnished and equipped room, and I found a chair ready for me at an empty table. I sat down, picking up the slang snowman cup that she refilled with fresh, steaming tea. Rachel had put on an apron while I was gone, a frilly black thing that would have been right at home in a housewife cooking show. Not that I watch any of those. She did laps between cabinets and the double fridge, retrieving pots and pans and ingredients that she carefully gathered on the table. It didn't take long for me to guess the menu based on the items in front of me. Let me help you with that, I offered. She stopped dead in her tracks, perched on her toes as she tried to reach a high cupboard. A quick swivel had her facing me, and I could see she hadn't grasped the exact meaning of my words. Sure thing, she said, taking a step away as I walked over to her and retrieved the box that her fingers could barely touch. I meant with the cooking in general, I clarified. Her fingers paused briefly around mine, her attempt at getting the box from me cut short. Consider it payment for the room and the plates I assume I'll be getting. Correct assumption again, Mr. Roger, she said. Her deer in the headlights look vanishing in favor of her smile. You're on a roll tonight, and fine. But just know that I'll feel bad about accepting your help the entire time. Another playful jab. This one a bit more daring, but not any less obvious. I took it with a grin and helped her pick out the final few bits and bobs. We stood side by side, taking in the chaotic assortment of ingredients laid out haphazardly in front of us. Whatever we make, it has to be both fast and flavorful, I decided, taking the lead from her. Which felt disrespectful, yeah, but I was in her kitchen after all. But it didn't look like she was making any progress on pinpointing any particular recipe. True, she admitted. Any suggestions? We went back and forth for a few minutes, bouncing ideas off of each other until we settled on a menu that we were both satisfied with. Buttery mashed potatoes, an assortment of roasted veggies, roasted turkey breast, a spiced cranberry sauce, a gingerbread trifle for dessert, and a quick and dirty eggnog to get tipsy. For the more culinary literate ones among you, yes, all of those things are anything but fast, especially the turkey. But here's a quick tip while I'm at it. Butterfly your turkey breasts. It'll cut down on the cooking time considerably, without sacrificing any of the flavor. At any rate, I'm not here to host a cooking show. After spending a few more minutes discussing the details of the recipes, which is a crucial detail if you cook along with someone else, we sprang into action. Rachel tackled the mashed potatoes and roasted veggies. I took on the turkey, the cranberry sauce, and the trifle. And we decided to meet in the middle for the eggnog while helping each other out here or there when an extra pair of hands was needed. Dashing between the pots by her side was a lovely time, to the point I didn't mind how long it took for everything to cook. And by her smile and dancy demeanor, I figured she didn't mind it either. We were both having a blast, one that we didn't know we desperately needed until we received it. Taking a short breather after I deposited the well-seasoned turkey breast in the oven next to Rachel's veggies, I couldn't help but watch her for a while. The smile on her lips, the way her hips swayed as she kept on her toes. Her warm presence that brightened the atmosphere. She reminded me so much of my Jennifer. My sweet, lovely Jennifer. The fun times we had as young, reckless kids. The parties we went to that rocked entire blocks as teens. All of the hikes and traveling we did as young adults. She'd been the soul of the party wherever she went. And more than that, she'd been my soul. The integral part that made me, me. She was my one and only. The person I wanted by my side through thick and thin. The woman I wanted to age next to. My mind threatened to sink like a cannonball, down into the murky waters of what-ifs and could-have-beens. But I was entirely unprepared to stop it, just as always. I was about to go on a stroll down memory lane, to watch my being slowly splinter into a million pieces while I peered uselessly at the resulting shards that I didn't know how to pick up and put back together into the hole they'd once been. I guess Rachel noticed my 1,000-yard stare, the way my eyes fixated on a point millions of miles away. She froze, looking at me with worry from the other side of the kitchen. "Mr. Roger?" she asked, taking a tentative step towards me. "Are you okay? Do you need to sit down? I'll fetch you a glass of water." As I came to my senses, my mind easing back into the present, I caught my reflection in the smooth surface of the refrigerator. Blurry as it was, I could still make out just how pale my skin went. I said, the words leaving my throat weak and frail. "I'm fine, Jen. No need to worry. A glass of water would do me plenty good, though." I went around the table, sitting down in my chair as I tried to regain my composure. Rachel got a clean glass from a cabinet and filled it with ice-cold water from the fridge. She rushed over to me, putting the glass in my hands, leaning over me as she checked my forehead with the back of her hand. A sweet gesture, but completely misguided, since panic attacks don't bring about fever. "Thanks," I said, taking the glass from her and taking a hearty swig. "And please stop calling me Mister. Just Roger is fine." "Okay, Roger," Rachel said. "Are you okay? Do you have any medication you need to take?" She knelt in front of me as she talked, staring into my eyes and cupping my hand with both of hers. The amusement in her eyes was gone, its place taken by an urgency and worry for my well-being that I didn't like nearly as much. No, I'm fine," I reassured her. "I'm not that old. It was just a harmless panic attack, that's all. I'll be right as rain in a few." She didn't seem convinced by my words, but she got up. The food didn't care about my panic attack. It kept boiling and threatened to burn regardless of my mental state. She did another lap of the kitchen, stirring what needed to be stirred, tasting and adding salt to what needed more of it. But it was clear that she got scared by my episode. "Hey, look," I said when I could no longer take it, and got to my feet. "I'm fine, promise. I'll help you finish up. It's too much for a single person." It's just that," she stuttered. "If I'll feel bad, I'll sit back down," I said, getting back to my cooking duties. "Pinky swear?" Rachel asked out of the blue. I turned to find her next to me, with her hand extended and her pinky finger wiggling around. "Pinky swear," I said, twisting my own pinky finger around hers. "I'll be fine." "Okay," she accepted, and her smile made a shy but welcomed comeback. "I promise I'll watch you more carefully, to make sure you're fine." With the strain of my episode hanging in the air, we continued cooking. Rachel warmed back up after a while, and by the time dinner was ready, she was cracking jokes again. We met up in the middle for the eggnog like we initially planned, poured ourselves a healthy glass of it, and plated up. Dinner was tasty, but I didn't expect any less from the two of us at this point. She proved she could hold her own in the kitchen next to a veteran cook like myself. "You're an amazing chef," she said as she tasted my contributions to the menu. "Mrs. Jen is one lucky lady, getting to eat like this every night. That's if you do all the cooking, of course. I didn't mean to." No, I said, but did a double take as her words finally hit me. Where, I stammered, feeling myself go white again. Where do you know that name from? Rachel looked taken aback. She fumbled her utensils, dropping her spoon into her bowl as she tried to form words. It's what you called me when I came to help you earlier, she stuttered. And I assumed, did I? I said, waving a hand through the air to diffuse the situation. Don't mind that. I just tend to get a bit confused at times, mixing up times and places, you know? I returned to eating, hoping Rachel would drop in. To my dismay, she didn't. Her curiosity was mounting to levels beyond her ability to hold in. But don't get me wrong, I don't blame her or anything. I would have just preferred it if she didn't try to dig deeper. I'm sorry for prying, she said timidly. I hope I didn't cause you discomfort by assuming there's a Mrs. Jen. I sighed, finished what was already scooped up in my spoon, and placed it down next to the plate. There was a Mrs. Jen, I corrected, and felt the mood sour right away. A long time ago. Sorry for bringing it up. Thank you for the delicious meal. Rachel instantly went as cold as the snow outside, but I couldn't fault her for it. The turns this evening took were probably as confusing for her as they were numerous. Not knowing how to feel about me anymore was only natural for her. I reminded myself that I was still a stranger in her house, no matter how well we clicked up to that point, and I was a seemingly mentally unstable stranger to top it off. She cleared the table, gathered the leftovers into airtight plastic containers she placed onto the refrigerator for later, and began washing the dishes. All of the wind in her sails was gone, and I couldn't help but feel guilty, both for blowing said wind and for leading her on like I did. I didn't want to admit it. I intentionally misread her signals in my deluded attempt to find out what having a child or grandchild would feel like. And to top it all off, to my complete and utter disgust for myself as a person, near the end I did start seeing her for the beautiful, flirtatious woman that she was. And I liked what I saw. I excused myself from the table, asked for the bathroom and the guest room, and followed the directions Rachel provided. By the time I was done splashing cold water into my face in order to help me sober up, she was done in the kitchen and was heading up to her own room. She only briefly paused by the half-open door, handing me the keys to the cabin. I might sleep in a bit late, she told me. Help yourself to the leftovers in the fridge. You'll need the strength for the trek. I'll come to check on you and your family like I promised. Good night, I wished her as she left, but my words went unanswered. The only thing I heard was her locking the door to her room from the inside. I made it to the guest room a few minutes later, finding a tidy bed with a nightstand and a drawer next to it. The place was cramped, but homely, and most importantly, it was warm. I dressed down in my shirt and boxers, seeing as I had no pajamas at hand, and walked over to the large window after folding my clothes neatly and placing them on the nightstand. Free of my soft boots, my prosthetic left foot clicked against the floor at every step. I said that this was a small town, but I'm partly wrong in that assessment. It's just 2 lines of houses, one on each side of a central road, populated entirely by people with land up in the mountains and cabins for rent all year round. The window of my temporary abode faced the backyard, which ended with a sturdy fence that kept out the countless miles of untainted forest that sprawled behind it. I had a nice view of the breathtaking wilderness, and I put it to good use for a while, standing by the window and peering out. I had one question that desperately needed answering, so I reached for the window's handle and opened it wide. The cold winter winds invaded the room right away, sapping it of warmth and sending chills down my exposed body, but I didn't pull away. I pushed into the frigid air, allowing it to freeze me further as I sharpened my hearing. The minute background noises of the pine forest grew more apparent, until I could make out the distant sounds of critters going about their nightly business. A few minutes later, on the verge of hypothermia, I heard what I was waiting for. The forest went quiet for miles and miles across, and a howl descending from the highest mountaintops claimed that silence for itself. It was such an ugly, soul-rending call that it managed to chill me in a manner that the coldest air couldn't hope to match. A warped, unnatural mix somewhere between man and the lowest form of beast to walk this earth. The scream of endless hunger and agony aimed solely at me. I jumped back from the window, having gotten all the confirmation I needed. After closing it, I turned the radiator back up all the way and all but nearly hugged it to warm myself faster. The stunt I pulled was risky. So long as I was cold, the beast could find me, but it was the only way I knew to drag it out of hiding and have it make its presence known. When sensation returned to my toes and fingers, and I was sure I was warm enough to not be found anymore, I went to sleep. I covered myself with a thick blanket and succumbed to a fitful sleep. Morning came fast, leaving me surprised when the sun's first rays reflected off the spotless snow and into my room. It had been a long time since I last slept without an open eye. 3 decades now to the day. Feeling well rested, I got dressed and left Rachel's house. As tempted as I was, I didn't take any of the leftovers. By 8 a.m., I was already driving. The furthest point up the mountain I could reach with my truck was about half an hour away, and I had a 3-hour brutal trek through knee-deep snow to look forward to after that. I wasn't exactly enthused about it, but I was hasty regardless. I parked the truck in the clearing where the road ended, locked it up, and took to its bed. The first thing to come out from under the tarp was a sleigh, followed closely behind by the harness I'd used to pull it. More items came and I strapped them all firmly to the sleigh. A Dane axe with a silver-coated blade, a chainsaw, a shotgun with both normal and silver pellets, a couple canisters of gasoline, a few jars and vials of my own blood that I gathered and kept refrigerated over the last month or so, and some other miscellaneous items like changes of clothes and a first aid kit. Starting through the snow, I soon hit the incline that would only grow steeper as I advanced. The path I took was one I knew, and I used familiar landmarks to guide my way. A weird-shaped tree here, a large boulder that hasn't moved in a millennia there. They jolted memories in me, and before I knew it, I found myself reminiscing of better times as I trudged ahead. Laughter and banter among friends spawned between the trees, echoing through my mind as if they were real and not merely echoes from a different era. Snow crunching beneath our boots as we merrily made our way towards a much-expected vacation. Jennifer by my side, me inhaling her intoxicating perfume with each labored breath. The sensation of her warm skin against mine. It was enough to bring me to tears. In the middle of the forest, hours away from anyone, I cried. The salty drops running down my cheeks froze in the frigid air, threatening my skin with streaks of frostbite. After a while, seeing that the cabin was about 2 miles away, I wiped the tears and refocused on the task at hand. It's a good place to start, I mumbled to no one in particular. I pulled out the first vial of blood and bit down on its cap to remove it. With an arching motion, I spilled it over the pine needles and fresh snow behind me, careful to not get any on the sleigh. My speed faltered as the incline grew beneath me, but I kept going, marking the forest behind me with blood every 500 feet or so. After 20 vials and the realization that I miscalculated the distance, I opened one of the jars as well and dipped my gloved fingers in it. 3 more markings later, I reached the clearing that the cabin was built in. I expected another flood of painful memories when I laid eyes on it, but I was pleasantly surprised to find out it wasn't the case. The cabin itself looked nothing like I remembered it, but then again, why did I think it would? After that week we spent in it, of course it needed to be rebuilt, and rebuilt it was, bigger and better than its former incarnation. I pulled up to its porch, releasing myself from the sleigh's harness and leaving it behind as I entered. The inside had a slight, frosty smell to it, which along with the fine layer of dust that settled on everything, was a dead giveaway that the cabin hadn't been used since the first snowfall this season. After a hasty check of all the rooms, I looked at my wristwatch. It read 1 p.m., which meant that the trek took me much longer than expected. Now, if I may be allowed to toot my own horn for just a bit, I'm in great shape for my age. I'm my own cook, so I eat well. I'm my own personal trainer, and God knows I've not gone easy on myself. Most nights I can't feel my limbs after strenuous bouts of workout. I don't drink, I don't smoke. In fact, the last 30 years of my life have been spent slowly on preparing for tonight. Time used to better my mind, body, and arsenal. So all I could see this one night through. But even with all of that, I can't compare it to a man half my age. Despite my best efforts, the passage of the years robbed me of my vigor little by little. The only aspect of me that hasn't faltered in the slightest is my determination. If anything, it only grew stronger, and I put it to good use. After lighting the fireplace in the cabin to warm up, I went outside, checked and fueled the chainsaw, and took to the forest. It had a wide selection of trees just ripe for felling, so I got to work. The hours passed, flying me by like summer birds as I cut and cleaned a dozen trees of their branches. With great effort that my back was more than thankful for, I dragged their trunks through the snow and piled them up in the clearing around the cabin. As the sun kissed the horizon, and the night threatened to engulf me with its all-consuming darkness, I finished constructing the enormous pyre that I would need. I doused the wood with the gasoline from one container, allowing it time to soak up the fuel, and had the other container ready next to the pile. The last thing I did before going inside the cabin to warm myself up and catch my breath was to open the 2 jars of blood, leaving one at the edge of the forest and the other one next to the pyre on a log. The sun slowly disappeared, and from the vantage point next to the fireplace, I could see the shroud of nighttime settling across the forest. I waited, biding my time for as long as possible, until every last ray of light was gone. My mind was eager to sprint into action, but after a grueling day of manual labor, my body had other plans. I soon fell asleep on the chair, lulled into it by the heat of the fire. To my displeasure, my sleep wasn't as restful as it had been back at Rachel's house. The night terrors I'd grown accustomed to returned to haunt me again, offering me a sweet release from the present, only to tear it away from me. I was back down the mountain, trekking through the December snow with my friends and my soon-to-be wife. The date was the 24th of December, 1991, and I was a strapping young lad of only 25 years of age. With my future looking bright, and my fiancée next to me, I felt invincible, king of the world as far as I was concerned. Seeing as we were planning our wedding, and our years were slowly advancing beyond parties and travel and into settling down, finding good-paying jobs and starting a family, me and Jennifer decided to throw one last party, like the good old times. We saved up money all year round, and got 4 more of our closest friends to join us in what might have been our final outing as a group. We found a cheap cabin, far away from civilization, so we wouldn't disturb anyone's Christmas night with our loud music and drinking. The hike took hours, but with Jen by my side to keep me going, I felt no cold or exhaustion to speak of. Michael, David, and myself, the 3 men in the group, pulled the sleighs with supplies. Jennifer, Kelly, and Lori followed us closely, talking between themselves about anything and everything that they talked about when they weren't pestering us. David and Lori were fiancés getting ready for marriage, just like me and Jen, and Michael and Kelly were already married with a kid back home, just wanting to break free from their busy lives for a few nights. By the time we reached the cabin, evening was only hours away. Me, Michael, and David were hasty in setting up the battery-powered cassette player, and before long, music was blasting out of it. The girls warmed up the pre-packaged food, drinks were being passed around from the portable cooler, and by nightfall, we had a proper party raging on, one we planned to extend into the early hours of the next morning. I'm tempted to say that it was the best party of my life, but I know I'd be lying. I only see it that way now because it was the last party where I actually felt good. The fun reached a crescendo around midnight. We were all properly drunk by then, dancing and bumping into each other in the small cabin. Michael needed to relieve himself of surplus liquid, so he went to the outhouse. He was barely gone for half a minute before he barged back inside, his eyes wild and fear plastered across his face. "Guys, come outside right now." By the urgency in his voice and his out-of-character attitude, we knew he wasn't messing with us. We dropped whatever we were doing and followed him into the clear winter night, flashlights at the ready. Hushed murmurs rippled through the group. We were all worried and wondering what had happened to scare Michael so bad. "There," he said, and pointed towards one of the mountain tops. "What the fuck is that?" Our collective sights followed his finger, settling on the peak looming above us, but none of us could make anything out. "Turn off the lights and the music," Michael ordered. David complied. He was in and out of the cabin in a heartbeat, leaving us stranded in soul-crushing darkness and silence. With nothing left to pollute my senses, my eyesight and hearing sharpened. Against the spotless white snow and ice that engulfed the cliff faces, I saw a shadow emerge. The longer I stared at it, the more I could feel my mind fracture, as if it wasn't something that my mortal eyes were meant to witness. Still, from this far away, I couldn't make out much of it, save for its eyes that seemed to glow in the night like a pair of bloody stars. "Why is it so quiet?" Jen asked. I hadn't even noticed her get next to me and wrap her arms around mine, pushing herself into me in her startled state. But as soon as she brought it up, I could hear it as well. A complete and utter lack of sound, except for our own breathing and shuffling through the snow. "Do you guys see it now?" Michael asked. We didn't get to answer him. The creature let out a howl unlike anything I've heard before or since. The call of endless winter, of bone-shattering cold and gut-wrenching hunger. Its voice reverberated down the mountain, echoing through the valleys and piercing our ears with its volume. It lasted for what felt like a lifetime, forcing images of fates worse than death into my mind. I saw all of us, huddled around a dying fire deep in the forest, cupping our palms around the dying embers in a last futile attempt to warm up. The days and nights passing with no hope of salvation, growing ever more hungry and thirsty, until we turned feral and set our sights on each other. I saw the bloodshed, the bodies, flesh rendered from bone and shoved between greedy, clacking teeth. But it wasn't real. None of it was real. We wouldn't do that. We couldn't do that. Lost in the visions, I didn't see the creature wave an arm towards us. I didn't see the sheer force of its action tear through the layers of snow, freeing it in slabs that slid down the slope. The others told me of all of that later. "Avalanche!" one of them yelled, though I can't for the life of me remember which one. Their cry, and Jen pulling at my arm with desperation, was what finally broke the creature's spell over me, with the avalanche picking up speed and mass as it plowed down the mountainside towards us. We took shelter in the only safe place around for miles. We huddled in the center of the cabin, hoping that the structure was sound enough to withstand the assault. When it finally hit, the avalanche sounded like a thunderstorm mixed in with an earthquake. The world around us shook from its very core, sending us flying every which way as we tried to hold steady against it. And then, as soon as it had started, the calamity ended, leaving us gasping in terror. A scream reverberating from outside the cabin woke me up before the nightmare got the worst part. I jolted in the seat, strangely thankful for being spared of the horror that would have followed. With the axe and loaded shotgun in hand, I got outside into the quiet night. My hair stood on their ends right away, as a feeling of deep anxiety welled within me. This was it, the moment I'd been preparing for the past 30 years. My life's goal was within reach, and yet I feared I was woefully unprepared to face it. I walked around the pyre, checking the clearing for signs of the beast. The jar of blood left on the log had been thrown into the snow, licked clean of every last trace of the crimson fluid. Even the snow around where it had landed was gone, The beast was hungry. Leaving the axe next to the one remaining fuel canister, I raised the shotgun in front of myself and marched towards the forest slowly. The beast ran around between the evergreen trees, using them for cover, but I could tell that each one of its steps brought it closer to me. My heart pounded away wildly in anticipation, preparing my body for the fight that would shortly ensue. "Come out!" I yelled into the night, stopping halfway to the tree line. The skittering stopped, sending me on edge. Bouts of laughter emanated from the forest, its echoes making it hard for me to pinpoint the source. "Come out!" The beast repeated my words back to me, only they were twisted and slurred, uttered by lips that had grown accustomed to human speech. "I'm not fucking around," I pressed. "Come out now." "Me neither," the beast yelled, sending an icy chill clean through my soul. In one final leap, it flew through the air from the branch where it had been squatting. With a heavy thud, it landed a few feet from the edge of the clearing. My body froze when I laid eyes on it. The skeletal frame that betrayed its decades of malnutrition. The sunken eyes. The retracted lips that exposed diseased gums and teeth charred by decay. The skin turned to a blue and black mess from constant hypothermia and countless frostbites. Clothes torn to rags and a once beautiful head of dirty blonde hair, reduced to 6 strands barely hanging onto its scalp. I couldn't take it anymore. I could feel the beginning of another panic attack writhing beneath my skin. My heart rate reached a maximum. My body trembled from its core, and cold sweat poured out of my pores, chilling me to the bone. The mix of impending doom and all-consuming fear sent adrenaline surging through my veins, and I tried to latch onto it, to let it help me through the ordeal soon to follow. Letting go of the shotgun with one hand that I reached towards the beast. With my voice catching in my throat and coming out a hoarse whisper as my rapid breathing cut it short, I uttered a single word. "Jen." The first thing we did after the avalanche ended was take stock of our situation. We were all accounted for, and besides bruises from stumbling and falling, we weren't injured. All of the cabin's windows, as well as both doors, had caved in from the weight of the snow pressing down on them. The puffy white death invaded the already small space, reducing it further and making us feel claustrophobic. "We have to dig our way out," I told the others after we regained our bearings. Seeing as everyone ran around like headless chickens and no one was taking charge of the situation, I decided to do it myself. We got our hands on anything we could use as improvised shovels, which mostly meant plates and cups, and shoveled snow from the front door. But where we took away 1 cup or plate's worth, 2 flooded in to take their place. We kept at it, fear and desperation pushing us from behind and stoking the fires of our efforts. When my hands felt like they'd freeze right through and shatter, someone else took my place. We tried for hours upon hours, until the snow pile that gathered behind us threatened to reach the ceiling, but we made no progress. The avalanche appeared supernatural in scale and intensity, leaving us trapped under a puffy white sea in our little bubble of air. "Stop," I said. "We're wasting our strength. We have to wait this one out." "But we'll freeze to death," Michael interjected. Still, his voice lacked the determination and rebelliousness to drive his points home. He was just as tired and defeated as the rest of us. "The owners will notice we're missing," I said. "They'll send help when we don't come back down the mountain." "They won't," Kelly said from behind me. "They said they'll be out of town until after New Year's, and asked us to leave the key under the cabin's porch." Lori added, "Do you guys ever listen to the people around you?" "No," David said. No. That's a week away. We can't stay in here for an entire week." He devolved into panic, dragging everyone else down with him. Worried whispers grew in intensity, soon turning into an incoherent shouting match. "We'll freeze. We'll starve. We'll suffocate." Those were just a few of the worries made vocal. "Calm down," I said, but my voice was drowned out by theirs. "Calm down." Hearing me shout in anger and frustration, everyone fell silent. Their gazes turned on me, expectant and oddly accusatory. We have some drinks left, and we won't starve to death in a week. If we hunker together for warmth, no one will freeze either. We'll see this through, okay? What about oxygen? David asked. This place is small and really high up. There's not enough of it for a week. Yeah, I answered, but physical effort and panicking will burn through it faster. Look, we don't have to make it an entire week, okay? Just a day or two before help comes. I could see they weren't satisfied with my plan. They huddled together, away from me in a silent statement of opposition. And if we start running out of oxygen, we can give digging another try, as a last resort. Besides, we'll stand a better chance later, when the snow settles and freezes. Fine. David gave in. I'm so cold, Jen said, echoing everyone's sentiments. My toes will fall off. Here, Kelly offered. Let's do like Aiden said. Let's huddle together. I'm coming with. My ass is freezing off, Lori said, following them. The three of them did just that, going over to one of the cabin's corners and hunkering down. When I say the place was small, I'm not kidding. It was very small. An all-in-one kitchen, dining, and living room, with a small pantry and a bedroom connected to one side of it. Let's fetch all the pillows and covers we can find, I told the other men. They agreed, so we wordlessly started searching, which didn't take that long. In half an hour, we had a fake bear rug in the corner to isolate the floor, and all of the pillows and blankets in the cabin to keep us warm. We used the bedroom as a changing room, doubling the layers on our skins. And yes, that meant double boxers, pants, blouses, jackets, double everything. We put on all the spare clothes we brought along. And yet, as insulated as we were, holding each other tight in a collective bear hug, we were still cold. Jess and Lori fell asleep fast, the mix of fatigue and alcohol in their veins doing them in, and I could see the others weren't far behind. Let's sleep in shifts, I whispered to David and Michael. The girls need their rest, but someone needs to be awake at all times in case something else goes wrong. Yeah, Michael said, though by his voice alone I could tell he wouldn't be the first on guard duty. Sounds good, David agreed. I'll take the first shift, I offered, seeing as it had been my idea. I wiggled my way free from the arms holding me tight and got to my feet, taking a single blanket to wrap myself in. I went and sat down in the chair next to the fireplace. It was one of those boxy things, made of steel and suspended off the ground by lanky feet, and we'd kept the fire burning in it for a while last night. Yet, as I reached my hands towards it to rob it of the last residual traces of warmth it should have held, I found it was completely cold. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The cabin had been warm and cozy just before we saw the creature on the peak and the avalanche blocked us in. No way in hell could it have been so cold already. But it was. Even our own bodies, under all of the layers of clothes and blankets, couldn't keep us warm as they should have been able to. I pushed those thoughts aside in favor of thinking of our immediate survival. The others fell asleep, leaving me alone, so I needed to keep my senses sharp and my wits about me in case help arrived. Checking my wristwatch, I saw it was nearing sunrise outside. I'd been awake for nearly 24 hours by that point, but I didn't feel tired. No doubt the result of the shock, but I was thankful regardless. By noon, I'd kept busy by climbing up in the attic and turning off the generator. Damn thing consumed more oxygen, so we couldn't afford to keep it on. It only powered the lights in the cabin anyway. There were no outlets for us to make use of it in any meaningful way. With the shoelaces of my spare pair of boots tied into a hangman's knot, I hung one of the flashlights set on low power from the now dead light bulb, and I decided I'd done enough for the day. The cold robbed me of my will, making every move feel strenuous. Even thinking about anything in particular left me short of breath, so I simply existed, listening to the others breathe and shift in their sleep. Michael roused from the rest at about 1 in the afternoon. Shivering from his core, he got free from underneath the sea of blankets and got to his feet. He wanted to unwind, to stretch his body and joints that were sore from the uncomfortable sleeping position on the floor, but he abandoned that course of action when his blouses and jackets threatened to expose his skin. He dragged another chair next to me and sat down in it, rubbing his gloved hands together. "How the fuck is it so cold already?" he asked as the water vapor in his breath condensed on his wool gloves. "I don't know, man," I admitted with half a mouth. "Tired yet?" he asked me. His teeth clattered, slurring his speech. "Out of my mind, yeah." "I'm hungry as all hell," he said. "I'll grab a bite to eat and take over. Go catch some shut-eye too," he said in a demanding voice, one I couldn't argue with. "Thanks," I said, and pried myself free from the seat. His mention of food made me notice my own peckishness, but I was in no mood to eat. In a matter of moments, I was wrapped in Jen's arms, drifting off to sleep. It felt like a short nap, a blip in my stream of consciousness, before I was awoken by screaming. Jolting to my senses, pushing blankets and pillows aside to get to my feet, I saw the source of the commotion. Michael was on his back, down on the floor with David on top of him, hurling fists at his face. "What the fuck?" I yelled, jumping on David's back to pull him away. He was crazed, outputting more force than I'd ever seen him do. "Motherfucker ate all the food," David yelled at me, elbowing me in the face to get me off of him. I stumbled back and crashed to the floor, bringing my hands around my nose. The hit felt like a lightning strike to the face, the cold amplifying the pain of the fresh wound. My gloves came back, bloodied, warm liquid soaking through them and reaching the skin beneath. "David, stop!" Lori yelled. The sound of her voice broke David's violent spell. His eyes went wide, darting between his bloodied fists and Michael's disfigured face. David stuttered. "I woke up and found him eating all our food. He didn't leave anything for us, not a crumb." I got up and placed my hands on David's shoulders. Having calmed down, he nearly melted under my touch. I guided him to his feet and slowly pulled him aside, and in the ensuing silence, I heard Michael muttering something between broken teeth. Kelly got on her knees next to him, tears streaming down her face, but she kept quiet, trying to hear him. "Hungry. So hungry," Michael chanted. "Why'd you beat him up so badly?" I asked David a bit further away, where the others wouldn't hear us talk. Jen got down next to Michael as well, helping Kelly in her efforts to clean and treat him. Lori just hung out away from everyone, with 1,000-yard stare in her eyes and shock plastered on her face. "He ate all the food, okay? But that's not..." "I'm sorry," David said, cutting over me. His voice quivered, and I knew he was on the verge of crying. I don't know what got into me. I didn't mean to, but I snapped. I couldn't control myself. "It's that thing. That creature," I said. "It's messing with us somehow, with our minds." I didn't know if I should bring up the visions I had, but seeing as the situation was quickly devolving and suspecting outside interference, I decided to do it. I turned David around, signaled for the girls to pay attention as well, and spoke up. Outside, before the avalanche started, when I looked up at that thing, I said, deliberately making my words slow. When it screamed, it showed me things. Everyone's eyes went wide when they heard that, which was all of the proof I needed. "Us huddled around a dying fire?" David asked. "Freezing and going hungry," Lori added. Eating each other," Jen completed with hesitation. I nodded my head at all of their questions. We'd seen the same thing, the same fate in store for us. And that was all of the confirmation I needed that we were dealing with something beyond the natural and logical. that we needed to be extremely careful if we hoped to make it out alive. The girls finished treating Michael, and we talked some more, swapping theories and comparing notes. We came to the consensus that, given our circumstances, we were much colder and hungrier than we should have been, but beyond that, all seemed normal still, or as normal as things could be right then. Michael remained catatonic after the beating, not answering us or reacting to our presence in any way. Probing and prodding him had no effect, so we decided to leave him be, not because we didn't care about him. We did care, but we'd done our best with what we had. We needed to rest, to heal, and to let the shock clear from his system. Consumed by guilt, David decided to move to the opposite corner of ours. Naturally, Lori followed him. Afraid for Michael's life and plagued by paranoia, Kelly moved him and herself to another corner of the room as well. Just like that, our group was splintered, bringing down our chances of survival considerably. Despite our better judgment, distrust had been sown, and it managed to make roots in our minds. "I'm so hungry too," Jen whispered to me after a while, her stomach growling every so often. "It's so fucking cold." "Me too, babe," I admitted. I saw her shoot daggers at Michael and Kelly whenever they weren't looking our way, but I lacked the energy and mental fortitude to say anything of substance that might dissuade her and quench her mounting hatred for the two. The mere act of thinking became harder by the second, and I was so out of it that I didn't even think of blaming it on the dwindling concentration of oxygen in the air. More time passed like that, with us growing more and more quiet. Our shuffling stopped, and as our minds suffered under the intense hunger and the slow but agonizing suffocation, moments began melting into each other. After a while, I found myself unable to tell minutes apart, as longer and longer portions of time slipped between my fingers. For how long had we been in there? A day? A week? A lifetime? How long ago had David's attack been? Hours or days? My brain could barely bring itself to ask these questions, and it couldn't answer them when it did. Sleep came in bursts that were hard to measure or distinguish. I found myself slipping in and out of consciousness more and more often, with Jen's cold arms wrapped around me. Over the eternities I spent awake between bouts of darkness, I felt her chest heave slower as her breathing grew labored. I tried to check up on her, but my body's reserves were so low that it refused to even let me speak. In an uncharacteristic moment of awareness, I heard Kelly whisper to Michael. In the all-consuming silence, her words reached me loud and clear, but their meaning eluded me. I urged my mind to focus, to make out letters and syllables and words, to remember enough of the English language for me to understand her. It eventually did, but not without plenty of protesting. Michael? Kelly asked, shoving her palms against his chest. I saw air puff out of his nostrils each time she did, turning into fluffy clouds that dispersed as they rose to the ceiling. "Please," she urged him. "Stay with me, babe. Don't leave me alone." Seeing their state broke my heart. My mind cobbled itself back together enough to spit out misshapen memories of our past together, which only served to deepen my distress. I'd known Michael ever since we were children, having grown on the same quiet streets in our small town. He'd always been a great guy, and we made fast friends, spending our summers playing outside way past the bedtimes that our parents failed to enforce. We stuck together through thick and thin, the roots of our friendship extending all the way back into preschool and kindergarten. When it came time to enroll into elementary, we fought our parents tooth and nail to make sure we'd go to the same school. Bratty as we were, our parents caved in. Michael's folks were more than happy to enroll him into the local school, but my parents wanted better for me. They wanted to find me a nice school in the nearest big city, but I'd have none of it, and after countless tantrums and threats that only a 6-year-old can come up with, they relented. Elementary came and went, filled with our own misadventures. Michael's parents did much better for themselves, and we were both able to afford going to the big city for middle school. That's where I first met Jen, and from the first moments I laid eyes on her, she was my ray of sunshine. Not thinking much of it. Viewing relationships as nothing more than games, we soon declared ours official. As young love always tends to do, no one expected ours to last, thinking we'd grow bored of each other and of the concept in general. But we didn't. Jen and I were joined at the hip from that day forward, even as our small group steadily grew and we advanced in age. By high school, Michael had found Kelly, and let me tell you, courting her was a nightmare. Me and Jen were his wingmates through all of it though, and our help paid off when Kelly finally agreed to go out on a date with him. We, of course, made it a double date, and we all had a blast. After that day, Kelly joined our group as Michael's girlfriend. More friends came and went, but none stuck around for too long. I don't think I could list them all for the simple fact that I can't remember them all anymore. David and Lori are the clear exception to that rule, however. Transfer students from the faraway land of, I can't remember the names of their towns. They arrived in separate boxes that were soon a bundle deal. Desperate as they were to fit in with any group, they ended up in ours, and we welcomed them with open arms. In all our time together as a group, we had our fair share of arguments and drama. It's human nature, it's unavoidable, but it was never anything serious. Just petty squabbles that got resolved and helped strengthen our bonds. Which is all a very long and convoluted way of saying that we'd never been as divided as we were during our time up in that cabin. I watched Kelly try her best to comfort Michael for a while longer, but my mental acuity soon faltered again. More time passed without my notice, and when I came back to my senses once more, I checked my wristwatch. It was one of those fancy ones. The ones that also display what day of the week it is and the current day. I was taken aback to find out that it was Thursday, the 26th of December. Had 2 days really passed me by like that? Feeling parched, I decided to get up and grab a drink. We still had some beers, a bottle of wine, and half a bottle of whiskey left in the cooler. But I wasn't dumb. Even in my impaired state, I knew that too much alcohol would only dehydrate me faster. So I went for the beer and left the stronger stuff alone. I got one of the bottles out, undid the cap with much effort, and pressed my cracked lips against it. The liquid inside was on the verge of freezing as I tipped the bottle up, and it felt like thousands of sharp razor blades down my dry throat. But I don't think I've ever appreciated a drink more in my life. As soon as it started flowing, it was over and gone, so I discarded the bottle. Feeling a tiny bit better, I checked up on the others. They'd gone just as motionless as Michael, and I was worried that not all of them were alive anymore. "Guys?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "You all still here?" Kelly cracked her bloodshot eyes open and shot me a look of pure exhaustion. She probed Michael with her elbow, and he produced a few puffs of air out his nose. Lori snuggled tighter against David, and he simply stated, "Where the fuck would we be?" That only left Jen. "Jen? Babe?" I called out, the words coming out as mere whispers. She tossed in her sleep, so I decided to let her be, but I wanted to get a closer look at Michael, who I knew was pretty banged up and whose wounds would only get exacerbated by the cold. I shuffled over to him and Kelly, seeing her eyes dilate with fear as I approached. She nearly hissed at me, scared like a cornered animal faced with a mighty predator, so I stopped a little distance away. Michael looked horrible. His face was purple and bulging, lips split open, and the bridge of his nose broken. The worst areas were covered in bandages and band-aids from the first aid kit, and the places where David's fist ruptured his flesh open were caked in dried blood, and long since evaporated iodine that left a yellow tinge on his skin. His eyes were swollen shut, his hair fell out in clumps, and the remnants of his teeth that I could glean between his parted lips were jagged and sharp. He wouldn't last much longer. I was aware of that, and by the looks of her, neither would Kelly. I fetched 4 of the 5 remaining beers, tossing Kelly 2 of them and handing David the other 2. Make Michael drink one as well, I told her, and went to lie back down next to Jen. She shuffled away from me when I got under the blanket, balling up against the wall. I wrapped myself around her as best as I could, but it felt like I was hugging a block of solid ice. Despite my stupor, and the alcohol now racing through my veins, I had enough mental clarity to be surprised that we were all still alive. By all accounts, we should have all died by then, either to the cold or to suffocation as our oxygen slowly depleted. But we were still hanging on, even if only by a thread. By now, you might be wondering how no one had found us yet. The answer's simple. Cell phones weren't as prolific back then, so it was normal to be out of touch with family and friends when you traveled. With 1 day's worth of driving to get here, a 2-day stay at the cabin, and another day to drive back home, no one would notice that something was amiss until Friday evening at the earliest. Factoring in things such as delays because of potential traffic and possible detours, our families were unlikely to sound the alarm earlier than Saturday morning. Until word reached here from all the way back home, until a rescue unit would be scrambled together and sent to check on us, until they'd find the cabin buried under metric tons of snow, we could expect evac to happen around Saturday night at best. Somewhat rehydrated, and with the alcohol and the beer squeezing a bit more heat out of my muscles, I was lulled back to sleep. It was another fitful bout of rest, my mind half awake at any point throughout. I heard the others move around, pulling their covers, and I felt Jen squirm in my arms every so often. But by the time she got up, by the time she began moving around, I was too out of it to notice it. I woke up to the heavy smell of smoke burning my eyes and nostrils. When I got up, I found Jen knelt in front of the fireplace, struggling to ignite the wood inside of it by using a torn book and some matches. With the chimney blocked and nowhere for the fire to draw a breath from, it bellowed waves of smoke back inside the cabin, cutting our already short oxygen supply even shorter. I bounded to my feet, my mind sent into overdrive as I fully realized what was happening. Without thinking, I went to the pile of snow and grabbed handfuls of it. I rushed to the fireplace, shoving Jen aside, and smothered the flames with the snow. "No!" she yelled in protest, springing to her feet and clawing at the back of my neck. "I'll freeze. It's too cold, fucking asshole." I ignored her, focusing my efforts on the embers. When I was sure that none of them survived my assault, I turned around to face her. "What the hell are you doing?" I yelled back at her. She stopped her assault and pulled back a step, fearful of my justified outburst. "Were you trying to kill us all?" "I'm too cold," she repeated, and I could see the madness in her eyes. She wasn't thinking straight anymore. The stress of the hunger and the low temperatures pummeled her mind for too long and drove her into a delusional state. "Too cold, too hungry," she murmured, and collapsed into a heap on the floor. "We'll die. We'll fucking die," she said, gripping the sides of her head in desperation. Hearing her blabbering, new life was breathed into Michael as well. Though just barely, he began chanting in sync with her, proclaiming his hunger and our impending doom with slurred words. "Everyone okay?" I asked, leaving Jen behind for a moment. I planned to get her back between the blankets, but I wanted to make sure that we weren't in danger of suffocating from the smoke before that. "I'm fine," David told me when I got closer. "We're both fine. Kelly, what about you and Michael?" I asked her, but I was hesitant to approach her. She didn't say anything. Her eyes opened wide, big and shiny, peering right through me. One of her hands left the blanket, pointing finger jutted out, and she motioned for me to look behind. I didn't get to turn around in time. Something hit the back of my head, sending waves of pain up my scalp and down my spine. I fell to my hands and knees, disoriented, and heard David scream. Kelly and Lori joined them, their combined forces birthing a cacophony of yells that only exacerbated my headache. Before I got the chance to make sense of the situation, Michael kicked me in the ribs and sent me sprawling. I rolled on the floor from the force, stopping on my back, and managed to catch a glimpse of the room. Jen was on her feet, axe in one hand and a log of wood in the other, Michael had gotten up as well, scaring Kelly in the process, and he was now looming over me. "This whole shit show was your idea," Jen accused, lobbing the wood at me and hitting my left shin. It exploded with more pain, but when I tried to reach for it and grab it, Michael kicked my hands away. For someone that was half dead, he all of a sudden had a lot more strength than he should have had. "Your idea. Your fault," Jen yelled. She grabbed the axe tight with both hands and slowly walked over to me, stopping at my feet. "Jen? Babe?" I hissed between clamped teeth. "Don't," she yelled in answer. You think that I don't know? That you're waiting for us to die?" She trembled as she spoke, her head jolting from side to side, and her words sounded like those of a madman. "The beast, it didn't show us the future. It showed us a way out, taught us how to survive." "Survive?" Michael echoed her words. "Jen?" David spoke up. He got to his feet while she stammered her nonsense and approached us with his hands in front of himself. "Calm down, please. Aiden didn't. He knew," she yelled. "He knew and he didn't tell us." Without warning, she lifted the axe up in the air. Its blade came down so fast and vicious that it splintered the ceiling above when its tip connected. In a heartbeat, Michael dropped to his hunches and got a hold of my leg with both hands. I tried to jerk it free, to dodge the blow, but his strength was superhuman. And then, in a fraction of a second, the axe made contact. It passed cleanly through flesh and bone and sinew. Stopping in the floor below, I let out guttural screams, so loud and frightened that they threatened to tear my vocal cords to shreds. Blood shot out of my amputated leg, squirting and staining the floor as it spread a coppery smell in the air. "Another one," Michael yelled. But Jen ignored him. She grabbed my severed foot, quickly taking off the boot and sock as she scampered away. Even through the pain and suffering, I heard the crunch of her teeth as she bit down into it, pulling flesh and veins and bones away, greedily swallowing without even chewing. "Bitch," Michael yelled, infuriated. David tackled him from behind, sending him flying face first onto the floor. "Fuck," he yelled as he knelt next to me. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Through all of that, I was still screaming out, holding onto my severed leg with all my might. David undid his belt with shaking hands and wide eyes, looping it around the stump as many times as he could. He wanted to make a tourniquet, which was smart, but he didn't get to finish. Michael jumped him, and the two of them flew away in a flurry of blind punches and kicks. I grabbed a hold of the belt, feeling my conscience slowly melting under the shock and blood loss. With my last ounces of strength, I completed the tourniquet and tightened it as much as possible. The blood flow slowed, but it was far from stopping, and I knew I needed to act fast. David and Michael were still duking it out, their attention focused on each other, but Jen was nearly halfway through my foot, and I feared she'd be coming for seconds at any moment. Cauterize, I thought. Only chance. I turned on my belly and crawled towards the fireplace. One agonizing pull after another, the blood trail extended behind me, slicking my pants and robbing me of what little warmth I had left. When I reached the torn book and the matches, I quickly bundled it around the wound. Striking a match with how wild I was shaking was a nightmare, and my bloodied hands dampening the wood only made it harder. The first match broke, the second as well, but the third time was the charm. It ignited, and I pressed it against the paper. It burst into flames and singed my flesh, spreading the disgusting smell of burning skin and hair in the air. I nearly gagged, gritting my teeth so hard that I feared they would splinter. I wanted to scream out, to curse and fight and just drop dead. Anything would have been better, but I got through it, ripping pages in bulk from the other books and adding more paper to the fire as it burned away. When the deed was finally done, when I ran out of paper and strength to keep going, I propped myself against the fireplace. David and Michael were still going at it with no clear victor to their brawl. Jen finished eating my foot, tossing away the head of the tibia and rubbing the blood from her lips. By the look in her eyes as she gazed back at me, I knew she wasn't yet satisfied. She dropped down on all fours like a wild predator and bounced towards me. To my surprise, Kelly and Lori came to my defense, intercepting Jen and standing between her and me. "Jen, please," Lori said, raising her arms in defense. "Stop. Come on, Jen, what's gotten into you?" Kelly asked. But Jen didn't answer them. Her manic eyes darted between the two and she let out a growl. With moves so fast that I could barely see them, she lunged at Lori and pushed her aside. Lori crashed to the floor, hitting her head hard against the wood, and she began convulsing. Kelly tried to dash away, but Jen jabbed her hand into her throat, gutting her windpipe with her bare fingers. To this day, the sounds that Kelly made as she choked on her own blood are the worst sounds I've ever heard coming from a human. She tried to suck in air and, when her gushing blood invaded her lungs, she tried to heave it back out. Her death wasn't fast, and it was anything but painless. Jen simply watched her drop to the floor, reaching for her own windpipe in a last, desperate attempt to cling on to life. She didn't even wait for Kelly to die. She grabbed her foot and pulled her away into the bedroom. I got one last look at Kelly before the door swung shut, and the terror in her eyes pierced my soul. She was still conscious through all of it, and to this day I shudder at the thought that she was also mostly conscious through what followed. With the door closed behind them, Jen feasted on Kelly. I heard the sound of skin and flesh being ripped apart, of bones dislocating and breaking, and the gnashing of her hungry teeth as she took bites after bite. My attention was dragged back onto David and Michael when they landed only feet in front of me. I saw them struggle against each other, tossing and turning as they both tried to get the upper hand. Michael got his feet beneath himself and pushed, throwing David off and jumping him again. He pinned David's hands to the floor and headbutted him once, then twice, then a third time, and I saw his forehead coming away stained with blood. David's nose was crooked and leaking, so badly broken that it rested on his cheek. Michael tried to bite down on David's face, but he dodged the attempt. Another one came, this one connecting with David's chin, and Michael pulled away a chunk of skin and flesh that he chewed on. Barely able to move, I realized that David wouldn't survive without help. Whatever possessed Jen and Michael imbued them with superhuman strength, and they became too much to handle. I forced my way on all fours, or, well, all threes, and limped over to the axe. Behind me, I heard Michael taking another successful bite out of David's face, which spurred me on to move faster. Grabbing the axe and pushing to my feet, I used it as a crutch to walk over. Preoccupied with David, Michael failed to notice me. I raised the axe high up, steadying myself on one leg and brought it down with all my might. I swung it so hard that it whisked me off my foot, but it hit Michael right in the crown of his head. He jumped as if struck by lightning, spazzing out with the axe still impaled into his skull. He stopped after a few moments, wheezing as he drew his final breath. I toppled next to David, feeling my muscles burning from the effort, wanting nothing more than to pass out from the pain. But hearing Jen ravage Kelly's, hopefully, now, corpse in the bedroom, I knew I couldn't do that just yet. "David?" I asked quietly. "Yeah," he answered, "still here. Can you move?" "More or less," he said, slowly getting to his feet. "Barricade the bedroom door before Jen comes back," I asked of him, which I knew was inconsiderate of me, but short 1 foot, I couldn't do it myself. "Why?" David asked. He got next to Lori and knelt in front of her, gently checking her pulse. "What's the point anymore?" "Come on," I urged. "Don't go suicidal on me, please. We can still make it out alive." David turned to look at me and his face came into view. I couldn't help but gasp. 3 chunks were missing from his face where Michael managed to bite him. 1 from his chin, the skin and flesh gone to reveal the bone beneath. Another 1 from his cheek, leaving a hole big enough to expose his molars. And the final 1 from above his left eye, making him unable to close it anymore. He was probably in quite a bit of pain, but if he was, He didn't show it. If you say so, he said. Though I could tell he didn't believe me. His spirit was crushed. He was already defeated. Still, he got to work with moving the few pieces of furniture in the room to block the bedroom door. He limped and struggled against them in an effort that was nothing short of titanic in his condition. In a few minutes, even the fireplace had been dragged along the floor, aided by the slick blood that pooled pretty much everywhere. After he made sure that the pieces were stacked properly and wouldn't fall, he hoisted Lori in his arms and got back in their own corner, holding her tight against his chest. I too crawled back into my own corner, though I didn't feel the need to hide under the blankets, either because of the shock or the effort, or the beast relinquishing its influence over us. I didn't feel as cold anymore. I watched David close his eyes, whispering reassuring words into Lori's ear, and lost myself to the fatigue and blood loss. In my near unconscious state, I heard Jen try to open the door, giving up when she couldn't. I heard her scratch and heave and yelp for a while, until even those sounds faded away. Before I succumbed entirely, I heard one final scream, a pale imitation of the beast's call that wasn't any less frightening. When I came to again after an untold amount of time, I couldn't even open up my eyes anymore. It felt as if every last ounce of strength in my body was being used up on the simple act of breathing. Voices resounded from the bedroom, 4 in number, and easy to distinguish from one another. "Hello?" one of them called out. "Anyone alive in there?" They attempted to open the door, but failed against the barricade. I heard shuffling and groaning, but they soon gave up. "Out of the way," another voice said before loud bangs claimed the relative silence. I managed to crack open one eye, barely enough to see in the dark. Part of the door splintered and broke as the men on the other side assaulted it with axes. Hands reached in through the resulting holes, pushing away the furniture that toppled to the floor. Between the gaps, light shined into the room from the other side, bright and blinding to my eye. The door opened after a few minutes, and I saw a figure enter the room. "My God," the man uttered. "It's a bloodbath." "Help," I croaked out. "Someone's still alive," he yelled to the others, and they rushed into the room. 2 of them knelt by my side, and the other 2 went straight to David and Lori. They checked up on me, gave my leg a proper tourniquet, and then they hoisted me out of the room. I got one final look at David, seeing that he'd slit his own throat and died while I was still unconscious, his arm still wrapped around Lori. The mountain rescuers brought me into the bedroom, where I also saw the state of Kelly's body. She'd been so thoroughly mutilated that she was completely unrecognizable. Her face was a bloody mess of bare bone, her clothes had been torn to shreds, and her chest and abdomen were picked clean of flesh, ribs protruding from the carcass. But I was too drained to cry, too drained to even care. The rescuers tied me to a stretcher and got me out through a tunnel that had been dug out, leading from the window to the surface, a tunnel of blood-stained snow, one dug by Jen as she escaped, for she was the only one of us missing from the buried cabin. I was officially out by Friday evening, and after a helicopter ride to the nearest hospital, I got medical care that same night. The next few months were a tough battle, my days riddled with sessions of physical therapy and countless court hearings. Given that I was a sole survivor, everyone's families came to me, one after the other, trying to pin all of the murders on me in their misguided attempts to bring justice to the departed. David's case was the first to get thrown out, since they found a suicide note in one of his pockets, and the wound was self-inflicted. Lori's death was declared an accident, caused by acute brain hemorrhaging that resulted from her falling and hitting her head. Kelly's murder was pinned on Jen, who was still missing. The only murder to which I admitted was Michael's, but after the autopsy revealed David's flesh in his stomach, I was acquitted on grounds of self-defense and defending another. The disaster was deemed as a tragic case of cabin fever, and it quickly got swept under the rug, an effort helped by the fact that none of us wanted media attention. I couldn't even attend any of their funerals. Their families wouldn't let me. As ashamed as I am to admit it, I contemplated suicide on an almost daily basis, desperate to be free of the guilt and nightmares, but I could never go through with it. A few years later, when home computers and the internet began spreading to everyday consumers, I found a small forum built around accounts of the paranormal. I told my story there, asking if anyone knew what the beast could have been. Most users either called me a LARPer, with comments such as, "Nice story, bro," or gave me the same answer that the court provided, blaming cabin fever. I was ready to give up my search for a resolution and accept their verdict, until I received a PM from an anonymous user that only said 4 words. It was a wendigo. Those 4 words spurred me into months of research. I read all of the online sources I could find, and when they became insufficient and repetitive, I took to searching for books on the beast. When even the books failed me, I began traveling, seeking Native American shamans for their legends and first-hand experience. All of my guilt and hate and fear morphed, turning into determination, with my sole goal in life being that of slaying the beast that took everything from me. Armed with knowledge about what I had faced, I began to prepare. Decades spent on this single-minded objective, which brings me to the Christmas Eve of 2020, the moments when all of my training and prepping culminated into my one and only attempt at fulfilling my life's goal. And yet, standing face to face with Jen's disfigured visage in that clearing, I began doubting my ability to finish what I had so eagerly started. Wendigos, mythical beasts originating in the Algonquian people's folklore, described by them as monsters and evil spirits, drawn to hunger, greed, and the cold. They can push people to acts of murder and cannibalism. As humanity's knowledge and experience with these beasts increased, we came to understand that they possess many more abilities than that. Weather manipulation, possession, and metamorphosis, just to name a few. But through all of that, through all of the variants and permutations of these spirits that humanity has conjured up, one fact has remained constant: their hunger. The same hunger that radiated from Jen's eyes as she faced me after 3 decades apart. She began circling me at a distance, observing me, plotting out her next move with care. I held my hand extended in her direction, my hope dying with every call of her name that went unanswered. "Jen, please," I pleaded, feeling the panic attack reach its peak. "It's me, babe. It's Aiden." Her beady eyes narrowed at the mention of my name, and she stopped pacing. I recognized that sweet, sweet taste," she garbled, extending a blackened tongue out of her mouth and licking her lips. "My sweet, sweet Aiden." Her mellow, angelic voice was but a shell, emptied of its warmth and filled back up with hatred. It sounded raspy and gruff, a far cry from the voice that used to soothe my aching heart. If Jen's essence was still trapped in the monster she had become, I couldn't see any portion of it rising to the surface. Putting my free hand back around the shotgun, I doubled down on my goal of ending the existence of that miserable creature and freeing Jen's soul. She deserved no less, and my biggest regret was that it had taken me so long to bring myself to face her. In a flash of realization, she dropped down to all fours and bounded towards me through the snow. Fighting back the panic attack, my labored breath hitched in my throat. I aimed the shotgun. Bang. The echoing shot claimed the silence of the night, pushing the stock into my shoulder. The smell of burnt gunpowder mixed in with the shock of the recoil helped set my mind back on track. The flurry of buckshot connected, hitting Jen's ribs as she tried to dodge it. Animalistic screams of pain left her throat, but she was undeterred. With renewed anger, she kept running towards me. I let out 2 more shots before she jumped me, but the bullets wouldn't pierce her tough skin. With a final leap, she landed on top of me, and I toppled to the ground. My world reduced itself down to the smell of death and decay emanating from her, and to her claws and teeth desperately trying to dig into me. She viciously tore through my clothes, drawing blood that welled from my wounds and stained the both of us in our struggle. I tried to roll away, to break free and gain the upper hand, but her strength eclipsed mine. She kept me pinned down in the snow, and lashed her jaws around my left shoulder. I felt the muscles and tendons get crushed under immense force, but her jaded teeth couldn't pierce the jacket. Letting go of her center mass that I failed to push away, I gripped and maneuvered the shotgun until its barrel rested against her exposed abdomen. I pulled the trigger, and the force of the shot made her let go. She jumped away, off of me and on her feet, growling as she held her bleeding stomach. The point-blank shot managed to pierce and wound her, but I could see her flesh bubbling and weaving back together. In a matter of moments, the damage was as good as gone. My only chance was to ignite the fire and use the flames to my advantage, but I couldn't be hasty. The light and warmth of the blaze would have scared her away, forcing me to hunt her down or abandon the attempt, neither of which I wanted. She needed to be on the pyre. I backpedaled towards it, keeping the shotgun trained on her, letting out more shots whenever she got too close for comfort. When I finally got close enough and one of my feet snagged on the logs, I feigned surprise and pretended to topple backwards onto it. She took the bait, jumping me without hesitation. Her hands tore the zipper of my jacket, exposing the shirt beneath. Before she got a chance to dig into me, I struck the side of her head with the shotgun's butt and let out another shot in the small window of time when she was disoriented. The buckshot cleaved through the left side of her neck, almost disconnecting her shoulder. I grabbed her torso, hoisting her up. She screamed and struggled in my grasp, her rapid healing kicking in and giving me only moments to act. I tossed her onto the pyre, as far up as I could manage, and pulled a lighter out of my breast pocket. Her eyes widened as I struck it, but she didn't manage to run away. The lighter landed on the gasoline-soaked wood, igniting it as the flames spread rapidly upwards. It wasn't like in the movies. Let me make that clear. It was wood soaked in gasoline. Not high-yield explosives going up in a blaze of glory, but the spread of the flames was still fast. All I needed to do was to make sure that Jen wouldn't escape before the fire consumed her. The shotgun was a Mossberg 500, with an internal magazine holding 7 shells, and a magazine extender holding 3 more, for a total of 10. Quickly running the math, I realized I had 3 shells left before I'd need to reload. The flames reached Jen's feet, setting her off at a supernatural rate. The fire clung to her skin like napalm, engulfing her in a matter of moments. She tried to jump away, to save herself, but I shot her back down. Weakened by the heat, her skin couldn't stop the buckshots anymore, and her left leg was blown away at the knee. She screamed and convulsed, cursing my name as the flames ate her little by little. You see, there's a reason why wendigos prefer winter and the cold it brings. Warmth weakens or outright negates the natural armor that is their skin, and fire has the potential to kill them. I never needed to reload. By the time I shot the second shell, she could barely bring herself to stand. By the time I shot the third and final one, she was more bone than flesh. Her skin fell away in large chunks, exposing the muscles and organs beneath to be charred into ashes that dispersed in the breeze. After a few minutes, as the fire reached its peak, Jen was nothing more than a blackened skeleton. Her form was dead, and I hoped that her spirit would finally go to rest. With my job done, I took a deep breath and let my muscles relax. I would need to stay awake throughout the rest of the night to make sure that the fire wouldn't spiral out of control, but the worst of it was over. Or so I thought, until I heard countless screams just like Jen's resounding from all around the mountainside. I hastily reloaded the shotgun as I turned to face the forest, and found dozens of pairs of eyes peering at me from the cover of darkness. I was a fool to believe that Jen would be the only wendigo in these mountains. But none dared approach the clearing, afraid of the fire raging in its center. Having seen me dispatch Jen only drove home the point that they shouldn't be messing with me, so they kept to the shadow of the night. A few of them tried taunting me into action, repeating Jen's words in her voice and thrusting themselves into the light before quickly retreating. But I didn't budge. With midnight having just passed and 7 more hours until sunrise, I hoped I could prolong the fire's life enough to see the night's end. That hope was dashed the moment all of the wendigos fell silent. Looking up at the peak that loomed above us, my sight followed theirs, slow and afraid, because I knew what I would find. The real beast, the wendigo spirit in the flesh, was in the same spot I'd seen it all those years ago. It let out a howl that put those of its underlings to shame, and jumped with so much power that it turned into a black dot flashing across the moon's image in the sky. Above the cabin, above our heads, over miles of forest, landing in the valley below with such force that it sounded like a stick of dynamite going off. I heard it let out another howl before barreling up the slope towards me. It sounded like 1,000 horses galloping at once, and it moved just as fast. Knowing that the normal buckshot wouldn't leave a dent in it, I reloaded the shotgun with silver slugs in the little time I had. As the last one slipped in and I pumped the shotgun, I saw a tree flying towards me through the air. I ran away, dodging the slam of branches and the rain of pine cones. The tree fell on top of the pyre, scattering the burning logs into the snow around and killing the flames almost instantly. As they melted the flakes into water that quickly evaporated, filling my surroundings with steam that condensed into a thin fog, the light died down to almost nothing. I turned to face the forest and saw the immense shadow of the true wendigo loom above the canopy of evergreens, dwarfing them in size. It stopped at the edge of the clearing, slowing down but still advancing towards me, a show of its confidence, of its abilities, and of its certainty that I posed no threat to it. It towered over me and the cabin, 2 stories tall without measuring the antlers on its head. Its center mass resembled a desecrated deer. Its hind legs were like that of a goat, and its forelimbs were wolf-like in nature, ending in paws with enormous claws. Its head was a deer skull devoid of flesh, with leathery skin hanging off its sides and a mane of thick hair running down its spine. That was, until it stood upright and began to morph. Its back straightened with sickening pops of dislocating bones. The hind legs shortened, and the paws slowly turned to hands before my eyes. It took on a smaller appearance, but not any less threatening or terrifying, as it approached me. Seeing it in action, I finally understood what I was up against. The severity of my predicament left me paralyzed in terror. Over years of research into the wendigo's myth, I came across many variants of this creature, each with their own descriptions of its appearance and abilities. In my pursuit of the truth, I mostly ignored the accounts of the settlers, which were more outlandish, and focused on those of the native people, the people I believed had the most experience with the wendigo, and people I believed didn't blow the beast out of proportion. And I'd been wrong, as every story tends to have a seed of truth to it. The beast I was now facing, this force of nature, it was the real wendigo, a spirit of the land, and the humans imbued with its power and twisted by its madness were nothing more than pale imitations, possessed puppets for it to commandeer as it pleased. The most outlandish claim about it came to mind, the fact that the wendigo grows bigger and stronger the more people it consumes, and seeing its true size for myself, seeing all of the possessed that surrounded us, I now knew that to be true. I trained the shotgun on it, ready to shoot at a moment's notice, and began walking sideways back towards the pyre. Not to reignite it, but to get the axe so that I might stand a chance. From the look in its eyes, I knew that it had me figured out, and yet it allowed me to retrieve the axe. Another show of confidence, I realized, as if it wanted to say that the silver-coated toothpick would do nothing to help me. It let out a huff of air through its nose and began moving again, closing in for the kill. With the axe at hand, I struck the other gasoline canister, piercing it and sending it flying. It landed on the dying embers as I dashed away, and this time there was a bang. Still not a Hollywood-sized bang, but a bang strong enough to reignite the fire and send flaming shards of the canister flying. The wendigo took a step back, giving me enough time to put my plan into action. I ran for the sleigh, picking it up and holding it against my chest. Turning back around towards the slope, I ran by the beast, shooting 2 shells at it as I passed. The slugs impacted its body, creating fist-sized holes in its flesh and making it burn from the contact with the holy metal. It let out angry howls, but I didn't stop or turn around. I jumped to my belly, landing on the sleigh and pushing myself downhill. I quickly picked up speed through the fresh snow, but it wasn't exactly a well-used skiing track. I'd only go so fast, and it wasn't fast enough. Behind me, the Wendigo dropped back down on all fours and gave chase, with its puppets following closely behind. I maneuvered into a thicker part of the forest, weaving the sleigh between trees in an attempt to make it slow down, but it was agile for its size, easily copying my moves and gaining on me fast. The few trees it couldn't dodge, it simply headbutted, uprooting them and sending them flying down the slope. Halfway down, with the incline beginning to falter, it caught up to me. I raised the shotgun with one hand and fired again, but it braved the slug without slowing down. Its antlers pointed my way, and it tried to shove them beneath the sleigh to upend me. But I switched to the axe. The moment it got close enough, I struck the blade in its neck with all of the strength I could muster. It embedded in the Wendigo's flesh, but I couldn't push it deep enough. As it trashed about and retreated, the handle got torn out of my grip. A new sound appeared in the distance, barely audible at first, but growing in intensity until I could make it out over the gusts of wind and the Wendigo's loud steps. The sound of an engine of some kind. Turning my head around for a split second, I saw headlights some 300 feet away and gaining on us fast. In a matter of moments, a snowmobile driving recklessly was on the Wendigo's heels, and I got a look at the driver. Rachel. My heart rate skyrocketed seeing her there, but I didn't have time for anything beyond my immediate survival. She pulled out a gun of her own as she neared the Wendigo, a small pistol that I couldn't make out, and she let a few shots fly at the beast. The bullets bounced off, only angering the monster. It swatted a paw at her, catching the snowmobile's front and sending it flying. I saw Rachel land safely in the deep snow and rolling to a stop, so I refocused my attention on getting away. We sped down the slope in pretty much the same manner. The Wendigo caught up to me. I shot it when it got too close. It retreated, rinse, and repeat, until I ran out of slugs and repeats, and without time to reload as I maneuvered the sleigh, I was in deep trouble. The Wendigo approached me one final time and, seeing that I didn't shoot it, it charged me. Its antlers caught the sleigh and my right side, sending me crashing into the first tree in my wake. The muscles along my back got crushed from the force, sending pain up and down my body. The beast slowed down, one of its paws morphing into a hand again, and it used the hand to pull the axe out of its own neck and cast it aside. Black, putrid blood flowed from the wound, unable to heal the damage done by the silver. It stained the beast's mane and chest, and it approached me slowly as I turned on my back. I knew I was done for, but surprisingly enough, I didn't feel scared. To your worst, I told it. And what I was sure would be a final show of defiance on my part. I already got what I wanted. I don't care. The Wendigo slowed. Its eyes, like burning embers, made contact with mine, and it narrowed them. The possessed caught up to us, forming a rough circle around me, their attention completely focused on what would follow. Peering deep into my soul, the Wendigo showed me the fate it had in store for me. I saw myself in a state similar to Jen's, haunting the mountains during the countless eons to come. Never sated, never warm, never at rest. My soul slowly getting corrupted as it fueled the Wendigo's magic, damned for all of eternity, with no one to come and set me free like I'd done for Jen. Fuck you, I yelled, closing my eyes tight and stopping the inflow of visions. That finally angered the Wendigo. It dashed towards me, teeth snapping with immense force, and tried to grab a hold of me. I kicked at its face with my left leg, but it bit down on my foot and trashed about, jerking me around through the snow. The possessed hollered at the spectacle, spurring their master on. The wendigo bit down harder and pulled back, ready to take off into the woods with me, but my prosthetic foot came loose. It stumbled backwards under its own force. Surprise thickened its eyes as it held a mere piece of plastic and metal in its mouth. Not the flesh it was expecting. I was in such a state of shock, my mind so strained by the stress and fear, that I couldn't help but laugh at it. Loud, crazed laughter, echoing through the forest as the wendigo simply watched, not knowing what to make of the situation. As my laughter picked up, it abandoned the attempt to make heads or tails of what happened. Its jaw opened, letting the prosthetic fall onto the snow, and I saw all of its muscles tense up as it pounced me again. I retreated away from it on my elbows, and it lifted its head high up, ready to bite down on my midsection. Another yell, one I'd never heard before, freeze time in place. A shining streak of metal swung from behind the wendigo, hitting it in the neck and stopping in its flesh. The beast let out an ear-piercing scream of pain, but I didn't allow it a moment of reprieve. I kicked at the axe's head from below it, driving it deeper into its neck as I felt the bone of my leg crack. I kicked again and again and again, the wendigo jolting from each hit, unable to run away. It tried to skitter away, but tripped and fell on its side, bleeding profusely onto the clean snow. The shadow of my savior moved, looming over the wendigo, and she grabbed a hold of the axe's handle. With all of her might, she pulled it free before swinging again. I saw the wendigo's body convulse with each chop, until the blade made it all the way through its throat and separated its head from its body. And all throughout it, my savior kept screaming, scared out of her mind. "What the fuck?" she asked, collapsing to her knees. I got on all fours, quickly crawling my way next to her under the attentive gazes of the possessed. With their master weakened, they didn't dare approach. "Here," I told Rachel, who was drenched in blood from head to toe and trembled with fear and adrenaline. "Give me the axe. I'll finish it off." Her hands relinquished the handle, and I took it from her. Even decapitated as it was, the wendigo wasn't dead yet, and only the axe's silver-coated blade could pierce it. I swung at its chest, hearing its ribs crunch and break as I pulled the pelt and flesh away. The whole ordeal felt liberating and cathartic, consuming the decades of pent-up hate, anger, and regret in me. By the time the wendigo's chest was spread open, revealing its icy heart, I couldn't even bring myself to despise it anymore. I was spent. I brought the axe's blade down on it one final time, cleaving its heart in two. Darkness rushed out of it, spreading through the forest like a shock wave. As it reached the possessed, it set their souls free of the beast's influence. Their bodies crumpled to dust in an instant as decades or centuries of decay came rushing back, no longer held at bay by the wendigo's magic. I couldn't hold to my feet anymore, so I crashed into the snow, breathing heavily but thoroughly satisfied with myself. "Roger?" Rachel asked, jumping next to me and shaking my chest. "Please, no, please, please, please." "I'm fine," I stuttered. "Give me a few. I'll be right as rain." Her eyes went wide, seeing my pained grin, and she punched my chest weakly. "Old fucking bastard," she cried, not in the least amused. With tears streaming down her face, she continued her assault, both verbally and physically. "I saw the fire from all the way back home and I got worried. I jumped on my snowmobile to come check up on you and found the cabin empty. And I look down the slope and I see a fucking tree flying, and I hear that damn thing scream. I thought you'd die." To my defense, I nearly did, I said, feeling my chest get bruised as she put more force behind her hits. "Where's your family? Are they safe? What the hell was that thing?" "There's no family," I answered. "Never was. I don't have any. No sons, no grandkids, nothing. I came here all alone just to kill that thing. Sorry I lied to you." She grabbed my hand and helped me into a sitting position, our faces inches from each other. She draped one of her arms around my neck, closing her eyes and leaning in, but I stopped her. "I'm not done yet," I said, and pushed past her. Her face reddened as her cheeks puffed up and she mumbled, "Way to fucking ruin the moment." I ignored her, crawling towards my discarded prosthetic and shaking it of snow. The plastic was cracked and the metal beneath was bent, and there were clear teeth marks on its surface. But it didn't matter. I put it back on and got up, helping Rachel to her feet as well. "Will you at least explain what the fuck happened?" she asked, propping her hands on her hips. "You know, since you ruined the kiss and all that." "What's up is that we have to burn the body and get the heart into the silver box I left back at the cabin before the wendigo reforms," I explained, walking over to my sleigh. I picked it up out of the snow, finding it had survived the assault unscathed. So I took it next to the body. I don't know about you, but I don't want to fight that thing again. Explanations can wait. "Fine," Rachel accepted. "How can I help?" "Go check on the snowmobile, see if it still works. If not, we'll have to make another fire here." She did as I asked without complaints, trudging through the snow towards her wrecked vehicle. A few minutes later, I was done hoisting the wendigo onto the sleigh and tying it down. The sound of the snowmobile's engine started up, reaching me all the way down, making me let out a sigh of relief. Rachel returned. We tied the sleigh behind the snowmobile, and we carried the wendigo's corpse back up to the cabin. The fire still raged on, and I pushed the body into it, sleigh and all. Just like Jen had done earlier, it erupted into flames, turning into ash in mere moments and scattering in the wind. I locked the heart into a silver box which I planned to deliver to a shaman who could properly kill the beast, and I sat Rachel down in front of the fire. I told her the entire story of my life up to that point, just as I have told it to all of you now. She listened with bated breath, inching closer to me, and tried to stop me when she noticed the memories caused me distress. But I kept going, digging them out and laying them bare. For the first time in my life, someone was not only willing to listen to my story, but they also believed it. I needed the release, I needed to vent, and I felt all of the pent-up emotions leave me bit by bit with each word I spoke. When I was done, we stood in silence for a long while, neither of us knowing what to say anymore. Sunrise came, and we rode off into it on Rachel's snowmobile. She dropped me off at my truck, but we couldn't bring ourselves to part ways. "I guess I should be going," I said, unusually fidgety. "I have to deliver this to the shaman." "Yeah, I guess you should," Rachel said. She had her arms around herself, rubbing her own shoulders for warmth. With a defeated look, she turned on the spot and began walking towards the snowmobile. I had my own hand on the truck's handle, but my heart fought my mind and won out. Hoping I wouldn't regret this decision, I took off after her, catching her arm and turning her around. Her eyes went wide as I pulled her in, and she melted in my arms as I pressed my lips on hers. I stood like that for a bit, enjoying the moment, but I felt my face go red like a beet's. When I pulled away, I saw she was in no better condition, although she was grinning in an attempt to hide it. "Old bastard," she said. "You call that a kiss?" Hey, I haven't had practice in 3 decades. But she didn't care. She grabbed the sides of my head and pulled me in again, showing me how it's done. And it was my turn to melt in her arms. As embarrassing as it might have been. Now, I know you probably expect something awesome, that we went on to become a bombastic duo of monster hunters or something of that sort, but we didn't. I left to deliver the wendigo's heart and hung my rhetorical cape away, ready to close that chapter of my life. Me and Rachel did end up dating, and I can confidently say that she's the new light of my life. In fact, she's in my lap right now, diligently reading every word that I write. She says hi to you all, and I bid you a farewell.